stretched into my mouth.
Nice.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Yay!
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
We're going to have...
And I've already done it.
Yes.
I'm on
That's
the
right.
first.
That's right. You're
Okay,
already in
I'm
the
already
future.
living 2024.
Awesome.
How is it over there?
No one screwed it up yet. So far, 2024 is looking good.
Awesome. We have Johnny stepped away, obviously. We have Ona from Ona's Tarot. We have Autumn from Black and Orange Tarot. Lena Rodriguez from Tarot Down Under, and Lori from The Way of Positive Change. We also have Victoria Skirbo is going to be joining us. Adrian
good.
from
I love
Little
Victoria.
Healing is going to join later. Becca, of course, will be here later. She's running late tonight. So we'll have different configurations of people coming in and
Sure.
at different times. Do you guys have any announcements of anything going on that you'd like to talk about?
It's sort of it's so weird launching into the new year. What's going to be different? I'm thinking of doing a once a week video for 5 minutes called The Queen of Snark.
Ooh, I love it.
Oh,
And
I'll be
just
there for
sort
that
of
one.
letting rip. I'm thinking about it.
Wonderful.
Can I be the Princess of Snark?
Of course, I don't. But
That's
also
a-
in the historical times, all the queens knew each other.
Yeah.
Very nice. I have readings available. If you'd like to look into your 2024, you can go to the wayofpositivechange.com and sign up for as long as you like on the day that you choose for the amount of time that you like.
And that's a good way to do it.
Ona's
I
got
just
the
want to
gift.
thank Jen and everybody for inviting me tonight. I have nothing in my future pack except for art classes that I start on my birthday. I want to say this coming year is a year of karma, manifestation. So things come into life. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. It's going to be interesting.
I know Johnny's got tarot classes starting next weekend, so we'll get him to talk about that later. Autumn, have you got anything special going on? I know you're on every day, 365 days a year.
Yep, every single day. And that's continuing this year. Later this year, I'm hoping to have an astrology course. I'll be doing that. And very graphics heavy astrology course. And other than that, I'm just happy to be here with an excuse to wear my fake fur wrap. and my sparkly tiara.
You looked awesome in your blonde wig earlier today.
Thank you. That's a whole different project. It has nothing to do with the tarot and astrology, but they're going to be, because I'll be filming a bunch of those over the coming months, probably in the morning before my live stream. I will be coming on to my live stream at various points in that wig in a multitude of colors.
Oh, fun.
Oh, wow.
But so it should be, I'll be showing up looking even more odd than normal off and on.
Yeah, big thank you to our moderators, especially Lucky Girl and Sharon Sipe for posting links to your all's channels.
Wow,
And how to,
guys.
if you do personal readings, they'll post links of how to schedule that. My website, launching on January 3rd, is selling my first solo event doing healing energy work. So you can go to my website and check under seminars on the tab for seminars to get more information. But it's open for booking starting January 3rd. It's going to be in Portland, Oregon. I've had several people ask me if I will allow them to join by Zoom. No, I don't have time for that. This is very hands-on. You have to be there in person. And I like to make sure people are understanding. I'm very hands-on working with people. The class sizes are limited to 35 people. It's not like I'm opening it up for hundreds. I am very hands-on with you when I teach it.
Right.
But I teach working from the astral body, which has the memory of everything healthy, back into the physical body. And you'll actually feel the astral body aligning and turning when we're working on different people. So would love to have you guys join me in Portland, Oregon. It's in June. The dates are on my website. I don't have them in front of me, but would love to have you join. I have 2 separate events in June. And Johnny, do you want to talk about your class for a second?
No.
Full and ready to go.
No, if you know, you know. If you don't, I'm sorry.
Tonight is a fundraiser for World Central Kitchen, which is Chef Andre's charity. The reason that we chose this is because they help globally. They were the first to go into Poland to help with the Ukrainian refugees. They're the first. They went into Gaza. They went into Florida when they had hurricanes. They're on the spot every time there's a disaster. They were the first in Hawaii when they had the fires. So
I think it's fantastic.
yeah, we love them as a charity. And normally on New Year's Eve, we do feedingamerica.org. But I decided to do something more global since we have people watching from all over the world. He's fearless. His people, his teams, they're wonderful. And we're just trying to help them out. And we are already at $870 in donations. Thank you all for the early donations.
Guys.
Wow, nice. That goes really far. $800 in food.
Yeah, you can feed a lot of people.
It goes further than that's awesome. Wait, I can't wait. This is awesome.
If you're in the US and you need a last minute tax write-off for donating to charity, try to give before midnight. And if you can't afford to donate, we just thank you for being here with us and bringing in the new year. What do you guys? Oh, sorry, Adam.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, and thank you, gentlemen, for organizing this. This is wonderful. Thank
Full
you.
marks.
Yes.
We try to do it every New Year's Eve. You know, we try to go through all the different time zones, New Year's, midnights. But
that's not the point. It just means you're great every year. That's all.
Yeah.
We'll be on for 5 to 7 hours, something like that. We get into food talk eventually because we get tired of reading. We run out of questions. So, and thank you to everyone who contributed questions. I had, I want to say over 250 questions that were submitted. It was awesome.
Oh wow,
Oh, that's great.
that makes my 15 here a little weak. But I have brought questions, and there's even like a.
Oh, cool.
Those 250, some of them were duplicate, so it goes down a little bit. But thank you for bringing questions, because when I take a break, I need somebody to carry on for us. Because I will need a bathroom break with all the drinks lined up here. Let's see where to start. 2023. What do you guys feel was the biggest moment this year? Was it the mugshot? Was it the first indictment? What do you think was the biggest thing going on in 2023 politically?
What was the biggest thing?
I think it was the first indictment.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to say that was a moment after that long, long wait, wasn't it? You know.
And the first time it's ever happened, right?
Yeah, to indict a former president. Probably won't be the last, but hey.
Yeah, that was huge. And also there was the arrest where he had to show up. That was like everything kind of stopped for that.
It sure did.
Strangely enough, I just pulled some quick cards on this to ask, and what I got was in future. One of the big things will be the money, in being held accountable by Letitia James. This will turn out to be a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're used to just he gets in trouble, nothing happens, but I think ultimately this will have a huge impact on how he's able to defend himself or protect himself later as well. So, but I just thoroughly enjoyed the arrests. That was my personal favorite.
I know you went live for it, and we're live streaming it. And I loved MTG showing up and getting chased out of there, showing up for
That was a golden moment too,
It
because
really
they
was.
can't handle New York. It's so removed from their narrow little backwater mentality.
Too progressive.
You know, they just freaked out by it. So there were like 2 MAGA supporters and Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that was up there.
Well, first question of the night. Will they ever pass a law preventing a convicted felon from running for government? Because right now he could run and get his VP to pardon him and get out of jail. Will they ever pass a law preventing a convicted felon from running for government? We have a lot of convicted felons from government.
Yeah.
And you said government, not governor.
Government.
On every level?
Every level.
Okay.
Every level, like senator, House of Reps, president.
Right.
Here, all these people here at the banquet of internal flames, the banquet of the devil. Look at them all sitting there. That's it.
Wow.
There they are. Yep. Nasty. Yep.
Well,
I get a definite yes. I get that they're all talking about how somebody can't even show your face. Okay, you can't even show your face anymore. Will be handed. It's handed over. The world card. The end. The beginning. Something new. For sure. Yeah. That's why.
yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I got a yes too. They'll have their hands tied in the best interests of America with the star card here. But I wouldn't hold my breath, but I think eventually it'll happen. And there needs to be a distinguishing thing between grades of offense, but for serious offenses.
Like starting a insurrection.
That'd be one. Yes.
Who would think you needed to put that in there in the first place? That there needed to be an insert that you can't do that.
What I've got here is definitely if you've taken part in an insurrection, it not being good for your political future. I don't have a major arcana law though. I do have changes as in we're done with that. We're moving on. We want something better, and you need to if you really want power, you won't get voted in. That would be nice.
Imagine.
Yeah, imagine that. But as far as law goes, it's quiet, not yeah. But that's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
I started shuffling and the world card just flew out. So I think that, that's a big yes for me.
Yeah. Yep.
What you getting, Johnny?
No. Rules change, yes. Law, I don't know about law. I get magician and wheel of fortune, so over time, yes, this definitely will happen.
It's a time thing.
I think too, and to Ona's point, there's that movie that was brought up in political talk at one point. There was a football team that hired a donkey as their field goal kicker because nothing in the rules said you had to have a person in that position. So you get something with extremely strong kicking power to kick the ball. And so it's like one of those things to where I didn't think I had to say this, but do not eat the silica packet in your brand new shoes. It's like, so it's one of them things to where you have to write it down. So I think with the Page of Swords and the Hermit, there will be some sort of edits because bad behavior is not unique and it will happen again. So I think we'll have some rules and some regulations. But as far as like the federal thing, I don't know. We'll see when we get there, because it'll happen again.
Yeah, because I get there's some kind of handed undercover thing going on. I do feel like there will be change, to stop and, legally changing something so that they can't get the votes. This is unfinished work, so it may not go as far as we would like it to. But I also get there might be something they move forward on about when you lose an election, that you agree to transfer power to the next one without starting an insurrection for entertainment.
Well, that's a democracy, and it has been there for quite some time. Some people just chose to ignore it. But I think the real problem is, as we sit here going into 2024, there isn't even a legal definition of an insurrection, let alone conviction, let alone anything else. Like, legally, America has a lot of work to do.
That's a very good point, because I get like it'll take some time to work out the details of how it's written. How it's written. So it's something that they'll return to. But I also get that there's a lot of people that wouldn't be able to run because we're going to see a lot of people thrown in jail. But there's a lot of details they've got to work out. So the planning of this may take a little longer than we think.
Yeah, well, there's also a matter of abuse of the system, like Putin does, that we have to take into consideration. Also, they're trying to actually restore voting rights to some convicted felons to make democracy more accessible. But definitely changes. I just wanted to just kind of throw thoughts out there.
Yeah, voting is one thing. Letting them run. And I guess that it depends on the degree of like what they were convicted for,
Yeah. And a comment here is, and the poor woman in Texas who was jailed for 5 years for voting by mistake. She didn't realize she was ineligible. She is in for 5 years, and these rotters are swanning around. Yeah. What is that?
Vivek Ramaswamy said that he's going to pull off the California ballot if Trump isn't on it.
Oh, he's a legend.
Please.
Isn't he? Oh.
Don't threaten us with a good. Don't threaten us with a good time.
No, that's right.
Are we going to see him drop out soon?
Oh, that's a question.
Yes. You want cards? Okay.
He's only auditioning for the VP position anyway. Will we see him drop out soon?
According to him, because he stopped ad buying, he says this is a strategy. That doesn't mean he's dropping out. Which means you're dropping out.
Yeah, that's right. That's how it goes.
What was the one that said God told him to run, and then when he was losing, he had to pull out? It's like God didn't tell him he was going to lose. I forget his name. I can't remember.
Is he going to drop out? How fast could I get the world card?
Yeah, good.
Oh, card for the reading. Oh yes, running. We can see what's going on.
Oh my God!
And yeah, you're donezo. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Well, I got a classic duet here: The Fool and Judgment. Sayonara. Oh.
I get that it's going to be around. It's not right this minute. He's still too busy making nonsense. Yeah. But I think when the first one of the primaries, so I think it's going to be marked at the specific place with the primary. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah. He's in line. He's in line for free soup. He's in line for free soup. That's it. It's over. Free soup, a 6-pack, and cigarettes.
Oh my
God.
That's
it. He's done.
Those cards are hysterical.
Yes, word of warning, magician power is gone. The Page of Swords right before that too. So bad news is coming. Of course, he was not running for president. He was running for something else. You're the completely wrong type to be running over there. So I'll just leave that there. And mind you, I have a follow-up question, if we could, please.
Absolutely.
But I'm done.
You know, yeah, he's toast. Surprised he's too young, too immature. You know, and if he's got visions of like getting into the White House as VP, yep, nope, you're blocked from that too. And somebody's going to be looking into his finances. So I think we might have some campaign fraud going on here. He's going to be fighting with Republicans. He's got DOJ coming after him. There's thievery going on. And it doesn't look good. I think they're all crooks.
Yeah.
No, ma'am. You know they're all crooks.
He can't get a haircut after this.
If you've got an R after your name, you are probably a crook.
And a sexual hypocrite.
A sexual hypocrite and a sex addict. I have my Menage a Trois wine here for midnight. I call it my Republican wine.
Is it from Sarasota?
Oh,
I was hoping it would have the Ziggler's name on it, but you know.
Oh, here's a great story from Geek Hillbilly. Hi. I had the best Christmas I could have gotten. I got my eyesight back.
Oh my.
Oh,
congratulations.
bless.
What a miracle.
That's made my night.
Johnny, your follow-up?
Vivek Ramaswamy tweets out, presidential TV ad spending is idiotic. Low ROI and a trick. So that's return of investment. And a trick that political consultants use to bamboozle candidates who suffer from low IQ. We're doing it differently, spending money in a way that follows data. Apparently a crazy idea in U.S. politics. Yeah, it is. He says he has a big surprise coming on January 15th. Do we know what that is? Can we see?
Who, Vivek says he has a big surprise?
Let's find out.
Does that mean he's going to tell the truth for a day? How surprising.
No, that's self-destruction right there.
Oh, that's such a marketing look. You know, I have a big surprise for you. Please.
Beware of any man that tells you that. I'm just saying.
At least George Santos' lies were so blatant we all saw them. That these other guys are lies. It's like a little more.
Yeah.
The cobra in sheep's clothing.
I think. Are we reading on that, or are we moving?
What's the day of the Iowa primary?
Isn't it January, later in January?
It's not the 15th? His secret's going to come out first?
It says
here
the
we go.
15th is Iowa caucuses.
In the comments, the 15th is the Iowa
caucus. So he's saying the Iowa caucus, he has a big surprise then. It's the same day. Okay.
I thought you said his announcement was on the 5th, January 5th.
15th. He has a big surprise on January 15th.
And it's Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday.
Oh God, stop. He doesn't even. He can't.
Oh dear.
I got something weird.
What is it?
Weird. It's weird. There's the announcement, right? Page of Wands, Ace of Wands. He's got to tell you something. It looks like he would drop out, like he's exhausted, right? Like there's just too much has gone on, right? Dropping out there. And then I get the Six of Wands, another one, and it looks like leaving. And then Martin Luther King comes up. The bottom of the deck, I got the Knight of Swords. There he is. Is he still in? You tell me. Knight of Swords, right there. Look at him. He didn't shave today. That's okay. And the Nine of Cups, which is freedom, or maybe there's some scandal because the Tower is under that with her. This one, this gal. Something.
I think he's got dirt on Nikki Haley.
Oh,
bliss. Suddenly I love the man.
It's either Nikki Haley or Rona McDaniels. Because there's something about a woman that's going to grow, something that's a betrayal. He's going to get a lot of attention for this, like trying to wrap it up. Part of it's a manipulation, but he's like whistleblowing on somebody as an inside person that has inside knowledge. Tower moment.
Yeah.
It's backstabbing. It brings change in the elections.
Look at that.
He thinks it'll help him. It's going to cause him to lose because he's delusional. But I think he's got dirt on a woman. So it's either Rona, head of the Republican Party, or it's Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
Those
RMTG. Yeah. I got backstabbing a woman.
ones.
And a woman in power. How? I mean, and 3 of us got the 10 of Swords. I love that.
I would say it's on somebody like oh God, what's our VP's name? Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
But she usually shows up for me as the Queen of Wands. She doesn't show up as Queen of Pentacles.
That's what Lena got, Queen of Wands.
I got the Queen of Wands, but I don't have that association with Kamala and the Queen of Wands.
Yeah, Queen of Pentacles to me tells me it's probably somebody in the Republican Party.
And I might not be Kamala's biggest fan, but she strikes me as being squeaky clean, you know.
She changed her stockings when she crawled through the gutter. Let's just say that.
Yeah. The first thing I'm getting is he whatever he's doing it because he doesn't have the money to do anything else. So he's trying to create a PR moment. And what I've got is something he thinks is going to be absolutely devastating. And it's going to, but we're going to be over here on our side of the aisle, kind of
Really?
gossiping, like, oh, who get your tea out for some tea there, but we're going to enjoy it, but this does not benefit him. It really doesn't. The more established candidates and what have you, he thinks it's like, give me money because I've got the truth, and it's just like, no, you really, this is, if you think you're bringing justice, no, just no. So it's pathetic, it's gossipy. That's what I'm getting.
In the comments, Deb Z says, Kamala is way better than leg humping Pence.
So much better. So much better.
Love that, Deb.
Johnny, did you go?
Lori didn't either.
Oh, well, I mean, I went along with what you guys are saying with the Ten of Swords. He's definitely got the dirt, or what he perceives as dirt on someone he knows, right? And then, it could be something written because it's the Page of Pentacles, to be an article or something that's written. I don't know. It definitely harms someone.
He's kind of like George Santos claiming he had dirt on people, so it's kind of that kind of energy.
I got 9 of Swords in the moon, so it's very cryptic. It's also quite. It's malicious, yes, but it's Republican malicious, and it's against one of their own. And so this is not something they're hurling at Biden, which should be their target. But I mean, burn your own house down. I'm okay with that. Keep that over there, is all I say. There's Count Chocula, so him, and he's working with someone. So that's the Chariot card. He's working with
Ian Frankenberry.
some guy who was once in power that we call the fool nowadays. I think he's trying to prop him up because he's getting ready to bow out. And mind you, Donald Trump has already said, I'm pretty sure he will endorse me. Mind you, he's still running for president. But I'm pretty sure he'll endorse me, is what Donald Trump said about Vivek Ramaswamy. So I guess we'll see.
You guys, we are only 30 minutes in, and we have already raised $2,912 for World Central Kitchen. Thank you.
Guys, you are amazing.
I You guys amaze me every time we do a fundraiser. The giving hearts in our followers.
That is
just
so
Thank you so
cool.
much. You guys are awesome.
just to reiterate, World Central Kitchen is who this fundraiser is for tonight. The video is not monetized or anything because it all goes to World Central Kitchen. Thank you all for donating. Chef Jose Andres charity, which helps with any big events in the world, whether it's a hurricane in Florida or helping Ukrainian refugees, overseas. They do it all. They're amazing.
First ones into Hawaii after the Lahaina fires.
You guys, you don't know what it means, honestly, when food is not available.
That's right. Or water.
It's horrific. It's horrific. I gave a bag of candy to a little immigrant girl on Halloween, and she clutched it to her chest and she screamed out, "Thank you." And I couldn't even see getting home. I just burst into, it was like a bag of candy. It's nothing. It's nothing.
Well, speaking of
tonight, New Year's Eve.
Speaking of immigrants, I was watching a video where they were interviewing farmers in Iowa who support Trump, and they need the immigrants to help them, when they're harvesting and everything.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, so they were quite upset when, they were totally unaware. Yeah, I guess when they're farming, maybe they don't have time to watch a lot of TV or something. They were totally unaware that Trump wants to stop all immigration from Mexico and South America. They use the government system of legal immigration for those farmers that come in to help, and then they go back home. So I want to know, are these farmers across America, will they start turning on Trump? Because he's talking about limiting access to immigrant workers. Boo Boo's in, Kitty's present and in the house.
I think that's a thing. Like Australia we're a land of immigrants, right? If you're not indigenous to this country, you're an immigrant.
Mm-hmm.
And for the last 20 or 30 years, particularly under conservative government, demonization of immigrants. We need immigrants. People aren't having 12 kids anymore. They're having to. You need young, healthy workers. What we're talking about here are usually exploited workers, and the whole agricultural industry depends on them.
And unless you live in Arkansas, child labor is restricted now from the good old days.
Yeah, you get them working at 6 and marry them off at 11.
Whoa.
It's the Middle Ages.
God.
I mean, he caused a lot of soybean farmers to go bankrupt when he was president because of
That's right.
squelching deals with China, who was our biggest importer of our soybeans.
Yeah.
I've got
But
farms
also, I
all
think
around me that are gone.
The Dems, like Labor in Australia, are really bad at they want to stay away from the immigration issue. They're so scared of it. It's a vote killer. They won't go near it. So they're really bad at the positive side of it.
I get, will they turn on him? No. These, be nice. Individuals, because my Seven of Pentacles fell out and I drew it again. This is the farming card, mind you. And the Three of Pentacles is collaborations, especially of a business sort. Below it is the Knight of Cups and the Six of Cups. This is an offer that is made. It is quite attractive with the Knight of Cups. The warning of the Knight of Cups is look inside because it can be very shallow. It sounds pretty on the outside. Like I'm going to build a wall and force another country to pay for it. It doesn't have any details, but to your mentality of I don't like Mexicans either, it sounds like a good thing. And then the Six of Cups is nostalgia, your old friend and naivety. We're kind of right back where we were. with him. All he needs to do is make a campaign promise, and then all of their anger goes away. And then next thing you know, they fall for him again. It ends in the fool. They're still his friend. They do not care about their plight. They care about what he says.
Yeah.
Welcome, Vicky.
Hello, everyone.
Happy New
I have to let
Year.
I have to
Thank
let
you.
Johnny do your introduction. Do it, Johnny.
That's not Vicky. That's Dr. Victoria Scarabo of the Seeds of Transformation Healing Center in Massachusetts. Yes.
He says it so well.
Well, he's
You
probably
do
heard
have
it.
that announcer voice.
Yeah, totally.
Who can, okay, commercial plug. Because this is the first person who did my chart. So if you need your chart read, I do recommend Dr. Victoria Scarabo of the Seeds of Transformation Healing Center in Massachusetts.
Yep. She's a doyen.
Thank you, John.
So Victorian.
So, Vicky, I know this, or Victoria, I know this is your first time in StreamYard with us. If you need to take a break, bathroom break, go get something to eat or anything, down below you'll see you can turn off your microphone or turn off your camera. So like Johnny just did, you can just blank it out, and that way you don't fall out of the stream. You're still there. You're just muted while you take a break.
You mean so nobody can hear me like Vivek is peeing?
Yeah, like Vivek when he went to the bathroom and left his mic on, live streaming from the bathroom.
Oh, God.
That was hysterical.
I know.
Not getting drunk, so don't start any rumors out there.
What is
Well,
that,
it's New
Johnny?
Year's. You can have a cocktail.
What is what? What you saying?
What is
It's New
that?
Year's.
Mind your business. Thank you.
I thought it was like
New Year's
English
cocktail.
beer. You don't drink.
No, I don't, and this is not alcohol either. So.
Well, there you
Oh,
go.
that's
What is it?
It's just a little fizzy water.
It's bubble juice. That's all it is.
bubble juice.
What are y'all getting on the farmers? Are they going to start turning on Trump because he's anti-immigration and they need the immigrants?
They all fly together. Look at them. All the see the big skull, all the little skulls, all the way around. Nope. They all stick together. All of them.
Yeah. I can tell you what cards I got. I got a lot of the same. I'm getting kind of the same message that most people here are, but I can really sum this up from my friend Sarah sent me a tweet by Lauren Boebert that I think is
awesome.
indicative of this whole thing. Lauren Boebert wrote, "I'm living the American dream. I came from welfare, standing in line waiting for government cheese, to now running for Congress. Let's keep
No,
radicals."
wait. There's no such thing as government cheese anymore, so please don't. Okay, thank you.
Let's keep radical socialists out of the government so that people can be empowered to lift themselves out of poverty.
It's perverted. I'm sorry. She's
She's claiming she took government help with government cheese.
yeah, to
While
stay
lifting
alive.
herself out of poverty. So hello, you had help.
Yeah, she
Right.
lifted her leg over her freaking shoulder is what she did. She went like that. Okay, both of them. Out.
Yeah, this is not in the farmers' best interests at all, and they just keep. Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, and I get the same. It's the moon. Duh. They can't see the wood for the trees. And they're just going to lose money over it. But it hasn't actually occurred to them to do something different. No.
Yeah. They
Does
don't.
not cross the mind.
They won't go after him.
They're bought into the image of Trump. They're going to vote for him no matter what. Their
And they're in
judgment.
denial.
You know, they think he's going to get them to higher ground. I get a change. No. Backstab the celebrity all you want. In their eyes, it just makes him stronger, even though he's corrupt. So, wow.
Nope.
Nikki Haley
Oh,
can't
boy.
admit that the Civil War's biggest cause was slavery. How is this going to affect her?
I actually, in my list of questions I brought, that I got from viewers. Two of them are questions that may not need an answer. And the first one from Jana is Nikki Haley going to learn what caused the Civil War? And the second one actually is from Valerie Sargent. Will we get to see Trump abducted by aliens live on TV in 2024? A girl can dream. So just want to throw that in there. Yeah.
So the question is,
Like-
Jen, will Nikki Haley?
Will this hurt her?
Will there be fallout? Yeah.
Yeah, for not wanting to talk about the cause of the Civil War.
Because that was a gotcha question, of course.
Yeah, she
You know,
was.
because as Ron Satan says, slavery taught them skills and jobs and just all that.
But
ridiculous
also-
crap.
Herb as well.
Nikki Haley recently came out and said she can't support abortion because her husband was adopted. I'll just give you a moment to digest that rationale.
A personal thing that you can't. It's everybody's got their personal agenda involved in all these decisions that, and the rest of us are like, hey, wait a minute, you didn't hear what we want, what we had to say.
Will it hurt her? Yes. Page of Swords in the Eight of Cups. Page of Swords be your lies and gossip. It'll continue to circulate in the news. We read last week about how their town hall will go because that's like next month.
Oh, that's right.
And in one of the readings I did, I seen she had a troll there, and I didn't know why. I just figured, somebody's going to stand up and be one of those people. Now she has set herself up to be ridiculed everywhere she goes. And it's not a gotcha question, just like what newspapers do you read? I need you to be smarter than this. And so, yes, because there are some now that are sort of not doubting her, but thinking that she is commercial, that she has no depth to her, that she is just one of these people who is being put out as a token to run for president. So, yes, she will be ridiculed for that. Five of Wands is how it ends, so it's coming back to you.
What you get, Nona?
She got her, she got a little dirty there, made a little mistake there. That was a surprise question. Like you said, oops, I don't know how to handle this. And she kind of backs up a little bit. Maybe she just disengages herself from that whole thing and gets better rehearsed questions that she can answer. Does that affect her? And then I get the Justice card. Maybe she has to create more balance. She is kind of alone there at the end, looking out the window, waiting for nothing to happen. No.
What you getting, Autumn?
What I'm getting is it's the liberal snowflakes who really got upset. That's who cares? It's the liberal snowflakes. There were already people who had issue with her, but ultimately the main thing I'm getting is, lady, you are in the wrong party if you think that MAGA is going to vote for you for president. You are a woman, and you are not lily white at that. So why are you wasting your time? There's no meritocracy on that side. No.
What you getting, Lena?
Well, I'm using different cards, the Deviant Moon cards.
Perfect.
And this is her Seven of Pentacles. Oh, God, I can't work out StreamYard. Let me get the tree in.
Yeah.
There's a bit of blood from this, right, in the sense it does have a bit of fallback, but I don't think fatal. I think there's still conflict with this Five of Wands, how they're going to handle that fallout. Ace of Wands, she's going to give it a bit more thought, not the answer to the question, but she's going to become more guarded, through this. But no, not fatal.
Yeah. What you getting, Lori?
I got the same thing. It is not fatal. Some people will just be uncertain, and they're not devoted to her anyway. They're not really, but it isn't fatal. She's still hanging in there. That's what I'm getting. Anyway, there's judgment, but she's still hanging in there.
What you getting, Vicky?
Well, I got that it doesn't really matter all that much because the fight is between Biden and Trump anyway. And this isn't the first time she said these things about slavery, because she's, pulling the party line there. And there's going to be so many shenanigans that are so much worse than whatever she's going to say, out of who knows why she says it. She's very ambitious. I know that. And she's got people backing her now with money. I think she's just what is that, at bat in case Trump strikes out or can't go to bat or something like that. So I don't really think it's going to, it doesn't make her look good to us, but the people who back Trump don't really care.
Yeah. I get the same thing. It's like she's waiting on the king to fall from the tower. She's just waiting to grab the power, and the seeds that she's sowing here, this is what she's been doing forever. So she might actually have picked up some voters, I'm getting, for saying things that, they're now looking at her as the bully and, oh, look, isn't she all enlightened and everything? But this is the story they tell. So I get she might have gained some supporters. I get ultimately she might get blocked from doing the job because of Trump. If he wins the primaries, but he's just waiting to grab power.
Well, back in 2017, I read on her when no one knew her name, really, and she clearly wanted to go for the presidency. And I think she'll still be around for 2028. I just hope they don't put her up, because she could sap some middle-of-the-road voters. So let's hope their misogyny keeps her out of the game for 2024.
Guys, we were only 50 minutes into our live stream. We've already raised $3,837 for World Citizen.
Nice work.
Incredible.
Wow.
Thank you all so much for your donations. It's coming in fast tonight. Bridget Ziggler, I have to go there. There's been another sex tape that's come out on her. I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure. But there's reportedly another sex tape on her. Is her husband?
Did you say another?
Another?
Yeah.
There's one already?
Well, apparently there's one, because I heard there's a second sex tape. So, yeah, I didn't get to see the first one either. I just heard about it, right, from the lady that claims her husband raped her. Is her husband just a beard for her? Is this just like, why is she married? Is he her way of catching more women?
I think it's his way of catching more women, but that's what I think.
She just wants more. She wants more moms of liberty.
Yeah.
I just had to look
Wants all the moms.
She wants all the moms.
So she's an ultra conservative millennial mom.
Voyeur and likes to be videotaped, apparently.
Oh, isn't that not supposed to, you're not supposed to be like that in Florida, I don't think. Right? That's like way too racy.
She's on the school board for Sarasota.
Okay, that's fun. That's a fun teacher.
In the comments, it says she confused liberty for libido.
She probably can't spell.
I think the Republican Party has its share of sex addicts.
Yeah. Can I go? I've got cards.
Absolutely.
I'm getting cinema vibes. She's doing her thing. And what I'm getting is, to her, this is not a contradiction, because she thinks it's one of those libertarian ideals where she should be able to do anything she wants, but she can only get what she wants by going along with the Republican views, because that's the closest to what she believes. I get, it depends on the day. I don't know that, none of my business. I don't know that she's making her husband real happy in general. So they do like a little celebration with the ticker tape and stuff. But she's strength, and she'll accept wands if she feels like it. Yeah, I'm leaving it right there.
I think he's a beard. I think this is, there's been a change in her, and she was all about family and the Republicans and everything, and she's making them all anxious here. But I think when it comes to one-on-one, a two-way, hubby's out in the cold. But a threesome, I am all in.
Yeah. Well, I got a let's swing card here from the circus deck. This is her.
Oh my God.
After having a little drink. I got the 10 of Pentacles. I thought, I wouldn't be surprised if some money has changed hands.
Yeah.
Either they've paid someone to be a third party, or they've sold a video online, or some money involved.
Yeah.
These people are never far from money, right? And I got, she'll go out in a wheelbarrow. I love it. I think it is a bridge too far, but they'll sort of fade rather than anything else, But on the way
probably
out,
has one of those websites where they broadcast their escapades.
yeah, it would not surprise me.
Anybody else want to go?
This whole thing has been monetized, either ransom or something. I've got
It could be that.
her freedom, and there he is. I don't know if that's what he looks like, but you said beard, and he's got one. Right? And Page of Pentacles, like she's sitting on a ransom, a threat. Something's been monetized, and I got in the bottom Ace of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles.
Wow, so you got the money too? I wasn't expecting that.
There's some money involved in this. Yeah, they're making money off these videos or something. She's
porn star.
She might be. You don't always have to see the face in those movies, She could be in them.
Yeah, she's letting her freak flag fly.
Yep, all over Sarasota.
I think Stormy Daniels should take over the leadership of Moms for Liberty and send it in a whole new direction.
Yes.
I love her.
Thank you, Jules.
For Stormy.
Vicki, did you want to go?
Yeah, well, first of all, I don't think what they say is really what they believe anyway. I think it all has to do with money and power. It's like they have their ear to, how does this work? They have their, like, what do people want to hear? What are we going to be paid for to say? She comes up as the Empress, so she's in charge. He's not. The Moon, it's a little crazy. In the Nine of Pentacles, the self-made woman, I think she holds the power here. And then we have the Devil. She's using his debauchery and the debauchery perhaps of the Republicans, because they're really like even what's those other people, the Schlapp, Matt Schlapp, right? Matt Schlapp. I mean, it's the same story. It's all this weird sexual stuff.
Yeah.
It's all this weird
totally.
Yeah.
Always the way.
The people who yell the loudest are the you know, sickest.
Yeah, have something to hide.
The salacious stuff really sells.
I mean, there's something to what Matthew Cawthorn said about the sex parties and everything in DC. I mean, it's even Tim Burchett recently said that his fellow Republicans were getting naked with prostitutes in hotels.
As
George
they always
said the
have.
same thing on his way out the door.
Uh-huh.
Magician and Death, she likes both, but these are, or she prefers one over the other. You see the cabinet, the man in the background there. I think she prefers women, and he is, I think this is how they met, first of all. Let me start there. That they met in debaucherous situations to where they were both of like mind, and you know, they got together and started a, not a family, but like a political future, and we have to look a certain way. And she used the Moms for Liberty money to help him run for office and all that. So she's got a whole different kind of life, and he's supposed to have a different kind of life. And it ends in the King of Pentacles. Also got the Nine of Pentacles, the Four of Pentacles, and the Three of Pentacles too. So this is an arrangement. And so they have a whole lot invested in this, and it's not all love. There may be an 80-20 type of thing. This isn't transaction. They met like this. They are like this. And fine, go ahead. But just don't be hypocritical. That's all we say.
So Elon Musk is in court. When he bought out Twitter, he promised to pay bonuses that were due that year, and he didn't do it. So now they're suing him and over bonuses that they're owed from when he bought Twitter out. So how's Elon going to do in court? Is he going to win or lose?
Where's my dog deck? Here it
Now
is.
I have to try to find sympathy for people who get bonuses.
Yeah, I know. It's all about point of view, isn't it?
I mean, mind you, I've gotten some in my day too. I think the maximum may have been $300. I don't think that's what we're talking about. But.
Jen, I have to turn in early, and I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be part of the live stream. Dr. Vicky, it's great to meet you. Everybody, thank you so much for your donations. Have a happy new year.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Lori.
Happy New Year, Lori.
Bye, Johnny. Bye, Lena.
Have a good sleep.
And we're at 4317 in our fundraiser. Thank you so much.
Wow.
The donate button will work indefinitely, so you can come back in 2024 if you'd like to donate again. But if you need a tax write-off this year, get your donation in before midnight.
It's a really good tip. Oh, I can go if you like. I've got Elon here.
Yep, there he is.
And there he is. It's probably his outfit that he's wearing tonight. Right?
Nice run.
It is. I'm just seeing these cards really for the first or second time, but they are appealing. This is the strength card. This is Elon's idea of strength, right? Just forcing people into submission. I don't know about the actual legal outcome, but he's becoming, this is the Hermit, progressively isolated in his madness, his power-hungry brain, his invincibility, and if they've got contracts, they will win, and he'll sulk and punce and carry on, but will probably be ordered to do it, but he won't like it. Look at that. You know.
What I love about that card too is usually with the strength you're trying to close the mouth. That looks like he's not just opening it, but he's sticking his head in at the same time.
Yeah. He's going hard, you know.
Oh, Lord. idiots. There's a man. There's a video online. There's a man who did this to an alligator. He opens the alligator's mouth and he sticks his head in because it's supposed to be an attraction. But sweat dripped from his head into the alligator's mouth, and then it closed. And so then 19 people rushed over trying to open it. Opening in the mouth is extremely hard. Closing it is easy. But anyway, the Three of Pentacles and the Knight of Cups, there will have to be some sort of offer that is made to satisfy those you worked with. So I do think he will lose this one. That's pretty good.
If it's okay if I go,
Yeah.
he hurts people all the time. Is what I'm getting. Entertainment only YouTube, but I get he hurts people all the time, and to him that's business. If he's not hurting people, well, he's not doing business right. And this is that bully card that you were talking about, Lena. This is my bully card. Screeching tires with a big stick. And institutions, it's law, but it's also other institutions leaving him just standing there like, what do you mean I don't win? What do you mean? I mean, he can pay these bonuses and
not even think about it, you know.
Right. I mean, even with all the money he's lost, it's like, what do you mean I don't win? It's like, just pay the people. He is, again, increasingly isolated. There we go. Same card. And then he'll go out and complain and whine that he can't do whatever he wants, he's a spoiled brat. And his youngest children have more maturity. Just saying.
And a couple of the older ones have stopped speaking to him. So as soon as they get old enough to talk, they stop talking to Dad because he's such a pig.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I got something here. Here's his making his promises, okay? Or he cut. This is the Queen of Pentacles, so he comes into there. Those bonuses were set in motion. Look what he does. Look at him. Got all the little puppies around him want the bonus, and he's just looking like a mad dog. He does have to negotiate. He got three of wands, so looking out, maybe trying to make an excuse, like we've got all these recalls right now, right? And Three of Pentacles, he will have to negotiate an Eight of Hearts, right? Eight of Cups. He will have to negotiate some kind of compromise, but there will be some kind of payout. Look at Bad Dog. Look at this fucking Bad Dog.
That's a great card.
So let me ask: was the question is he gonna win or are they gonna win? The question,
Correct.
They were gonna win, right? I got the victory card, so I think they will get their money. It's next to Justice, but then we have the Tower, and I feel like he's got a bigger problem with the Tesla situation.
Yeah,
because he knew that there was problems with the cars. And I think that's a little bit more of a dangerous thing for him. But in the end, he's here and he's just a spoiled brat, as you say. And then we have the King of Pentacles. So he's got so much money. I mean, he could use $100 bills as toilet paper. It doesn't matter to him.
Yeah, I get he's going to have to pay out too. It's like he tried to appear all open and honest when he bought him out, but it was all subterfuge. So, changed and put everybody out in the cold. But I get he's trapped in this, that they've got a lot of people that have been working on this to get this money out of him. And I get they move to higher ground. I do get Elon will lose. So let's do a little deeper dive on him, because he's got huge recalls, as Vicky was bringing up, on Tesla, the Netherlands, because they have a lot of union employees Sweden. They're trying to block him from it. Like there are Teslas on boats at the port that they won't unload because he's got a problem with unions, and that's going to snowball into other areas in the European Union. There, what's
Is
going to
that
happen?
what they're made? Are they made in the Netherlands or Sweden or something?
No, he
They're just shipping
imports them there.
Oh,
So they're sitting on a ship.
Weren't they making license plates or something too, or some sort of plates for the cars there too?
Yeah, and maybe he makes them there for the European market and something else and something else. But let's just remember, he keeps spending a lot of money on rockets that fall out of the sky. And he gets money for that as well. He gets government subsidies and stuff too.
You should be paying CO2 points for that.
Hello.
Right?
Hello. So, yeah, Tesla's not going so well. The rockets aren't working and everyone hates X. So he's got the reverse Midas touch. We've seen this before. They get these fortunes and then...
And he just lost $900 million because the FEC or FCC won't renew the contract for Starlink. So he can't get the public money to do his private project. So he just lost that money and he's raging against the government right now because of it. But
well, globally, we've got to stop these individuals like Musk and Murdoch as of having this huge power.
A huge amount of wealth without giving anything back. So,
well, not just that, the power, they co-opt whole spaces of communication or media or spyware or, you know.
So what does Elon's future look like with Tesla? Let's start there.
Let's start with Tesla. In the comments, Jenny says, Elon is the only man to grow a full head of hair after the age of 25. Let's have a look at Tesla.
What do you feel like when you think about his energy?
You?
Sweaty.
I need nice words. Overcompensation. I'll say that. And not just because of things that shouldn't be mentioned, but overcompensation because he feels small inside. Maybe he grew up in a way to where he was constantly either demeaned or he was never important or he didn't feel like he mattered or something of that nature. And so he wants this rule the world and outer space complex. And I think he's damaged inside, and that's why he behaves the way he does. Because they want to blame it on maybe if he's on the spectrum or if he's got Asperger's or something. I think he's just damaged inside.
I think he is divergent. I don't think he's from this universe, I swear to God.
But that doesn't explain or excuse the other things. There are plenty of people who have similar afflictions who aren't as cruel and mean and thoughtless and selfish. You know?
Most people, not most people, but some people that I know, I'll say it that way. It's you either turn it inward or you turn it outward. And I think he's going outward.
Yeah.
But his future at Tesla, I get Queen of Cups and the Ace of Pentacles. There will be more. The stock is not going to be so bad, possibly towards the end of next year or something like this. It needs a period of growth, and it's going to take a while. But the support is still there with the Queen of Cups. The Ace of Pentacles is going to be small investments. So this is going to be one of those things where they may try to come and save face. So there may be an artificial push into it because they get the Six of Pentacles and the Devil. So this is not legitimate. This is not a legitimate spurt in growth in Tesla all of a sudden. There is something to it that is quite malicious, that is quite deviant. I don't have the moon, so it's not even something that's going to be concealed all that much. You're going to see this. But the 9 of Wands and the Justice, you get it. There also is going to be a lot of lawsuits, a lot. And this is not just consumers. This may be different manufacturers of different parts. And like it's like a bunch of little things. Like everything's going wrong at once. And so there's a whole bunch of little lawsuits coming out there too. A lot of fighting. It's going to be like, this is probably why they need the artificial boost, because there's just a lot of negative press, negative energy, a bunch of fighting, a bunch of hearsay, a bunch of this. And so it ends in the 4 of Wands, so he's still there. And that's possibly also a bad thing, but he is still there.
What you get, Nona?
Little freaky. I got the same cards in a different deck. 3 of Wands, 3 of Pentacles. Here he is, the King of Pentacles here. And then the last deck, the dog deck, it was the 3 of Clubs. This is the 3 of Wands, 3 of Pentacles was the 3 of Diamonds. So like maybe a collaboration. And the last card is the 8 of Cups again. 8 of Hearts, walking away. Standing alone. I don't know, you guys. Judgment is on the bottom. And, you know, he's just repeatedly getting
Bad press.
Bad press. It's weird. That's weird.
What you getting, Vicky?
333.
I got that he's just got too many irons in the fire. He doesn't know where he's going. I mean, how many things can this guy do? He doesn't seem like he can do any of them well. We have the Queen of Swords going across. So I feel like legally they might ask him to leave or something where like you can't be in charge of this anymore. And I feel like the government, because I get the 10 of Pentacles, might bail out the company, but I don't think they'll bail out him. It doesn't necessarily really look bad for him, but it's based on a wish. The past is a 7 of Swords, so didn't he steal Tesla? I mean, I don't know that much about Musk, but it was somebody else's invention, wasn't it? Wasn't the parts somebody else's invention?
Yeah, he doesn't have the knowledge. It's like he hires people that have the knowledge of how to do stuff.
Okay, all right, yeah. So he has these ideas and he overpromises and he makes stuff up, and I guess because he does hire the best people, as opposed to somebody else who hires the best people, right? That it's a good thing as long as he's not in charge. And I feel like somehow he's going to get taken out of the Tesla thing. I don't know how that would happen, but and then it'll actually be something. It'll be better because of it. You know what I mean? That's what I see.
What you getting, Autumn?
Jenna, I sent you a message on your phone, just so you know.
Okay.
What I'm getting is it was a lot of smoke and mirrors, and there are a lot of people who have lost money and gotten an inferior product in certain areas, entertainment only, YouTube. And once again, he's the King of Pentacles. He's the 9 of Pentacles. He's in a fortuitous position, and he's just like, what? Hold me accountable for what? Why would people just, it's like he doesn't understand how, but I do whatever I want whenever I want. Do you know how many children I have? How many women? I do whatever I want whenever I want. What are you not understanding about this? He's saying, which is vile. And even though they're trying to get through to him or get him to step down or something, he's there for now. He's dug in, no matter how bad that is. And over here, for some reason, what I've got is they'll get him out, but it's going to be some kind of institution. It's going to be something that says no. This could be governments. This could be courts. But it's like no. We have this thing called fair business practices. You don't get to do whatever you want. So at that point, yeah, he has to walk away. But I think he's there until he is he has to be removed. Is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Because this man has no empathy.
He is definitely all in for his lifestyle, his celebrity, his money. Yeah, it's all ego, and he's already looking at what else new can he invest in. So he's looking for his next Twitter thing and Tesla thing. But around this is a lot of sneakiness, and I think he's really pissed off at losing that government contract. Like he's fighting for that. But I think with this company, they're going to try to get him to move off from whatever contract he has with Tesla. I do see them reorganizing and sending him packing eventually. He may still be there like in a lesser role, but I don't see him like heading it up. So I get there's going to be a change, and he's
and it feels like somehow he's still going to be getting money.
Yeah. So
might be on the board or something. He might be part of the board of directors or something where he does get a stipend. That's how they get him to sort of save face or something like that.
Yeah. Adam, I know you brought some questions, and I need to take a quick break. So can I leave you with starting on your questions, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes?
Absolutely. All right. She's gone. Now we can act up now. We can go crazy. Start the party.
Fair.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so actually what I've got here, I've got some, I asked for questions from viewers, and so Jan Berry was asking, maybe kind of wishful thinking maybe, but could Trump be put on home confinement with an ankle bracelet and have to do his rallies via Zoom?
I think he already does have some Zoom maps out there looking like there's a crowd that have been shopped into his story.
The answer would be no. That's not what I'm going to say. No. So would he have to do them via Zoom? Okay. So there's the Queen of Wands and the Ace of Wands. There is, though, coming some organizational issues when it comes to him putting on the rallies, successful rallies, because the sun is here and the tower meets the sun. And so there's something wrong with putting on successful rallies. These are now going to look like, meet me in the break room at 2:30 type of rally. So it's going to be quite small. It's the same thing, different cast. And so with the Hierophant here, they've heard this message before. There's the audience with the world card. They're going to be small enough to where you could probably do them on StreamYard, and you can only have 10 people on StreamYard. So there is going to be something to the nature of organizing it that is going to fall completely apart. And so would he do them on Zoom? I think Zoom is a little, you can have on the basic plan of Zoom, 100 people. The paid plan of StreamYard, 10.
Including you.
Yes, so 9 other people.
What have you got, Ona?
I do have that he would be impaired at home. Okay,
Ooh.
so this is what made me think that he's already doing this, and there's a lot of editing going on, and we knew that the crowd has been. This is a magician. The crowds have been embellished, and different shots show different size crowds, right? And people are more into listening to these maybe podcasts or something than physically being there. Then you get the chariots, right? Stalemate, two of swords, and the hanged man. So, yeah, and it'll probably get discovered that he's been sort of doing that.
I'm surprised he doesn't have a podcast. Everybody else does.
Oh, he has the short videos he makes, and each little video gets sent out in different fundraising emails to links back to them, and that's what's sucking up his time. That's where we got the picture of him standing on the sandbag with his toes on the sandbag, so to stand straight. I did a whole video on that. I got a it was actually for ice packs, but a kind of waist trainer and my high heels, and I actually showed how he leans forward and why, and that he doesn't have to, but he's so self-centered. He's putting his girdle on and then his heels, and that makes you lean forward because your body can't adjust. But if he put on his shoes, then the girdle, he'd be fine. But
it's so gross.
Dumb as a brick.
Well,
Dr. Nikki?
yeah. So I want to say, does it really matter? Because really, I mean, like, I don't think he's going to be in home confinement because of the ankle bracelet thing. I think that he might do that anyway because he's just not really able. He's kind of not all there anymore, as if he ever was. But I mean, he's a different person, and as long as the money comes in, that's all he cares about. That's the only reason he's doing this, is for the money.
Yep.
I mean, so he could do it anywhere. I mean, I was watching, well, I wasn't watching really. I saw he was doing a thing, and has the people behind you, and they're all standing there like this, with their little signs in front of them. I don't even think I think they put him back there. I don't even think they're really people. They like do pictures of them or something. It's so weird. It's just,
in his rallies, he hasn't, there hasn't been anybody behind him. It's just him up there.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw one recently where there were people behind
he does.
him.
No, he does. But I'm saying in any number of them now, there aren't enough people there for them to do something like that.
Well, they need money to pay those guys because the people that stand behind them, they give them money.
Yeah,
that's how they can get the various people behind them. They need to save the money for other things.
Oh, yeah. Well, for what it's worth, I am getting, he's bored. He's being attacked, but more than that, he's just bored. It's a place for him to vent when he goes out to the rallies. He is desperate for money.
Yeah.
And it's not going to go well for him. And honestly, if he doesn't want to do this anymore, he just wants to do his version of retiring, but he's afraid of going to prison. I believe, many people believe, that he's going to lose Trump Tower and all these other things. He's going to lose all of this, and he is beyond desperate for money, and that's the only reason he's doing this, is fear and for money. And other than that, he's miserable, and just for good. He's going to lose, and Democrats are going to win.
Yeah.
So, okay. The next question here. Actually, there was a related question. Where was that? It was Cecilia was asking. I love this. Now, Will it make headlines on the news around the world when Trump goes to the presidential primary debate in handcuffs and an orange jumpsuit? Is he even going to be a part of the debate? He hasn't taken part in the primary debates.
I think that's a good question. Will he actually debate Biden?
Yeah, that's the real question here. Will he actually debate Biden? I don't think either one would mind. Not just whatever. Just let's not do this again.
Oh, my zombie deck. Where did I put it?
A zombie deck, yes. Oh, you know what happened to my zombie deck?
Tell me.
I was using it, what have you, and Boo Boo, Bailey the white cat, was here, and I was holding the cards like this, and he came over and he was sniffing the cards, and I was like, "Oh, do you like it?" And he sniffed the cards, and for the first time ever, he opened his mouth before I could stop him, like a stapler or something. He just put his sharpest teeth through the cards, like punch. It was like
just like a zombie.
Yeah, just a chunk.
Look at Lucy Lou. Oh my gosh! Look at the queen. Oh my god!
There she is, pretty girl. And Jenlyn, the question is Trump going to debate Biden, or is he going to bail?
And I was listening in on my phone while I was in the kitchen, so
I don't think either of them, one of them, want to debate, but
just to make sure y'all weren't going after me. Is he going to debate Biden?
You seriously underestimate what big Jen Lynn fans we are.
Page of Wands is how it ends, and the Eight of Wands is in the word of warning. So, yes, but this is not a debate necessarily. This will be name calling and ridiculousness, because Donald Trump by Joe Biden is not running against Donald Trump, the candidate. He's running against Donald Trump, the former president. And so that's a completely different thing. He has a history of what he did wrong. And so now Joe Biden can use that on things too. Remember when you did this in office and it went wrong? Remember when you did that in office and it went wrong? Remember the pandemic, even though he didn't cause it, he can still be blamed for it because he was president. So there's a whole bunch of crap that could come up at the debate then. And this is not going to be productive with the devil card there, but thus is politics nowadays. Devil and the fool. So he's not going to like it, but tough.
What have you got, Ona?
Yes, and it ends up being kind of a disaster. So much fun to watch, I think. Whatever would be fun to watch. The bottom of the deck was the nine of pens or swords and the three of wands. This came out in the last time I just read on him. The card that fell on the floor was the three of cups. Is he going to join a debate? Yes. Is it going to be good? No. Kind of ends up in disaster and the world card. So beginning, endings, and these two are on the bottom. Maybe disaster for him, but it's gonna tumble on. He's tumbling onto his words. Maybe both of them are. Air sign. 10. So,
Dr. Vicky?
It's funny because right in the center is this eight of swords, and this eight of swords guy is tied up like he's in handcuffs. So he may the rallies he may not do, because he's not going to be doing it with Zoom because he's incarcerated. But and we have the Queen of Swords right next to it. I feel like he might not be able to go because he is something legal or incarcerated or held back, or he'll blame that, or he'll say I can't do it because I don't know. Like, I feel like it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So
What's interesting too, I think that Eight of Swords, the bull is, I think it's symbolic of Urus, which is power and freedom and strength. And the Eight of Swords is like, that's all being captive and restricted and powerless.
yeah.
So it kind of answers the original question anyway. He might be in ankle bracelets and handcuffs.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I get he agrees to the plan, of doing this. Like he agrees to the plan to do it, but he's in defense mode. Something changes, and I get Trump will be watching the debate. It's like watching somebody else doing it because of his thievery and all his underhanded crap. He'll be resting at home, but I get a big no. He won't debate. He's going to be watching it from home. Or wherever he's at.
Because I'm getting a lot of the same kind of stuff. What I'm getting is, this is the MAGA faithful. It's like, yeah, we're going to watch this debate, and they want him to attack the crime family, but nonsense, garbage. And it's just, it just goes nowhere. But it's going to be enjoyable for us to watch this in this deck, this Queen of Cups. She's got a cup of tea and she's watching TV and enjoying it and in front of the whole country. And it's going to go very, very badly for him. And also, I agree with the legal matters getting in the way. There's that too. What it feels like to me is he will delay. He'll say he'll do it, but then he'll delay. Then maybe he'll do one, but it is such a disaster for him that he's just like, absolutely not again. He won't do do the prep work you need to do. It's a mess. It's a mess.
That's what I think is half the problem too. Like in the read that I had, I don't think he does any, because why would he? He's just going to go out there and spout. And then Biden is going to go out there and say, hey, remember the time. And then it's just going to turn into like two kids on stage going back and forth type of thing.
Maybe they'll finally have that fight. And remember when they were running against each other and he was going to take them behind the thing or something, beat them up or something. That I would like to see.
Yeah,
I think Biden would definitely win that too. So.
Before you go to your next question, I just want to say we are up to $5,177 in donations for World Central Kitchen. Thank you all so much for your donations. The moderators are posting links to World Central Kitchen if you'd like to learn more about them. But thank you very much. Okay, next question, Autumn.
Okay.
Also. Not that there are any, but if there are any fees associated whatsoever with donating money, YouTube pays those too. So everything you give is completely going to World Central Kitchen.
Correct. It's not like super chats where YouTube keeps a percentage of them. 100% of your donation does go to World Central Kitchen.
Hey. Okay. This is little. Whew, okay. Well. Okay, I've got to tell you where I got the question and then a response. It came right after it. So Mindy from Story Spirals, A Fractal Approach, she said, I want to know if Neanderthals will make a comeback. I'm asking because
Trump did.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I'm asking because there are cloning experiments going on. And Valerie Sargent replied, that's horrible. A new slave labor. Oh, wait. Maybe I could make me a man. That's what Valerie. She was obviously joking. So, I'm getting, we spared no expense and, Jurassic Park stuff, but will Neanderthals make a comeback? Actual.
Yeah, the Republican Party.
Yes.
They're gonna need more people soon, so maybe that's the plan.
Yeah.
That's who they need to vote for. Then
People will have to mess with that.
No. Queen of Swords, King of Swords, Three of Swords. The moon, it ends in the strength, which you think would be a good thing, but it is not. Because I get the Four of Pentacles. So whatever it is that binds a person's genes to be one thing or another, or a creature's genes, I should say, instead of person. It can be manipulated, it can be duplicated, but does not mean it's going to live successfully.
Yeah.
And so there is something around, I want to say that too, that I just got a little drop in. There is no such thing as impossible. There is such a thing as I don't know how to do that yet. And so just like we can't find heaven and hell, doesn't mean they don't exist. Now, your own personal belief is your own personal belief. But where you cannot find a thing does not mean that thing doesn't exist. And so we can't do that yet. This reading is saying no, period. But you don't know just yet. That mind hasn't been birthed just yet to figure that thing out. So remember when we didn't know where the sun went that night. And so things change. We'll see.
I would say I got the first card I got was the devil. I don't think it's a good idea, but I think it's interesting. Like, do we really know that Neanderthals are less evolved than, say, certain like MTG or maybe she's the prototype?
she looks like it, doesn't she?
Yeah, kind of. She's actually like, when she first came in, she looked more feminine. Now she looks, I don't know if she's taken steroids, but she's got that like jutting jaw, and she's like, it's kind of weird. So I'd say I don't think that they're going to try to do the Neanderthals again, or it's going to work. But I don't know. Maybe they weren't as bad as we think they were. Maybe we could use some.
I get the changing and trying to bring them back. It would be bad news, and they would be burdened to find someone to mother them. I get a no, but what I do get is there'll be more illumination on this, because I think they will figure out the knowledge of how to do this. But I'm getting all no cards, like no, they won't accept this going into it.
What have you got, Ona?
Cloning isn't new. But it looks like, you see like the teeth there, unable to sort of find the right recipe, and a huge ethical board here that would deny that. But cloning is not something that they haven't already tried to do and are doing actively.
Yeah. Yep. What I'm getting is they're trying to plan out. They're trying to do all kinds of things that are questionable, and in places with laws, there are limits of. Wait a second, hang on, you can't. But there are people who are shady, who just want money, who are either. They have their reasons, but for a price, theft of the knowledge, the information. And as far as Neanderthal go, I mean, I've heard various things over the years, but one thing that one argument I heard that stuck with me was, it wasn't that the Neanderthals were less intelligent than Homo sapiens. It's that Homo sapiens were particularly vicious. That's one argument that to be made. So, we should just we have 8 billion people. Can we we're good? We're good.
We got enough.
We're good. We're good. I actually just had a question because I've been reading on this in my own live streams, and I would love to hear what you have to say. And I'm sorry to bring up such achy energy, but Putin, what is going on? Because he is obviously sick, but he's still holding on. But he's losing the war, but he's not giving up. And
Talk about somebody whose face is changing. He looks like he's on steroids.
He's got more plastic surgery. I had a weird vision dream-ish thing about him just recently about the plastics because I saw it on somebody else. That the darts, these white darts on somebody, and I'm like, I saw those on Putin. It's really interesting. He's changing. Yeah.
But their elections are in March, aren't they?
Yep.
So
but they're not real.
So what's going on with him? Because I don't wish ill on anyone except somebody who cannot be brought to justice. Who is
what's going on with him health wise, or what's going on? Will he?
What's going to happen? Yeah, is he going to remain in power? Is his health going to fail? Ooh, hello, Death card. Hello, Grim Reaper with the scythe. Oh, with the tower.
Oh,
that's a bad day in Putinville.
He's done.
He's
done. He's going.
It's a dark day in Putingrad.
There you go.
Yeah, he's got the tower underneath and death above. And the devil, of course.
Wow. Oh, just all the bad cards.
All the bad cards. All the bad cards.
Wow.
There is rumored conjecture. I don't know any of this to be fact, so keep that in mind too. I don't want to go running and saying I say it. But I believe that this is something hereditary is bothering him too. This comes from somewhere in the family. Got 10 of Pentacles and 10 of Cups. But the 10 of Pentacles is telling me too there is a system of something. So there is something to connect one thing to another. So like he's got some sort of stents and wires or artificial hearts or something to where there's things that go in multiple directions inside of him. It's meant to repair something or to keep something going with the star card there too. This also goes from the legs up into the rest of the body too. So this is a circulatory thing. There's still abuses that are happening too. So something in him is also constantly inflamed, and maybe it's just his skin why he looks so puffy. But there's something that's constantly inflamed, and there's also, I don't know if he drinks, but whatever it is, it's not helping. He's doing something too to exacerbate things. But he's having a circulatory issue. I don't see much other than that by pulling in cards, but that's what I get.
You know, when I do a health reading, I program my cards differently than for a regular reading. Yeah. I get he's healing right now from something, but he's got cognitive declines like Trump. So there's something going on mentally here, something in the brain. He's got something affecting his immune system. Again, something in the brain. Mm-hmm. He's had stents put in. This is heredity. Yep. So it is something he's inherited. He's had some stents put in. He's got a bad back. He's on some kind of medication here for circulatory, so high blood pressure, whatever. Needs to have some more blood work done because something's not balanced in his blood. So could be like diabetes or cholesterol or something that shows up in the blood. And it wouldn't surprise me if he ends up having like a stroke or something, because I get like his speech will get affected. I do get he drinks too much and should watch that. He's drinking way too much. But then I start getting, this is on a coffin and higher ground for me. These are like transitioning to the other side cards. Like his time may be up. So
there was also stories, remember a year or two ago, that maybe he had Parkinson's.
Which would affect his brain.
Mm.
Because he's not getting close enough to anybody to get COVID. He sits at that long table far away from everybody else. Whatever's going on, it's not COVID related.
Lead an existence where I'm constantly afraid of other people.
Yeah.
He's paranoid. The paranoia is a disease in itself, but he's paranoid big time. And you should be.
Interesting.
The main thing I'm getting is everybody around him knows this. Everybody around him, they know how bad it is. They know bad things are about to happen. Illness of taking down the emperor. He's just becoming more paranoid, becoming more mentally deranged. And it's just a matter of time, because then for some reason I've got it's either there's something that happens where he's suddenly not there, and I don't know if it's somebody in Ukraine or if it's somebody in the West, but there's somebody who uncovers and it's like easier to uncover or bring forward than they know, and he is seen as the thief he is. In all of his corruption, in all of the damage, it all is going to come out, and it's just a matter of time. That's what I'm getting.
In the comments, Cece says, "Is there a plan of succession for Putin? Because there's many bad dudes in line to replace him."
Well, they're sort of, because what I actually got was a page of wands, which would be. Yes, somebody who can step in, but he's afraid of giving too much power to his successor.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That's what I got anyway. Anybody get anything else? Well, if you will, excuse me, thank you so much, Jen Lynn. Thank you so much for organizing this, and thank you everybody for donating. This is huge.
Thank you all for joining me to help with this. We're now at over 5502.
Yes.
Nice.
That's so awesome.
Thank you, everybody. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Autumn. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
Let's see. Well, while we're talking about Putin, will Biden use the frozen assets of the Russian oligarchs to fund Ukraine? He's been thinking about it.
Ooh, I like that question.
Ooh.
Because all over the world, they've frozen assets of the Russian oligarchs, and there's a lot of money here in the U.S. that's frozen. Will he use that to fund Ukraine? Because if Biden does it, I think other countries will follow suit.
Yeah. Good use of that money, isn't it? Ironic.
Yeah, use it against him.
Will Biden do it?
No Robin Hood there.
Yeah, it's the ultimate Robin Hood, isn't it?
It's just sitting there collecting interest.
That's right.
I got that he'll do something nobody's done before.
Oh, like that.
Interesting, Johnny's got the same card. Wow. It's a head start.
People will say it's unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. But then he has the power. He's got the magician. And then victory. And getting your wish. Oh, sorry. So I'd say yes, definitely.
Yeah, I think this is a matter of time and not if.
When, yeah.
I got the 7 of Pentacles and the 10 of Wands. 7 of Pentacles is waiting for your harvest. The Ten of Wands, there's a burden placed upon that stuff right now, all the stuff that was seized. So there's some sort of protocol it has to go through, and then do what you want once it's over. Because I get the Fool and the Eight of Pentacles. This will be like something we've never seen before. At least it doesn't have a precedent or a strong one anyway. And then the Eight of Pentacles, there's just details to be worked out. Ace of Swords, Ace of Cups, Queen of Cups. So victory, people, support, emotion. So yes, it ends in the Lover's card and the Death card. So there will be a change for the ally. So I think so. Absolutely.
And I got 2 aces too with the Russian deck. The Ace of Pentacles. Then the Devil card in the sense of how to use that money, because we can safely assume it's ill-gotten money, here. And the Ace of Swords, using it for their own destruction, so to speak. Look. Oh, wow.
I'm getting a yes, and that the world will follow suit, that other countries will do it. He'll take the power and offer it up. He's been thinking about it for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
and the money has been accumulating interest for a long time. So to change this, he offers up the money, and he blocks. This is a card for the oligarchs, and this is my Mother Russia card. So he blocks the oligarchs, the Russian oligarchs. Strength on this. I get another. A woman will follow suit, but I get 2 aces also. It's a power move.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
And particularly now he's having trouble getting funding for Ukraine. This will have focused Biden's attention.
Yeah.
I
So
have a positive also. An Ace of Swords, and it's the World card, and it's unconventional. It's a surprise, and he has to defend himself.
Yeah.
He's got to defend this decision. And it's like, oh my gosh, but it's a Empress on the bottom. So a good idea. It's a
It might be the thing that puts the nail in the coffin of Putin.
yeah. To me too, it'd be a slap in the face to the Republicans that won't fund Ukraine, that are Russian friendly. Mike Johnson kind of kicked to the curb government shutdown. We're supposed to be voting on it, or they're supposed to be voting on it again in February. Are we looking at a government shutdown in February, or will they pass a budget?
Okay.
the anxiety that these people cause the American people.
Me.
Every other month they're shutting down the government.
Well, as an outsider, I have to say, I don't know of any other country who does this ridiculous thing.
Well, the Republicans started it, so we know that it's ridiculous. Right?
It's
Yeah. But, you fund it, and it's also funding for things that have already managed to pass. They've already been fought over. And when I say it's a delirious part of the system, I don't understand,
Neither do we.
the last time it happened, all the fallout from that. I mean, come on. And then when it wasn't even planned, the fallout from that, like COVID.
And the time wasting. I reckon there should be a clock on the wall of Congress, right? Every time they stop doing actual business and go into this nonsense, the clock should stop, and it'd get to 12:05 because they do nothing. They just cause grief.
The job where you can do nothing, get free health care, and still get a paycheck.
And a pension.
Yeah. 10 of Swords, 7 of Swords. Are we looking at a shutdown? We're looking at a hostage situation, which is what they usually do. They put us in the middle, and then they squabble back and forth. Well, I really shouldn't say squabble back and forth. Democrats are saying, hey, let's run a country, and the Republicans are saying, well, what about us? And so there is the 7 of Swords. Someone is trying to make off with something, and then there's the 10 of Swords. And the reason there is this hostage situation is because they're either asking for something that is ridiculous or they're trying to get rid of something that we need. And so is usually what happens. The Ace of Pentacles and the Four of Cups, there is an offer you do not want and a opportunity to take such offer. The Temperance and the Three of Wands, they working together, and there will be a midnight hour type of thing. And so Republicans are exhausting. Please, Scotty, come and beam them up. Jesus Christian, I'm so sick of it.
Forget about beaming them up. Phasers on full power.
Drop them off where they can't get back. I hear Uranus is good this time of year. So
I think I got the Four of Swords, which is like a break in the action, and then I got the Ace of Pentacles. So I think that it will. But it won't be a long period of time. But it's going to really create a lot of something about the youngsters, the young ones. I don't know if they have something to say about it, or there's something. I got a bunch of pages here, so. I don't know. I mean, I think that there will be a brief shutdown. That's what it looks like to me.
Well, I get the 10 of Swords.
Oh my God, Lena, oh my God.
Yeah, right. Okay. And then this is them behind the scenes going, aren't we clever? Aren't we powerful? You know, we can do this. Awesome.
Well,
and then they have to come to an agreement because it's all theatre.
Yeah.
And it's just such destructive rubbish.
Yeah. I get whatever new plan they come up with, like they end it right off the bat. They're being very naive and sneaky and trying to constrict the budget, trying to make it smaller. Throwing out options that are just crazy, and then talk. There'll be a growing fight over this because of, the devil. Nobody is accepting it. Ultimately, they're going to lose, the Republicans here, because I get, they're gonna get tempered. The Republican Party, that's my Republican card. They're going to get tempered, so they know they've got to pass something. So it's a fight, but it'll get done. And that may be what spurs Biden, like take funding Ukraine out of it.
Yeah.
Just use the oligarch money to fund it, and now you've got nothing to fight about.
Stroke of genius.
Yeah.
I'll show you the two cards I got for this. Okay. You see them fighting?
You got a mad dog dick.
They're dirty dogs. They all do dirty things. I want to put this on the Republican side because the underwear just is classic.
Oh,
it kind of looks like a donkey there.
Yeah.
And then the last card I got through the struggle is the Eight of Cups. So kind of walking away. There's a resolution. And you're right, Dr. Lena, it's theater. It's to cause this anxiety in us.
Yeah.
And I'm so tired of it. And nobody does this. Nobody does this to their people.
And Darren says in the comments, be like the French resistance. I'm sure they were exhausted too. It's what fascists like to do. They wear people down, and worn down people are easier to control. And that is so true, Darren. So everyone's got to get fit for 2024, New Year's resolution.
Yes.
Pace yourself so you can be effective. Yeah.
Yes. And with that being said, I'm going to go to work tonight. I'm going to get ready, get out of here, get the dog, get the lentils, get the grapes. Okay. 12 grapes at midnight, one for each month, one for each apostle. Get the New Year's stuff going. I'm bringing the dog. So the staff can have a smile at the end of one
I think
year.
there's at least 12 grapes in my wine. Does that count?
Thank you. Grapes, wine, honey, whatever, grape juice. It's the grape. It's the symbol of the grape that is the most important thing. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
everyone.
and give the Give Meister a big hug from Auntie Jenny.
He's gonna get so many hugs tonight. He'll be good. And thank you so much. Love you guys.
And so good to see you, Anna.
You too.
Ciao.
You too. Be well.
Okay.
Let's see. Can we look at James Comer, how his 2024 is going to go since he's steering the impeachment inquiry? How is James Comer going to do in 2024?
James Comer.
Come out at the same time.
Impeachment inquiry.
Yeah. Impeachment over nothing.
Got 2 hours till midnight on the East Coast.
Okay.
This might be the first time I'm up for New Year's Eve.
For New Year's.
Eve.
We so love having you. It's our first time having you on our channels. You'll have to join us for a Petty Boots Sunday night sometime.
Yeah, that's dirty, right?
Yeah,
A little dirty. Okay, yeah, I could do that.
yeah, we love.
I'm from Jersey
We get very
originally,
petty.
so I'm okay. I'm okay
We
with
get
that.
very petty. It was good to see Ona. Her job, a lot of times she can't join us on Sunday nights now.
Yeah.
I got a funny thing with James Comer here. It's like, these are the Russian cards. This is him sort of eating alone, if you like, because he's the head of the committee. But it's like he's almost not privy to the real behind the scenes. Like he's part of this whole shebang, but he's not part of that. I found that interesting. In other words, I think they're using him, even though he's agreed to be used. He's a mercenary. They're all mercenaries. The outcome for them in relation to the indictment, I love this. The 5 of Cups. It's like they are too far gone. They're too lazy. They're just too indulgent to even get evidence for their own court cases. You know what I mean? So weird. Very weird cards.
I got
Does
the.
have-
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He does have weird energy around him.
Yeah, I've never thought about him before.
I got the 5 of Cups. So
That's the 5 of Cups, yeah.
yeah, I got the 5 of Cups too. I got the 9 of Cups, which is sometimes the trump card, but this one is like all the cups are in the air. It's like they're just like throwing stuff at the wall, like right
Yeah,
to see what
yeah.
sticks. Then I get the 10 of Swords. It's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
And the Tower.
Oh.
So I mean, he's like an errand boy. Like he's like the errand boy.
Yeah. I didn't realize he's just a figurehead. Yep.
He's the emissary for the king.
Yeah.
What you getting, Johnny?
I don't get necessarily okay. So I get the Page of Wands and the 9 of Cups. His 2024 starts off fine. There's something about messaging that he really, really, really enjoys. This is also, the 9 of Cups is a good card for those learning tarot. It's the wishes and desires card. The thing that you hope for, this is an indication it's on the way. However, this could be some wishful thinking and be careful what you wish for. As Jen says, when you ask the universe for something, be specific. I want a bunch of money because I want to be financially blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. So do you want to get hit by the Walmart truck to get a bunch of money? Or do you want, like, how do you want this money? Because the universe will give it to you in the way that you said you wanted it. So you have to be careful. So he's asking for a whole bunch of things here, and they have something to do with responsibilities and powers. And I think he's not ready for the burden that comes along with it, because I think someone may have given him the impression it's easier than it is. Ace of Cups and the Lovers, like we're all in this together when it comes to getting Biden impeached. They're not going to get him removed. They know that, though. They just, this is, again, they use that word, it's all theater. And that's all they really want. They just want to be the ones who look like they're going for justice when they're really not. 10 of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles. This is also a money-grabbing opportunity. And then that's the end of the nice cards. The rest of this, though, I don't know if he's married. I won't say, because those type of people don't get divorced over there. The Three of Swords and the Justice. Then there's the Nine of Swords and the wife. I don't know if she is ill or if she just doesn't like him anymore, but there's some sort of issue here with his home life goes into disarray real fast. And there's a separation here, or there is sometimes, I don't have the Five of Cups, even though it came up twice already, but there's some sort of grief and like heartache over this woman and whatever she's going through. So maybe it's just an anxiety, like she's ill and he's concerned, or she's trying to expose and he's concerned, but there's something around her, and it goes very south very fast, which then puts sort of a tamper on everything that they've been talking about up until that point, which is why your messaging in your Nine of Cups at the beginning is kind of significant. When you start talking because you wanted that power to talk, now you're going to have to talk about the stuff we want to talk about too. Hey, what about this woman that was found in your closet type of thing? And so you didn't want to bring that up, but now it's in the news, and now that's all you're going to talk about for the next 6 months. And so be careful what you wish for, because he's got to get it.
He's definitely the emissary for the king here. This is going to be the legacy of the Republican Party. That's my Republican Party card. He's just there to defend and gaslight and cover up and do what they've always done. And I get it's just lunacy, because they've got that nostalgia for the White House. They want the White House back. But I get they get trapped and stuck and have to face the sort of truth. Whatever they bring up gets people to bond and love Biden more. So whatever they do, it backfires on them, and they will fight, and fight and fight. It's interesting. There's two people he's partnering with that somebody's going to get indicted. So I don't know if that's Jim Jordan or an MTG or Matt Gaetz or whatever, but there's two people he's partnering with on this that are going to end up indicted. It's interesting because Lev Parnas, he was on with Michael Cohen recently, and he wants to testify on this because everything started with him and Ukraine and Giuliani and everything, but he wants it to be like Michael or like Hunter Biden. He wants it to be transparent. Right. They want him to do it, of course, behind closed doors, and he's like, no, I'd like to testify and tell the story of, because the whole Hunter Biden thing started with Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani and stirring up Ukraine. So I'd like to know, Lev Parnas, will he be allowed to testify to that committee publicly?
Okay, Lev Parnas.
And Michael Cohen was talking about he wanted to testify behind closed doors, and Elijah Cummings actually encouraged him to make it public. He's like, people need to see this. Let's air this on TV. Be transparent. He was like, I didn't realize it at the time, but he was so right. Lev Parnas, will he get a public hearing with this committee, the impeachment committee?
Wow, they don't want him. Oh.
Yeah, Jamie Raskin's been saying Lev needs to be here. We need
Yeah,
Lev to
it
testify.
would be great. It would be great, but you can see why they'd fight it. It's a game of chess, right? All of this stuff. You were saying before, Johnny, careful what you wish for and how it manifests. Lev is the genie let out of the lamp here. He would be their nightmare, Republican nightmare. They're not sure how to handle the situation. They're not sure how to handle him. They will go to some lengths to prevent him, I would say. This is 5 of Swords. So I haven't got a yes or no for you per se, only that the Republicans will throw themselves in front of the moving vehicle so he doesn't testify.
What you getting,
really-
Vicky?
Can they stop? Do they decide who testifies?
They
You know
they
what I-
can subpoena like people to testify, but
Whether it's televised.
they could do like Hunter was subpoenaed, but he said, I'll do it, but it's got to be televised. And so they left him out on the Capitol steps. They wouldn't bring him in.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a similar. I think Lev is waiting. He's waiting to ride the wave, but I don't think they're going to let him. So I mean, I don't know how it works. I don't know if they could not. Can the Democrats? They can't do any because it's the Republicans who are doing it, right?
Right.
So I would say he's waiting to be heard, but they're not biting, I don't think.
I get with the Emperor and the Chariot and the King of Wands, King of Wands, Four of Wands. There is a lot of people that are supporting this idea, but the Sun and the word of warning, I don't think it's going to happen initially. But at the same time, it ends in the Three of Cups, so there is still a reason to celebrate. So even if you do not get what you want, there is more than one way to skin the cat type thing. So there is something here that is still going to get the message in or the message across. And so I don't think initially they win.
I was looking at the Michael Cohen Lev Parnas thing, and Lev Parnas was saying that he's going to be doing a movie or some sort of video or something, information. So the information's going to get out, but it may not get out in the impeachment.
And a book. He's got a book coming out.
Yes.
See, but it's just not the same. Like, it's fine for us to watch Lev on SNBC or something, but it's not going to the American heartland,
I get the
more importantly, will Trump be televised?
Yeah, would they even bring him in? I get this is going to change and grow. Like, we're going to see this change and grow because they know what he has to say and they don't want to hear it. They want to cover it up, and like they're trying to protect themselves. But they're going to get sent off balance. Whether Lev is telling this in a court of law somewhere or something, his word will get out there. They're going to fight this every step of the way. They don't want him sharing this. And they're afraid of the celebrity, the draw. Like, a lot of people will see this. A lot of people in America, that's my card for America, that he was the emissary for the king, and they're going to regret even starting this whole impeachment thing. I get it gets abandoned. So, wow.
Yeah,
they'll drag it out for months right up to the election, then abandon.
Yeah.
I got a silly question because I was watching tweets on Trump, but Trump smells, Trump stinks, all those things were trending for over a week. It started before Christmas and still running now, still trending. And people were commenting like that had gone to military school with Trump when he was a teenager. When his dad dumped him up, his nickname was Stinky. So one of our viewers asked, and I thought it was a damn good question, was he ever potty trained? Was he ever potty trained? Has he been incontinent his whole life?
Adam Kinzinger,
Or is he just lazy?
his comment was Adam Kinzinger, but that's his name. He said Donald Trump smells like ketchup, armpits, and butt.
Oh,
That's what he
And makeup.
Stale makeup.
Yes.
Don't forget the stale makeup.
Yes, makeup. I'm like, okay. That's quite the bouquet there. Okay.
Oh, God.
Put
Lucky
that in
he doesn't smoke.
But to be like, he was like, I don't know, 11 or 12 when he was sent off to military school, to be like this his whole life. Was he ever potty trained, or has he had this? I mean, he's been a cokehead and Adderall sniffer, since he was a young adult.
Allegedly, is that what
Allegedly,
you
thank you.
I learned allegedly does not clear you. It just makes you have to cite your sources. So for entertainment purposes.
Never mind. I just learned something. Oops.
I actually have a t-shirt that says allegedly on it. I wear for petty boots a lot.
Yes, he was, but I don't think it matters because the 5 of Swords, 6 of Swords, there may be an actual issue, like a muscle thing, to where he can't, because I don't, just aside, I don't see the point of soiling oneself if you don't have to. Like, if there's something wrong with you, fine. Because it
has to be dealt with, and it's very difficult. Yeah,
but this is 5 of Swords, 6 of Swords, so there's movement in defeat, and so he can't stop such a thing. So, but I think yes, he was, but it doesn't really matter. And with all his resource, you would think he would seek some sort of aid for such a thing, but I don't know. All the hamburgers you eat, you think you'd be constipated, for God's sakes. But
Well, and for somebody that dates porn stars and everything, and you think he'd be embarrassed to be in a diaper, and I don't know. I mean, we all, sometimes as we get older, develop incontinence issues, but I think this has been going on a lot longer. He's got a problem. He's definitely got a problem that he's seen a doctor about. It's definitely something that all these women around him are aware of, that it's constant and steady. It's interesting. That's my colon card. But yeah, anybody he's been around or partnered with, they're totally aware of it. But this is just going on and on and on for years, I guess.
And how much money did Stormy Daniels get to lay under all that? Girl.
Not enough, if you ask me. Not enough.
Melania, that's different. She was gold digging. Stormy Daniels was working. That's a different thing. It's no, thank you.
Did everybody go?
No, I haven't gone yet. There's this definite aversion to him. But
that was a great one.
But I must be feeling compassionate on the first day of 2024. I think he was actually punished as a child for something. It might have actually been wetting the bed or something else, or something else caused problems.
He's definitely broken inside.
So,
big time.
Yeah. I got that he lives in his own atmosphere. Like, you know how when something stinks and you live with it long enough, you don't smell it anymore. But I think it's interesting how I think it really hurt his feelings. Like that, people say a lot of things about him, about the shape of certain objects and the like, and big, small, little hands, feet. But like this, I think really, really got his goat. And I thought to myself,
little mushrooms.
Yeah, like that. Why? like at what point did it become, I guess 2016 when they were talking about the other thing, where like a person's physicality or their
Exactly. Yeah.
it's just such a low vibration. Like I was actually shocked Kinzinger even said anything, because I thought like I wouldn't say anything. Even if he stunk, I wouldn't say anything. But you know, I'm not in politics either, so that's probably why.
Well, you know, he's allegedly
Go that low.
snorted so much coke and Adderall, like he's blown out his nose several times. You can see where he's had a surgery on it on the side. He probably can't smell himself.
Yeah.
So he's in his own little bubble.
And I think too that when the universe, God, spirit, whatever you call it, gives you the out, like I keep saying, take it. Because what lies ahead, if you do not, is not what you want. And so Donald Trump, at 70 whatever years old, has been given every opportunity to be a different person.
Yeah.
Even today, he could still say, you know what? I'm not with the stealing of the disc.
Yeah, and the cases would fall over, and you know,
give me the punishment. Yes, I did this. Yes, let's make amends. Of still to this day, he could do such a thing. Narcissism is strong, I understand, but God gives you an out. You can be a different person.
Yeah,
especially knowing next year's coming, a whole different thing. Lena's already there because she cheated, but it's different. You could be a different person. So when you choose not to be, what lies ahead is nothing but ridicule. There's nothing but bad times and bad luck. And yes, everybody's going to get to point the finger, because guess what? Humble thyself in private, or God will do it in public. And so now this is what we get to see. Now we get to see Donald Trump take the fall in front of everybody, because you had the chance to take the out. You didn't take it. So.
Well, Trump gets the most defensive over personal attacks like that, like Trump smells. It's really funny. Like he doesn't, you know, it's a witch hunt as far as his indictments and everything, but he went on and on and on, like getting people from his campaign to respond to Trump smells, which kept trending every day. We are over $6,000 for World Central Kitchen. Thank you all again for all your donations tonight.
That's awesome. And Anthony Bonilla says it hurt my feelings when he went to Puerto Rico and threw hand towels after the hurricane. Fair point.
Yeah.
You had the chance to be a better person. The world needed you a whole bunch of times while you were president. And that's all we got.
So, will Biden ever get past a tax reform to tax the wealthy? Will
Sorry,
he ever get it past?
Just under any government, will that happen?
Will Biden get it done, even if it's in his second term? I doubt seriously if he can get it through Congress right now with the House the way it is. But will he get past eventually a tax for the wealthy, which could relieve a lot of middle class and lower class?
Yeah.
I will say this too.
And this isn't just an American problem. We do the same. The richer you are, the less tax you pay. I'm not the upper middle class. They pay a lot of tax. But when you start getting into the mining magnates and things, it all falls away again. You know, people are so house trained to accept greedy corporate welfare, you know?
Yeah.
Will it happen? Will it happen? And my thing is, I don't support progressive tax like it used to be in the 30s and 40s. You know, you'd be taxed 50%, 70% more of your earnings. That's what led to all the tax havens in the first place. No, 25% or whatever it is, but you have to pay it. Will we see it in our lifetimes?
You're changing the question.
Am I? Sorry. I thought it was, will Biden introduce
Yes,
it?
no, I know, but then you said within our lifetime.
Well,
Biden's only got 4 more years. I hope you're living longer than that, Lena.
Really?
I'll say no.
I'll say no too.
This is not the bleakest of reads, but this is not a yes, though, to me either. And we also have to keep in mind, just like Lena was saying, there's a difference in wealth when it comes to people who have hundreds of millions of dollars and paid nothing, and trillion-dollar companies like Apple, it paid nothing. Because what they consider the 1% is people who have $400,000 or more. And that's $400,000 is not rich in the East Coast and West Coast. And then in them down south states like Georgia and Texas. $400,000 will buy you a 6-bedroom house in Oklahoma, though. So it's different when it comes to $600,000 is not going to buy you a broom closet in Manhattan. So there is something here about 4 of Pentacles, 8 of Pentacles. It's keeping of the money. So right now we're still in a position where that's not going out anytime soon. Page of Pentacles, Page of Wands, though, there will be something new that is written, but this is way down the line because it ends in the pool. So we do have a new beginning to a completely new tax plan, but this is way down the line under somebody else.
Yeah.
I do think it's a Democrat, though, but it's down the line.
Yeah. Probably AOC. I get the King of Swords, the Tower, the Hermit, the Hanged Man, and then Joe. And I feel like there's so many issues, and that would certainly help to alleviate a lot of them. But I don't think it's on the front burner here. And I think because he's making friends, and he's always really kind of been friends with the Republicans, he has to be very careful balancing not pissing off the really rich people. You know what I'm saying? If he wants things to go his way. That's what it looks like to me.
Well, what I get here is, look, promising, making the story. It's a sensible economic move towards, financial fairness. And it sort of gets a bit of leverage here, with this 4 of Wands. It's sort of, I'm imagining this is talking in a second Democratic term or something. It's starting to, appeal to people, make sense. And then in comes the manic, out of control Knight of Swords, and they'll come up with a story that it's the end of, the world as we know it, if you don't think. And it goes back to everyone for themselves with their own little pentacle. So it has momentum, and then it gets fought down.
I get a restructuring of the tax code or the tax laws somehow. So I do feel like they'll work on something through the laws in a small way. And he's going to get some success there in a small way, which starts to make people look at it differently. Then he can highlight that and get to higher ground by it growing. So in other words, get a little win.
Yeah.
Then we can revisit this under a different president. Like, okay, we know this works. See, it didn't kill the companies. It didn't kill the wealthy. We know this works, but I get he's going to get a little win with it. Not a total that he wants, but he'll get a little win. Johnny, do you have some questions written down that you can take over for me for a few minutes? Somebody's been drinking too much liquids and I'll be right back.
Okay, Vivek.
Yeah, mute your mic, ma'am.
I did mute my mic.
Okay, so Devon Nunes has got a defamation suit against Washington Post for saying that when he went to the White House with his bombshell information that he actually had nothing and he was lying and he was this and he was that. So he's suing for defamation. How will that case go for him?
Okay.
He likes suing people. I guess the cow lawsuit is over, but
So it's against the Washington Post or one of the big
Post. From mind you, this is from way back when he went to the White House and said he had all this info and he had nothing.
Okay.
And then they exposed that, and then he said, "Well, you're lying and you're demeaning my character," and so forth, and so forth, and so.
Oh, Anthony was washing the dishes and heard his name. Anthony, I was just agreeing with you about throwing out the paper towels in Puerto Rico was just so disgusting. Yeah. Devon Nunes. Washington Post.
Wasn't he supposed to be running Truth Social? Ain't you got something to do?
That's right. Wasn't he there at the beginning? And he either got sacked or left early on after it lost its first ultra millions.
He's good at things.
Oh, God. I can go if you like, Johnny.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you know, if you... I don't know if there are any lawyers, even really bad lawyers, left, but the result is he's not going to like what he hears. The moon here, he won't believe it because people get identities just by having law cases. You know, I'm suing this person. Therefore, you can milk that for 2 years because what you're saying in that sentence is, I'm right and I'm suing these wrong people, right? That's what that sentence sort of suggests. So he's been running around like this in a state of abject delusion. And the news is, in Hogarth's words, stinky fish. So I doubt the Washington Post would go ahead without something. Yeah.
Where'd you get, Dr. Vicky?
Well, it starts with death. So I feel like this is it's he's trying to like redo his image somehow through this, I think. And there's you know, back and forth arguments. The Queen of Cups, you know, blah, 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 for the Ace of Pentacles, right? Crying for the Ace of Pentacles. But then I got the Wheel of Fortune reversed, which is, I don't read reversals generally, but it did come up reversed. So I would say that he's not going to win that. You know, he may have a cow, but he's not going to win.
Yeah.
He'll have one and then sue it. There is the Six of Cups and the Justice. No, we're not going to win this. This is actually not necessarily childish, but it's naive. This is not something that... This cannot possibly be because of defamation. I think it's just like Dr. Vicky said. It has to be image. It has to be something else. Because the Six of Cups, you should know better, but I guess you don't. But I will tell you for free, I don't do free readings, but I can do one for you now. There is the Nine of Wands and the Six of Wands. There is a lot of pressure with doing this, trying to be the center of attention with the Six of Wands, trying to be a celebrated person. It comes with a lot of burden. You are flanked by the Six of Wands or the Nine of Wands and the Ten of Wands. When this goes unchecked, this leads to this.
Yeah.
And so this happens very easily, mind you. It's like you pick up one stick and somebody hands you 8 more. And so then you're like this. And so that's not a good thing. It ends in the Fool, but this is going to start something that you didn't mean to start for whatever reason. And so is he going to win? No. But this also has a very bad implication for something else. So I guess we shall see. Bless your little heart. I guess he'll sue an oxen next. So, and speaking of asses, though, Lindsay Graham.
God.
is now backtracking all of his criticism for Donald Trump and the insurrection. He once came out and said that Donald Trump's words may you come back on free all like these
Jen
birds.
Lynn, that's your most flattering angle.
He once criticized because Donald Trump's rhetoric started a riot and so forth and so forth. But he's backtracking all of that now. And he's saying that there's degrees to things now. And Donald Trump didn't really inflame people. Those people were just upset about this and that. And so why is he backtracking now? Is it because Donald Trump is going to be the presumed nominee and he feels that? Just like last time when Donald Trump ran for president, Lindsey Graham said he cannot be our nominee, anybody but him, literally anybody but him. And then when he won the nomination, he was like, well, nobody but him. And so is he just doing that now because he thinks Donald Trump's going to be the nominee? Why is he walking back all his statements now everywhere he goes? I mean, he's Lindsey Graham, that's why. It's a backbone he has never met.
No. Yeah, Lisa saying she lost she missed the beginning of all this. I'm sure when it's through, you can watch it from the beginning. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. It goes right into YouTube, so it'll be there forever.
I saw Lucy turn my camera on while I was away. She was ready for her close up.
Very close. Very close up.
Retrograde.
We're reading on Lindsay, Queen of Swords, Graham, and what's made this turnaround. You know what I mean? Like,
he's walking back all his criticisms to Trump. Why is he doing that? Does he think he'll be the nominee, possibly?
Does he want to be the VP?
oh, he couldn't be that stupid.
Trump's got something on him.
Yeah.
He's holding something over his head, and I think we know what it is.
Mm.
I also think, for entertainment purposes only, that it's not just what the obvious, right? But I think there's some connection to Russia with Graham and the Republicans. Honestly, it comes down to money, right? So, King of Pentacles at the end, money. He might have gotten money from the Russians, and maybe Trump knows about it.
Lindsay for first lady, they're not going to get married.
I don't know. I got the wedding card.
Oh, mercy.
Mercy.
Okay. Alina, what you get?
Well, yeah. Apart from the wedding card, which is hilarious for many reasons, the problem for him is, yes, certainly he's compromised. I think we're safe in saying that, but here's where I'm a bit confused with this spread, I think. Some people are still a bit afraid of Lindsay, though. Even though he's towing the line and all of that, it's like perhaps he has dirt on other people too. He's been around for a very long time. So I think he's compromised, but I also think he's still paying out, because I don't know that he's got any money, which actually takes a bit of doing when you've been on a congressional or senatorial salary for decades. A bit like what's his face, who hasn't got a bank account. He's got real problems with money. So I think it's a bit of a two-way street. I think people have dirt and they hang that as a threat, but I think he's actively being blackmailed. But he also gets the judgment card. So I think he's had a pretty good run of secrecy. There must be people who know Lindsay's real story, who may be about to speak. So as to why he's done this, he didn't have a choice to some extent.
Yeah, there's some thievery going on here. They have colluded together on some dark money that Lindsay is trapped in. To Vicky's point, like if it's Russian oligarchs, there's a whole bunch of money that would surprise us all. But I also get during COVID that he's gotten something maybe from the COVID vaccines or things like he's made money off COVID. So there's money news. I think he does have some dark secrets on his love life also. He's hoping to just delay things for Trump somehow. Delay the inevitable.
Yeah.
I get the 9 of Cups and the Page of Wands. So there is your communications. He is angling for something. The 9 of Cups, again, is that wishes and desires card. The Knight of Cups and the Devil. So there is your dance with the devil, your date with the devil. He is trying to, what's the word? Not woo, but he is coaxing. He is courting the devil, because that's what that literally would say. So he is trying to angle for something. He's trying to be nice. He's trying to look presentable to the corruption. And he knows where his bread is going to be buttered type thing. He's angling for a job too, the Ace of Pentacles and the 8 of Pentacles. And so I don't know what kind of position he wants within the administration. That will never be, but he is angling for something. There's also a lot of not just donations, but it's Page of Pentacles is paper. And so it's any kind of document. So it's that would be worth money or resources. So it's like contracts, but it's something from elsewhere in the world. And so he's got some worldly influences on him as well. There is compromise. Someone is actually got something on him with the Hangman, and he is stressed about such a thing. The thing about giving, I understand, it could ruin everything, but the thing about giving into blackmail and pressure is it never stops. This is why the U.S. doesn't pay for hostages, because it was just to say, don't just kidnap somebody else if you're just going to keep giving me money. And so somebody's got something over him and he doesn't know how to break that loop. And so that's going to be one. Again, God always gives you an out. He's going to have that for the rest of his life, mind you. And so he's trying to woo the devil. That's why he's walking back his criticism. That's not going to end well, buddy. I'm psychic. I know the future.
But I think my vibe is there's a bit of a trade-off. Somebody actually needs Lindsay. Like, he's one of the few old GOP guard left who actually knows where those bodies are buried too. You know what I mean? Like, they want him around as opposed to just retiring, because he could have just gone off.
I think he thinks he'll take over for Mitch McConnell, when Mitch retires.
Retire. Death itself is going to have to come get him before he leaves. I can't. Anyway,
Johnny's favorite person.
I hate
way of the Senate.
Fashion. I really do. Anyway,
you voted in and you die out. That's what the Senate.
That's how it works. Man, okay. I was gonna say something really bad. Change the energy. He bothers my nerves, Jesus. Cleanse myself. Okay, Biden is being criticized by the left right now because of the arms that he gave to Israel. And with this whole Israel-Palestine thing, is this going to hurt him with the left in the election?
Especially younger people really seem upset.
Because first it was just Rashida Tlaib, and then there was others, and now Tim Kaine just yesterday. Now he criticized too, because he bypassed Congress to do it, is what he was saying. So that was more of the criticism, but.
And I just found out a few days ago, Australia's been sending arms to Israel. Sometime when we were all sleeping, Australia became an arms manufacturer.
Mm.
You know,
Wow.
It's not talked about. Shocking.
After taking all the assault weapons out of Australia, didn't they?
Yeah.
As you know, people are saying, when is World War III going to break out? And I'm like, well, it started. Tell me a country right now that's not at war with somebody.
Look, exactly.
It started a long time ago. We're just not dropping nukes yet, like we did then. Hopefully not ever, but you know how people go.
I think he'll get this pulled together. It's like he's feeling a little defeated right now, and having to get those horses pulling in the same direction. But if the alternative is Trump, it's like, wait a minute, So he is losing some support over the money that he has given, the support that he's given to Israel. And the Republicans will try to burden the crap out of him for doing that. But I get ultimately he gets the youth and the women back. He secures that victory on the youth and the women. So whatever happens there, he's going to turn it around.
Yeah, I get a similar buzz here. This was a very decisive move for Biden, right? King of Wands. He's not normally someone you think of as an action man, and many of his accomplishments go under the radar, as well as it's kind of surprising when he sort of pulled out the power play to do this. He does have to work on keeping the youth on board. He'll find a new way, or his people will find a new way to do that. And it'll be something economic, because it's a long way from now till the election. It'll be something economic that will entice youth voters back. Things will be so bad in another year for any young people. They'll be looking for this, they'll be waiting for the night to come in. And it's like Biden is holding some money back that he will use to help engage youth with some major social things that directly benefit a great many million youths. So it will be economic, I think.
Dr. Vicky, what'd you get?
This is a hard thing for me, because I really, even to talk about, because I think that it's a giant mess that we could be putting more pressure to stop. Okay, so will it ultimately hurt him? No, I don't think so. I think it's far enough away. It kind of depends on how long it lasts in, and
it's not ending anytime soon.
But then how much it expands, like
Exactly.
how big is it going to get? Like that's really,
Exactly.
Unfortunately, if it's just like Gaza, but if they bring in Lebanon and all that stuff, it's going to be harder. Although I don't think that he's going to. Well, I don't know. I hope he doesn't expand. But as far as it hurting him, I agree. Was it Lena who said it's going to be financial? There's going to be some financial help. He's already, I don't know how many billions he's forgiven in student loan debt. And that means something for the kids. And I think it's interesting because, I watch this closely, and they're like, the kids are like all upset because it's morally wrong, but it's not going to be, they're not going to not vote. And I'm thinking like, yeah, it's morally wrong. Why is it that it's the kids and you're like, oh, the kids think it's morally, well, it's morally wrong. We all think it's morally wrong. The kids are the ones who are willing to say something. But I don't think it's going to hurt his chances necessarily. But I think that something different has to happen, and that's my thing. So it's hard for me to not get involved in this question. You know what I mean?
And it's also, I think, very hard for American Muslim voters, because a lot of them are saying we're going to pull our vote from Biden. Why would you do that to encourage Trump, who the first thing he'll do is have a Muslim ban?
Right.
A complete ban on Muslim immigration if he gets a second term. So they're in a difficult position separate from the youth.
Like, do they not remember what happened when they did the first Muslim ban, and New York airport had major problems with people coming into from Muslim countries?
The world reacted. It was outrageous banning.
Because in this instance, it's not a lesser of two evils. They're not complete. They're not the same at all. And so I get the Page of Pentacles, Six of Wands. There's youth, and then there's celebration. So this will be celebrated. He will be celebrated again. I hate to say it this way, but I'm going to say it this way anyway. This will be old news. I don't know how or why, but by the time we get to when it matters, this will be news that we're not talking about because there's something else going on. And because when I say old news, it'll still be important to you, but it won't be in your headline every day. So that's, you got the King and Queen of Wands, so people will be unified and coming together on an action, and it ends in the strength. He will be able to subdue that which is against him. So will it hurt him? Not really, because in the word of warning is the Fool. What is your alternative? Even if you're third party, what is your alternative?
Hey, Adrian.
Hi, Adrian. Good to see you. Glamour puss. Look at you, dog.
She looked beautiful in her turtleneck.
Y'all are way too kind, because I got a chemical peel and my skin is falling off in shards. And
it suits you. Keep with the scalies.
And it was kind of salty, which fits my personality. And my sweater was all of $1.95. And these are some cheap Amazon earrings. And I looked at myself like, I don't look how I think I look. So whatever, I'm going to credit Jen's StreamYard for making me look way better.
And also, when you've got so many people on, you get smaller and smaller. Exactly. I love these.
I'm not quite so close up.
Because I look atrocious. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. Good luck with it all.
We're up to $6,461 for World Central Kitchen. Thank you all for your lovely donations. And if you're unable to donate, thank you for joining us anyway.
It's
going to be one of our biggest fundraisers again.
Now, are we going back to your list, or are we doing mine?
We'll do one from mine and one from yours. We'll go to yours when I need breaks, because I'm drinking so much I need breaks more frequently.
Back to you, Jim.
I don't know why Adrian joins us, and I got to get petty boots for a minute here.
Please, let's.
Please.
Let's do this.
Tiffany, Trump, and Ivanka seem to be bonding over being the most hated kids in America.
But so I don't think they can. They've got brothers,
Yeah, look at the ones
they supposedly never got along, but when Tiffany marries a billionaire, maybe Ivanka's like, oh, well, maybe.
Well, maybe I'll talk to you now.
Yeah. So how's their relationship? Tiffany and Ivanka.
Oh, okay. I'm going back to the deviant moon cards for this.
That's the perfect deck.
Oh my god.
I'll use the oracle card.
I love it when you use oracle cards.
I know. I was like, I should have grabbed some oracle. Johnny's inspired me to grab some petty ass oracle.
It is always about money with this family.
It is.
You know what's funny? I was thinking when you asked the question, I was like, I bet you $1,000 that within like 2 years, she's gonna ask Tiffany if she can borrow some money. Can I hold
Yeah,
it?
totally. Or just borrow a house.
That was my next question was, has Trump asked Tiffany's husband to borrow any money yet?
She needs
Like,
$30
no,
for
no.
her.
Because you know he's getting broke.
Oh,
Tiffany
these
and
cards
Ivanka,
are,
how are they doing?
oh, these cards are hilarious. Anyway. So here's Ivanka. Don't forget, I'm the high priestess in this relationship, right? On the chessboard of life, right? Tiffany, now she's a grown-up, spoiled, rich girl in her own right with her own billionaire husband. And they share a father. I don't think she trusts Ivanka altogether, and I think that's probably the smartest move she could make. But check this out. Here they are with the tambourine pentacles. I've got more money than you have. You've got more money than this one and that one. It's competitive greed is bonding them. And here we have this eight with Ivanka will always be the big sister. She's stamping on the head of the little horse. Look at this.
Goodness gracious.
And I think that this figure's weirdly pregnant. This skeleton horse figure's weirdly pregnant. It's like, I'll always have more kids than you have. So, you know, she's very competitive, Ivanka.
Because that's my father's child. That's not the child that was born with the rest of us.
Yeah.
So
she's got all. But this is my favorite, I think, the tambourine pentacles.
Just like Eric said that Baron was 15 years old and the child was almost 18 years old.
Yeah.
So you don't even know your own. Okay.
Yeah. And
Did
being
anyone-
a year out, you could forgive, but like nowhere
Yeah,
near.
I don't know my brother and sister's age, but I ain't on stage talking about them either.
Yeah, right.
And I also would be like, don't get me to lying, but I lost count after, like there's some disclaimers there. And
Yeah.
Still got to do
Exactly.
multiple in division to get my own age.
And I'm living for the day that someone asked Trump to name his grandchildren.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Just make sure he doesn't have Google.
He couldn't work it quickly enough.
Google
Has
it. Then
anyone seen their
and then
Christmas
get the
picture?
link.
Has anyone seen the Christmas picture of them without Melania?
Without
She's not
Melania.
in it.
It's a study. I love to look at family pictures because you can tell who's in and who's out and who's crazy and who's. Barron looks like he's like a deer in the headlights, poor kid. And Tiffany looks very uncomfortable, and her husband is sort of over to the side, like he's like, I don't really want to be in this picture, kind of look, and and Ivanka's right in the middle, looking gorgeous.
Yeah.
My daddy.
Look at me.
Yeah, and the fiance, what's her name?
Guilfoyle.
Guilfoyle. She's
She's
in
in it, but Melania's not.
it. It's her knees are really knobby. It's really interesting.
Oh, we are. It's not called petty boots for nothing here.
She said knobby. I was knock-kneed and knobby. I'm dying.
Oh,
Her
mercy.
boobs keep getting bigger and their dresses keep getting lower cut.
I'm surprised they could get her lips in the fish-eyed lens. You know,
That's fair.
Lord have
That
mercy.
is fair. Wow.
What y'all getting on how's Tiffany and Ivanka?
The relationship has been over. This is the card that started. There was no relationship to begin with. And their challenge is, you know who? The daddy and his erratic behavior, everything that he does. And actually the actions too. I mean, again, she's not a Trump. She's just the other one. She's the kid from the other wife. She's the accident, the oops, why are you here?
yeah.
And so there's never been love lost between them. Again, like Jen was saying, it's all about money.
Yep.
Always about money. At the crown is the Ace of Cups, and at the base is Ten of Pentacles. They're always about how do I one up the other? How do I play with the money? She's got more than I do. I've got more than she does. I bet you Tiffany don't even like old boy she's married to. It's because she wanted to cement herself in the family. I want to marry the billionaire, so now I look better than the others, and then maybe daddy will love me. And that is evident too, because there are if they're getting along right now, it's for show. It's backstabbing, because old habits die hard, and there's a lot of stress and anxiety in the emotions. And again, because they don't trust each other. It's who's doing what, why am I doing this, who's watching what, that's in the emotions. I would say this though. If I had to warn the sisters, I would say, my former boss used to say, I always like to hug people. And I'd say, why? And she goes, because when I hug you, I can feel your back, so I know where to stick the knife. I said, you a cold fish. You a cold fish. And I hope to grow up to be like you one day. So what I would say is, every time they hug each other, be careful, because they're trying to fix, I'm hugging you so I can figure out where I can stab you in the back. One of them is going to have to take a step back in a while, because there is something with the Page of Wands. There's some news, something that's going to come out that's going to have to make one of them step to the side. There can only be one queen bee. Who is it going to be? That's the thing. I had to pull a petty card to see how does Ivanka feel. She said she's kind of delusional. She's like, my future is so golden and sparkly, explosion of effing awesomeness. Like, everything is great. I'm fine. I would almost call her like the Nine of Cups kind. There you go. And I asked, how does Tiffany feel? She said, not loving myself is total BS. So she's like, at the end of the day, y'all do you, I'ma do me.
Okay.
Johnny, you want to go since you're marrying up to that?
All that glitters is not gold. They are putting forth an image. What you see is not what it is. The Imagine card is imagination. That's literally not real. And then out to the sea is mean you're supposed to be a part of something bigger. This is not about you. So you push you to the side so that you can be a part of that other thing, so that you can look Trump-like, and then we can look like a family, as Lena says about the Ten of Cups, the pretty family in public type thing. And then behind the scenes, y'all throwing ketchup bottles at each other. Tarot lesson time. You see this here. This is the Two of Cups. People use this sometimes for love readings, but it's a commerce card. You see this thing right here. This is called the Staff of Hermes. Hermes is the god of commerce and outlaws and thieves, aka the Trumps. And this is supposed to be 50-50. Our bonds, our unions, our cooperations. You need what I need, or you need what I got, and I got what you need, blah, blah, blah. Notice the difference. There's one cup higher than the other in this one here. They are not equal. These two people, one is trying to undo or updo or uptick or be one over the other. This is a constant competition because that's all this family knows. That's all these group of people knows. They're not a family. Every crowd is not a group. And so these are people that have been flung together because of Donald Trump's, because of people's willingness to have babies with him. That's it. They're not a family. They don't have a relationship. They have a competition. They're sister.
Yeah.
Whatever you call them, reality shows that all the people are on. That's all they are. Bless their heart.
What you getting, Vicky?
Well, I picked a rune, and I got Othello, which is about property and money, and usually like family property, family home stuff. And I think that it really is that she's a friend of hers because she married a billionaire. Like, and maybe they're even like, who's got more money? Well, I don't know when Jared goes to prison, which I wouldn't mind asking. You know, maybe she's gonna have to. That's when she borrows money. That's when Ivanka comes.
Oh, that's an interesting dynamic down the road, isn't it?
Yeah. But it really just comes down to it's like a show. It's a show. Like originally she wanted to cut her out because of issues over childhood, but they're trying to like have some sort of like sense of. It's really just a show. It's just like a show of strength as the Trumps, and then we have the Knight of what is this? Pentacles. So it's all about money, and then the Hermit. Somebody steps away, so somebody's stepping away from it. And I think it's going to be Tiffany, because I don't really think Tiffany wants to be there. Honestly, I think she's doing it because she wants to be loved by her father. But I don't think that she really is enjoying herself.
That's a heart.
What you getting, Lena?
I'm done. Yeah, I went first. I'm just going to skate out for a while and I shall return.
Okay. Get you some coffee.
Okay.
I get they would hang each other by the heels if they could. They would string each other up. Their egos are competing. You know, these are the boys playing and you can't see who's winning. They're competing for daddy's attention and for money, watching the money. The relationship's done in the past, overdone, complete. And they're just trying to put on a bright, shining face because they're trapped in this family. I think one of them's husband drinks a lot also. That'll be interesting, but they'll move on from each other. It won't take long because it's just all about the money. All about money. So has Trump hit up Tiffany's husband for a loan? Because he's got all kinds of legal bills, and he lost his E. Jean Carroll case last year, and he's got another one coming up in January. And then we'll do Vicky's question on Jared.
What was the who are we looking at?
Has Trump asked Tiffany's billionaire husband for money?
Let me hold 5 million real quick. Oh,
I think the billionaire husband paid for the wedding, even though they had it at Mar-a-Lago.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Probably had to.
They probably charged him extra because it was at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
He definitely charged. He charged Eric for a charity event that they had there. Because he didn't, mind you, he didn't know that the event was there. Somebody told him, and then he said, "How much did you charge them?" And then they said nothing, and he says, "Everybody pays."
And then Eric stole from the charity, and they were outlawed from ever working with the charity anymore. They're such a nice family. Stole from kids with cancer.
Like the Addams family without the child. Has he? I have no pentacle cards here, but at the same time, there is a show of compassion here with the King of Cups and the Queen of Cups. And they are unified in showing him that compassion. There is the Page of Cups as well. I don't have the Knight of Cups because it was not an empty offer, I guess, but there it is too. But he is going to get something from them, though. With the Hangman, there will be some sort of sacrifice made by some man here. I don't know what kind of company that he has or what kind of money he's drawing from, but this is like the boss and the CEO of something. But this is like a one-time thing. With the Three of Swords, I think they're going to have a conversation that is not going to be inducive to being a happy family. It's one of them things to where might be offended because he's like, how much do you want from me? And why are you asking me for it? It's like, so it's not going to be cute, but at the same time, it is going to happen. So if he hasn't done it already, he is going to.
He already has.
Okay.
He already has got a good grip of money too. The Devil, Six of Wands, with being successful in the Three of Pentacles. Yes, he has already asked for money. I actually think son-in-law has already told him to kiss his ass, so don't you ever do that mess again, because the Eight of Cups is in the environment. Yeah, he's already asked. Here's the issue, though. The challenge is strength. So I'm wondering too if the money is funny, or there's something funny with the money. If you catch what I'm saying, like I think it's almost like he was anticipating the son-in-law because he knew what he married into. So he may have actually given him, I won't say a bad check, but something. It was like, I'm gonna give you a prepaid debit card to a checking account that I never use anymore. And so every time you go to take some money from it, there's not gonna be anything there. There's something that's challenging. But yes, he's already asked. He has been said, don't you look now. Look now. Don't you ask me for more money. Goddamn, because I ain't gonna give it to you. Get your hands out my pockets.
What you getting, Vicky?
I think that there was some money, but not a whole lot. We got the Page of Pentacles, but then we get the Fool. So I think he felt foolish, and so the husband, not Trump, of course. Trump never feels foolish, and I think he did it for his wife. I think he did it because either she asked or something. It was a wish, can you help my father out in this? Maybe it's something, like you say, kind of funny. But then at the end we get the 10 of Wands. So he's done with helping. And I pulled a rune, and it's the Need rune. And so it's about constraint. And so even if he did give him something at one time, he's not going to give him anything else.
Interesting, because I have constraint at the bottom of the spread. There has been a gift of money already. He bullied him into it. Said, support me in my defense. But there's constraint now, tempering him. He'll manipulate him or try to manipulate him again to get more money. Like, if you want to be a part of this family, I'm the head of it. If you want, to be a part of our family, you got to do this. And it's, again, for defense. And as his defense bill keeps growing, he's going to talk to him again and again and again. He'll keep returning to him. Mr. thinks he's Mr. Moneybags, but he's going to hit a roadblock. Tiffany's husband's not going to keep giving him money.
Because I was like, in the back of my mind, I was like, is it for his lifestyle? Is it for the defense? And I kept thinking maybe for the defense, and that's how Tiffany was able to convince hubby dearest to give some money, because she's like, if my daddy doesn't have this, it's going to ruin the family. It's this. And he was like, fine. But I'm going to give him that prepaid debit card to a checking account that I don't use anymore.
Every time he loses a court case, he's got to pay the court costs, also the court fees. Every time he's got to go to New York, he's paying for that plane fare to get up there and everything on his dilapidated Trump plane.
Not to mention that 40 million he was trying to take out of Trump org to cover all that, and he couldn't do it, or had to give it by whatever happened there. But he needs money for real.
So
Paul's trying to take it from his own self.
going back to Vicky's lesson, the Senate is investigating Jared and Ivanka's money, from the $2 billion they got from the Saudis after they got out to the $600 million they made while Trump was in office. Are there going to be any referrals for indictments from that investigation? Then I have a follow-up.
600 million is.
That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, oh my
God.
600 million.
Give me $600 and y'all wouldn't see me. God, to be more careful.
I would say I'm in the wrong business, but I don't want to be in that one.
Listen, I want to be in prison.
I'm trying to go to jail. That ain't cute. Yeah, I ain't got no Kit Kats and Pringles in here. What kind of place?
I was like, I don't want to have to keep asking people to put some money on my books.
I'm just popping back for a minute to say I'm getting out of this stream and I'll come back to this stream because of
okay.
Good to see you shortly.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, 45 minutes to our first midnight.
Any indictment? I don't know for him, but yes. There's the Star and the Seven of Wands. So here now, mind you, there's like something going on now. The Star is for the present and the future. So I guess you got investigation now, and then maybe some sort of defense later. So this is sort of meant to be, or not meant to be, but it's coming for somebody. But it's possibly a name that we haven't heard. With the Ace of Cups is a new person, and the King of Cups is that person. And then there's the Page of Swords. They are connected with the little goober, but I don't think it's him directly, at least not right now. You know how it's kind of like with Trump circling the wagons, how everybody went down around him first. But there is a lot coming in. It will come in quickly. And so this will be one of those things where it's one right after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. There are legal ramifications here. So there are some things that are happening, but to him directly right now, I don't see it.
Yeah. I get something kind of similar. There are some people around them that will get caught in the smoke. Like typical Trump, they knew who to line up first. There was never, their names are not actually on anything. And I think that's what it goes to, like the kids or something else. It's not, I wouldn't get overly hopeful to see frickin' frack tit and tat go down. There is something people are holding on to. There's a delusional, though. It's almost like they're, I think this is us wanting something to happen. There is going to be a change in the environment, though. They get away. Like this first round, they are able to get away from it. They're fine. However, there is stress because they know the sword of truth, the King of Swords, something's coming.
Yeah.
is going to get really close to them. It may not hit them completely, but it will get close enough to them. The other people are definitely going to fall first. I don't see them getting hit anytime soon, like Johnny said.
I picked some runes. I got breakthrough, dégâts, which usually means a sudden shift, a sudden change. And then this rune is about a harvest, but in a year. So something isn't going to happen for at least a year. And then I get the shaman rune, which is about going down into the underworld. So the investigation is still there. They're still like looking for the roots of the situation and what's going on and how it connects the underworld to the upper world. But it's not going to happen. Like, I think their primary is just to not have Trump either run for president or win president. Once that's done, then it's going to probably take a little while before the other stuff happens. But I've always seen Jared in jail and Ivanka not.
Yeah, I've always gotten Jared will be in jail. And, I'm getting there enough support to take this on legally. Dark Night of the Soul for Jared. It will go to the courts. He's going to regret knowing who Trump is. But there'll be a break. So what I'm getting is after the elections, like they've got all the details, they move into action, but there's a waiting period, like after the election, because these are vote cards for me. And then once that's done, everything changes. They'll wrap it up and send it on. Judgment's coming, and Jared put in defense mode. So will we see a mugshot of Jared in 2025?
What did his father go to jail for?
Real estate fraud, wasn't it? Tax evasion or something?
No, he paid somebody to sleep with somebody's wife, somebody's husband,
man,
something like that.
And then Trump pardoned him.
I can't wait to see President Harris nail this guy to the cross, honestly.
Yeah.
As I draw the Queen of Swords, as you say.
And she's a Libra. She is the Queen of Swords.
That's how she pops up for me.
She's gonna do it.
She was Scorpio.
No, she's Libra.
No, that's Biden. She's a Libra. She's a Libra sun opposite Aries moon, full moon baby. Yeah.
And she is not just that she popped up, but she pops up with the Five of Wands too. There's a woman there. Will we see a mugshot? There's a woman who goes after him.
Yeah.
It could just be a legal system too, or hopefully it's under her. And then there's another woman here too. She has grief over this, and she's heavily burdened over this as well. So maybe that's Mrs. Jared Kushner. But
or Jared Kushner's mother, and not Ivanka, because she's going to be, I don't know, doing something else with somebody else who's got more money.
She'll probably go after Tiffany's husband.
There you go.
Like that.
Knocking on Trudeau's door or something.
Oh yeah, well
maybe go down the floor to see if Bridget's got a spot open for you. But will he get one? I think so. Well, he's got a fight on his hands under this woman.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be 2025, maybe 2026, 27.
It's a while.
It's a while, but he's not out of the woods.
And it's all, I got every damn Pinnacle card in the deck. All of them, but it ends with this. Some major upheaval. So take what you wish. I think there's more malfeasance and money shifting going on for another little while. And then it's almost like They're giving him enough rope to hang himself. And then boom.
I heard maximum security. That's a security card for me too. I heard maximum security. Might take a couple of years to get wrapped up here, but yes, he's going to be behind bars. Again, he's going to regret knowing Trump. And yes, he's maybe a year after 2025, so 2026, he'll be making license plates. Big yes. That's my making license plate card. Working out the details.
He'll never survive, General.
He will never survive. George Santos would survive better than Jared.
And he's fragile.
He's so pretty and fragile and delicate and dainty.
Okay, Johnny, can we go back to your questions? Because, somebody's been drinking too much. And it's like everything from the kidneys dropped down to the bladder. I'll be back.
So I want to do this one before the other ones. Because I want to ask about, there's a person in Louisiana who wants to petition for Donald Trump to be removed from the ballot, or has petitioned already. And there's a person in Louisiana, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana at that. There is a man in Wisconsin who also petitioned. His petition was denied because he sent the petition to the wrong people. And so I guess he'll just redo it and whatever. But there's 2 petitions out there to get him removed from the ballot. And all of the politicians, and it's driving me insane, are saying, don't do this because it makes him a martyr. Here's the thing. So what? He's been a martyr for a long time, first of all. Second of all, he broke the law. I don't care what it makes him. He makes him a criminal, too.
Yeah.
So I don't care if he's the martyr. They see him as that already because they think he's being persecuted instead of prosecuted. And so every time they look at him, every time they talk about him, every time they think about him, it's, what are the Dems doing to him now? He's already the martyr when he got impeached twice. That's why they said they didn't want to do it then. I don't care what it makes him look like. He is a criminal. And if anybody else were to do what he did, then you would call them a criminal too. They're thugs, and you should treat them like that.
Not to mention, if you don't get the person who was clearly guilty that we have on camera being clearly guilty, if you set this precedent that you're going to let him slide, it is hell on wheels for everybody else who does it in the future.
Because he looks like a martyr. Okay, then prosecute nobody for anything.
Yep.
Because it makes them look like the martyr. I don't care what it makes them look like. If he broke the law, he broke the law, the end. Now, what I want to know, though, is the people like in Maine and Colorado who have already done this, they then receive threats. So will the potential for being threatened sway people from not seeking to remove him from the ballot?
Oh, really good question.
Yeah.
Because you've got to hand it to those who have done it. They would have known this is what happened. Will it put others off?
Jesus was a martyr. He is a criminal. Okay.
And it's not as though it was one thing that was a while ago or something. He keeps committing crimes and bragging about it. So it's not as though anyone, let me speak for the rest of the world. I do love this role. No one in the entire world thinks he didn't do it, you know. But will it affect others?
It's not the threats necessarily that's going to affect others. It is, there's something else, because I get a yes, especially right now, because it is Maine passed it, but we know it's going to be there's going to be some type of appeal, whatever. We already know that the one in Colorado is going to go to the next court and the next court or Supreme Court. So there's already some people like, you know what? This isn't going to play out well anyway. Some people have given up. The right fighters who are just like, he keeps getting away with shiitake anyway. Why bother? Yeah, because the challenge is completion. I think we may not get many more cases that come out of this. There is the tower that is in the environment. People are like, it's more than just the threat of their security. It's the big picture. And I think that's also why the world is the challenge. It's everything. It is the current state that we're in. It's the Republican Party. It is constantly seeing this man get away with things and there's no consequences. So there's a lot of things that have people just feeling weary and not really wanting to push through. So you mean to tell me that if I try to push to get this man removed, not only is he probably going to skate through anyway, and my life is threatened, and democracy sucks, man, bump this. So I think people will get a little battle weary, but it's a big picture. It's not just the threats.
Dr. Vicky, what you get?
I think they're going to do it. I don't think they care. I think they're going to. I got Othello again, only this time it was upside down, which is loss of something. I feel like it's difficult for. This is the king of what is this? The king. It doesn't matter. It's like there's going to be people who get out of the group or out of the snake ball there, and there's some sort of plan for this, and we have justice here. So I don't. I think that they're going to go for it. I don't. I mean. I think they just decide they're going to do it. That's what it looks like to me. But, I don't know if, I mean, that's a big commitment.
Yeah, I've got similar cards and I was a bit surprised. And I think the only way I can explain it is there's 326 million people or whatever. So although the majority are exhausted or too worried because they've got families or whatever, there'll be some people. And they're the cards I've got is saying they're quite high-minded, in the sense of not just doing it for themselves, like this one guy in a state or something. They're the ones who think they're doing it for America. This is their chance to step out of obscurity and into the limelight. And they understand that the momentum has to keep going. But it's because they've got this page of swords at them. So I think more power to their elbow, but you could probably count them on 1.5 hands, It's like that. The energy of my spread was like that. But more power to their elbow. But it's a sacrifice. Literally, if you want to do it now, you talk about martyrs, you are definitely going to be doxxed and trolled and threatened. Not everyone's up for it.
I get what all you got, actually. I think no to a point, because it's not just about threats, because I actually don't get violence here. I think it's a bigger thing. The 2 of Pentacles and the 10 of Swords, it's like that constant juggle of just, because it's more of a fight than it is, let me just petition to get him off the thing. And so it does discourage a lot of people from the process does. And so if it were easier, it's just like voting too. I don't want to stand in the line. I'm not getting tennis shoes and iPhones out of this. I don't want to stand in line forever. And it's the process. And then I get there and then you ask me what my name is and where I live. And so people feel a way about it and then don't want to do it or participate because they think it's going to be something that it probably is not going to be, at least not when you're in the midst of it. But it's the whole juggling act of the whole thing. it kind of puts people off. The Five of Pentacles and the Page of Wands, they don't want to have the messaging and the conversation either. But at the same time, it's sort of like a situation if there was someone robbing the bank and it was just a single person and it's 10 of you in there. None of you move out of fear, but if one person jumps up, then the rest will follow. And so you have the strength card here. If someone can help subdue the situation or to provide a easier route, then I will join you. And so it's not just a petition to do so. It's like, if you can assure me that I won't have to burden myself to be in this, then I'll go ahead. Because it ends in the Emperor and the Queen of Swords. These are people of knowledge and action. And so they will still carry this fight forward, but you have to encourage people to follow you, because they're not going to do it by themselves.
It's
So we'll
also interesting now, several big things have happened and stuff. There hasn't been the MAGA uprising, despite everything, even in these states. So it looks to me like they're running out of steam. It's not that people's lives can't be ruined by just one or two committed doxers, right? That can destroy a life, as we know. However, we're not seeing, you know, concentric rings of AK-47s being trained or anything, that not bus loads coming in over the Appalachians. You know, it's actually not happening on that level.
But is it happening underground though? In their little echo chambers, in their little
I'm sure
talks? Because again, people didn't think he'd win the first time because people were kind of embarrassed to say, and look how close it came to him winning the second time.
Oh yeah.
So there's still a movement. Is it just underground?
I think it is. At the same time, I think they've watched their comrades in arms go to jail in the meantime. And I think that's probably pulled a few out of the edge, but never underestimate people's cruelty and lust for violence. Never.
Because they're always there. They've been there since humans knew how to hate each other. So they're always there, and they always will be. But as I've said before, there's more of you all than it is of them. They just say things that are incendiary, and then we get afraid or we get nervous or something of that nature. Like, I don't want to go to the polls because somebody's going to be there to threaten me. Because they threatened you. That's why. Now, if they go there and touch you, that's a whole different thing. Now you have a whole different kind of situation. So it's all they need to do is bark the loudest, and then they scare
people. And they're really good at that.
They're so good at it. And we are so good at not raising our vibration at times and matching that energy with and giving them attention. And it's like, I hate this. This sounds awful. I hate to compare humans to dogs, but it reminds me of when I was training dogs. Mm-hmm. And it's like, you don't reward the behavior. You ignore him nipping at your ankle. And then the moment he stops and heals, then that's when you give him the treat. Stop responding to the nips at the ankle, because he's just gonna like wait until just stop responding. Stop letting that emotion.
That's another issue too about the media. I don't know about you all, but for me, I just have to turn on my computer and my whole feed is full of Trump. Trump, what he said in the last 24 hours, the last 6 hours, the last 2 hours, even if it's going to be critical, even if it's Midas touch, even if it's legal AF, it doesn't matter who it is. And you know they're going to be critical of what he said. But that's what I see. And that's, I presume this is what everyone sees every day is. So they are fanning this.
Oh, yeah.
Insanity. You know.
Which is why when you say read it instead of listen to it, it does take the shock out of it sometimes, or at least take some of the brunt of, especially if you click on the Midas touch and the young one, whatever his name. Oh my God, today Donald Trump ate a sandwich and it's shocking breaking news. Like, it's calm down, first of all. Like, you raised my blood pressure. You didn't even say nothing. Like,
I mean, they're doing a great job overall. You know, they're really filling a vacuum to keep us all up to date with the legal thing. But it's always and only the Yeti, you know. And that's what he lives on, fame. I reckon they should all start all the news things just having a cry on along the bottom of the screen. Trump appeared in Iowa today, and just don't put the image out there. Don't headline it anymore,
If he didn't get injured slightly or grievously, then I don't want to know.
Yeah.
So the only time they should give him any news stuff is when Trump stinks is trending.
Yeah.
That story took me out when dude said he smelled like must. Oh God, what was it? Must
ketchup, armpit, butt, and stale makeup.
Yes, that's it. I was like, so basically, he smells like a middle school locker room. Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
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 Totally.
And it trended for a week. They wouldn't let it go. They just kept changing the hashtag, but it was still there. Like bless his heart.
Yep.
Okay. The other one was Louisiana. Will that petition be successful?
Oh, there we were.
It was
Does Jen know about this one?
Oh, there's a woman in Louisiana who has signed a petition, started a petition to get Donald Trump removed from the ballot. Will she be successful?
In the state where what's his name, Kennedy, read the porn, that was one of my favorite moments this year in the Senate, when he put into congressional records gay porn that he read out loud. That was so funny. It's like, dude, you just look stupid.
So Louisiana.
Ouch.
Interesting. Not what I was expecting.
I think yes. It's like trying to move forward with success, and looking at all the choices. I get the choices will be constricted and 2 big yes cards.
Isn't it interesting? Because I expected it to be a screaming no, let me die with my fentanyl addicted baby in my arms, but don't give me health care. No. But no. So it won't be easy. And I think this person, the whole conversation we just had about threats and everything else, right? Yeah. I think they will have to deal with stuff. But I think there's quite a few people who secretly agree,
That's what I'm getting
but aren't quite there yet. I think it will get a bit of momentum, and someone who's probably more captivating or something, I don't know if that's the right word, than this original person. I think this original person, I've got no idea who it is very sincere. But this is something, it was like when the Tennessee 3 came out, unless they'd been put through that, we, the world, would not have seen them. And I think it's going to be another voice like that emerges on this. Wheel of Fortune, could happen. And I think it's going to be a real legal decision, even if it's one way or another. In other words, it's not going to be just chucked out. They're going to have to talk about it. Wow.
I get there's somebody in government who sees eye to eye. There's somebody who has a position of authority in government who's agrees. I'm with you, Lena. There's somebody who's like, yeah, and this person has stature, position, authority that's going to help bring this, kind of create this path moving forward. Here's the challenge, though. The challenge actually is the speed. It's going to take a minute. This could drag out. This could be hard. If I had to give any advice, there's got to be we're playing the long game and the hard game. Hold tight. Hold tight, because this is going to take a while. There may be some dips and turns, I think that we could possibly see something that works, but also don't get your hopes up high. Don't get your hopes up high. That's in the word of warning. Is it may not pass, but something may come out of it. Or there's
That's
something
my
that
vibe. Not that it's definitely there, but a big discussion. So
there's something that sparks something else, something. We're playing the long game. So just remember this is about the long game.
Interesting. And to a certain extent, that represents a success.
Yeah.
You know, in this context. That is a victory in itself.
Like what you get.
I picked some runes. I got Thurus, which are reversed. This is a bad rune when you get it. It usually means violence, but it's retrograde, I guess, upside down. And so it's not as bad as it could be. The violence. I get loss here. So this person is going to have some difficulties around violence that's not deadly, but there. But it is going to. Then the last rune I got was movement, and so this whole process is going to create, I think, the movement that you guys are talking about. That it's not necessarily that person, but there's something about this that people just are like, I'm fed up with this bully bullshit, and you know what I mean? Like that's what it feels like to me.
Because we all got the 7 of Wands too, so that's interesting. It creates a platform to elevate the issue, and so even if she's not initially successful, at least this is not over and done in one swipe of the gavel, and we don't talk about it anymore. But her personally, I don't see her being successful with her reach because it's a woman, and then there's the 4 of Swords. So she kind of takes a backseat to this, but it doesn't go away because the 4 of Swords is not a stop; it's a rest, it's a retreat. You do have to get up again. The sword at the side. Eventually, you do have to get up again and keep it moving. The Page of Pentacles and the Fool. So there's your ballot, and then there's the Fool. The High Priestess, there will be some more people coming through with some more knowledge. The 8 of Cups is abandonment, but it is not abandonment in wander off into the distance. It is leaving one thing in search of another. So it's you take this that didn't work, and then you go towards something that will. 7 of Swords is not just theft, it's also a strategy how to pull off something. And in the end, you have the Chariot. This is a card of victory, but you have to pull all sides together before you win. And so whoever that else is out there other than just her can be inspired by such a thing, pull it together, you got your victory. So this might happen in Louisiana too. It's not a over and done in 10 minutes, but it could happen there too. The other one was Wisconsin, if we want to look at that. The fact that it's happening anywhere at all is a big deal.
It's a miracle.
Wisconsin Supreme Court just ruled to redraw their congressional maps too. Thank you to their new Supreme Court justice.
Janet, I think her name is. Janet. With a long P name.
Oh, I was about to say a long last name.
Long P name with a Z.
Guys, we've raised over $7,000 for World Kitchen. That's amazing.
Thank you all for your generosity. Thank you to our lovely readers for helping us entertain you while you're donating.
And we're coming up for midnight somewhere.
Yeah, we've got 13 minutes. I'm keeping an eye on it, so I'll interrupt when it's time to ring it in.
Yeah.
And then I turn into a pumpkin, ladies. Just so you know.
Turn into. I'm already there.
That's just the peel. That's all.
That's fair, right? Wisconsin's not looking too good, y'all. There's a
So I've got this card. So with Wisconsin, where is it at? I'm trying to make sense of these cards.
Next to me by Illinois. It's up north.
No, sorry, I meant legally.
Oh, their state legislature is very Republican, but they've been gerrymandered so much.
Yes.
They're probably much more blue than they realize.
There's something here that needs to come out that has not come out yet, because it starts off with the high priestess, and then in the environment is the actual moon. So that already tells me there's something on the undercurrent, or somebody's on the up and up, or there's some maybe malfeasance afoot. There's something here. The challenge, though, is I think getting the support, the actual giving and sharing the Six of Pentacles. There's some challenge there because somebody's going to have to, it's so burdensome that it may have to get dropped for a minute. Or there's something else that may come up that takes the attention away. So they're going to have to kind of pull back, focus on this other issue before they can go on with it. Actually, I think that is because they're going to have to re-strategize and come up, because that's the Eight of Cups is in the here and now. The interesting though, in emotions, people want justice. Like Jen said, it's probably more blue than people realize due to the gerrymandering. And so people want this. They want justice. But here's the thing, that new chick from the Supreme Court, right? Woman?
Amy?
There's an action she may take, something she may do that may give people a little bit of hope or a little bit of like stamina with the Nine of Wands or trying to hold on. But there's somebody somewhere, something that has not come out yet that could make this kind of before it even kicks up. And but again, people want justice and judgment. They want this. And I'm hoping it's the chick in the Supreme Court,
Ketanji Brown.
Amy Comey Barrett.
Janet, that's on the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
Thank you.
Oh, Janet, that's
Janet. Oh, didn't that burn their ass?
Yeah.
And she got a good win, didn't she?
Yeah.
She
may try to pull some strings or do something to help, but this is not going to go well.
If the Supreme Court can take this up eventually, right? Is that how this works? Right?
It can eventually.
So if they do they have to go to each state and say this, or is it just one thing and they say yes or no? Do you know you know the question I'm asking?
Yeah, I think once they make a decision on one state's whether or not to mess with state laws and stuff. Once they make a decision, it would probably apply to all of them because then you have precedents.
Right? So that could be why it seems like things are happening and then they don't, but then things continue.
But I think it's even more complicated because of this legal system in America, which is, this should have happened 12 weeks after the insurrection. A decision should have been made on presidential immunity. What is an insurrection? This stuff should have been done then, right?
Yep.
However, so as I understand it now, all these will go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court are not particularly courageous. They can just push back and say it's a state issue who you put on your ballot. I think they're going to hide behind that. Yep. And that's going to be a major problem. I hope I'm wrong. They could actually make a decision to support democracy, but it's not what we're saying. Go, Jen. What were you going to say?
I think a lot of these states are waiting to the 9th hour to do this so that it has to elevate quickly to the Supreme Court because the primaries are here. You know, they're
Because mind you, if
starting
you
in
don't
January.
have to do it, then don't do it. If Nikki Haley wins the nomination, then there's no point in going through all that and bad press and fights and blah 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 blah. Or DeSantis, robot man. So
Please.
I get justice, you know, that everybody wants justice and breaking down the options, surprising everybody and ending Trump on the ballot. I get there is hope. It's a little bit 50-50, but I get there is hope on it. And they're, you know, putting the devil on the ballot. They're like, no, I don't think so. I get it's Biden and somebody else. It's not Trump.
Yeah, I think it might
Yeah,
be.
now that's another question we should return to. I got 3 major arcanas out of 4 for Wisconsin. So I think something's going to happen there that is significant, good, bad, or ugly, right? So I think this represents people wanting change, wanting progress, wanting to do things differently, get out and do it. But then they hit the devil in the form of big money and power and the usual players that blocks it at Wisconsin. But I think we're starting to see a pattern here just while we're reading too, that these things aren't just clear-cut wins and losses. You know, they're about waking up people who were snoozing through the end of the American experiment, you know, like, and beginning to think, oh, best pay attention, you know.
this is running through mud with cement shoes on. You can still make progress, but it is extremely difficult. Just like we talked about in the last reading, is the process will scare people off the bigger picture of things. It's not just me being threatened. Those same 2 cards came out again. So your strategy and defense, but then there's burden, and then there's stress, worry with the 9 of Swords, and then in your word of warning is the 8 of Swords. And so a lot of the ability is stripped away. And like your partnerships and your collaborations and the people that you need on your side, they just don't have enough power. The word of solace is the Chariot. So you can do this, but you have to be all on the same page. And it's just really hard to get there. Not that they don't all agree on the same thing. It's just that you all need to agree at the same time. And so, because if you pull left and the other one pulls right, then you go nowhere. But if you pull left and the other one doesn't move at all, then you just go in a circle. So you all need to go in the same direction at the same time. It ends in the 2 of Swords. So there is a decision that needs to be made. It's probably going to go flinging back and forth in the courts and these type of things. Or you take it, I'll pass it back down to them, pass it over here, blah, 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 blah. So it's not going to go away fast, but I don't see it being uber successful though either. But that doesn't mean don't try. It just means you'll have to try again. That's all.
Okay, Joyce, just before we go, Joyce Matthews says, thanks for this, Joyce. In the Constitution, voting rights are by state. Once they claim J6 as an insurrection, the 14th Amendment should hold no matter the state.
Yes.
So the key thing is not what the Supreme Court says, whether Colorado can or can't put it off or any other. It's the I word, and they've got to come to grips with calling this an insurrection, because if not, it's all in the waste paper basket. Yeah. So important.
3 minutes till midnight, and again, we're over 7,100 for World Central Kitchen. Thank you all for your donations tonight. I'm just pausing and stalling a minute here instead of doing another card pull before midnight.
Shall we pull one card for viewers?
One card for
encouragement for the East Coast New Year.
Yeah,
New Year 2024.
Thank you.
Milk and honey, time of abundance is on the way. Not just abundance, but the things that you actually want. So this, it's nice to get what you want. It's not always what you need. And sometimes they're the same thing. And so, but you're going to get a little bit more of what you want in 24. Keep in mind, look for the blessing even when you don't feel as though it's the way.
Oh, that's so cute. And I got the Two of Cups. So please don't feel you're alone in this. This is part of how they wear people down, right? Everyone feels they're struggling. You're not alone, particularly if you're a blue dot in a Red Sea scenario. Join with people online, even if everyone around you is a mad MAGA nutcase or whatever. But just generally, even if you live in a progressive area, join together. People are power.
I got Ace of Cups, and on this it says security and helping hand. Just Sam Cooke, a change is going to come. Oh, yes, it will. It's been a long time coming, but hang in there. Yeah. Security, helping hand.
Yeah.
I got the rune Kenos, which is the light, but it's like the glowing light. It's just the beginning of the light. The light is starting to crack open from the darkness. 2024 is an 8 vibration, which is as you sow, so shall you reap. And numerologically, it's a harvest time. And the initial seeds of this harvest time was 2017, when we were in a 10-1 vibration, which is the Wheel of Fortune, and we had a change of fortune. Mm-hmm. And that's when Trump became president, right? That's when he was inaugurated. Mm. The last time we were in a 10-1 was 2008, when Barack Obama was elected. Before that, so we're in this 8 vibration now, and it's about karma.
Pause right there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Anybody wants to sing Old Lang Syne, feel free.
Absolutely not.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we were in the countdown.
No, that's what we're here for, the midnight moment.
Time for my my Republican wine, Menage a Trois. My little bottle. It is. It's the Menage a Trois brand.
Astrological.
That's good. I mean,
what is 2024?
Sorry.
What is 2024 astrological?
Oh, can some numerology? You probably know, Dr. Vicky. What do we need to know about 2024?
Okay, so a lot of stuff. Pluto's going back into Aquarius in January. Mercury goes direct on the 1st of January in the sign of Sagittarius, which is about freedom and it's interesting because the Sabian symbol for that degree that it's going direct is immigrants becoming citizens, which I thought was interesting. And we have a big eclipse coming up in August. It's the North Node is in Aries, so we're being asked to move in the direction of our authentic selves. The eclipse is going to create a giant cross in the United States with the eclipse that happened in 2017. So 2017, it went from Oregon to South Carolina, and the next one is coming from Maine down to Texas. And there's a giant cross like in southern Illinois, Tennessee, Arkansas, that area. So it's going to be interesting to see. They said that the first eclipse in 2017 was going to cause a split in the United States, which it has, actually. And it's going to be interesting to see when the other one comes, because then that's 4. And that seems less problematic to me, because 4 is a number of foundation, right? And so it's about creating a stronger foundation. And the interesting thing about Pluto going into Aquarius is it's going into Aquarius on the 20th of January. That's the same day the sun goes into Aquarius. And then it goes, but right before it goes into Aquarius, the Sun and Pluto make a conjunction at 30 degrees of Capricorn, and in September it goes back into Capricorn, and it comes out on Biden's birthday. So in the process of our election, Pluto is at 30 degrees of Capricorn again. So, and the Sabian symbol for that is an executive power, like men in a quiet room deciding the fate of the world. So I don't know what that's going to mean, but I do think that I honestly think that a lot of what we hear is hype, and that he's not as powerful as he thinks he is, and it's not really the things that we have to be maybe concerned about are the actors, you know what I mean? The nuts, the people who are already crazy, and then they get this in their head. Those, I think, are the people that we have to worry about. But I don't think it's as big as they're making it out to be. And I think I think he's been done for about, I think it started in 2018, and it's only gone downhill for him since. And the only reason he's still creating oxygen is because the media is doing that. So
because they make money, because we still watch it.
Well, I don't watch it, but yes, yeah, but very few people, like less and less people. I mean, MSNBC, CNN, they have less and less of an audience. So there's that, but I don't know.
Dr. Vicky had a great video today on 2024. So if you haven't seen that, go subscribe to Victoria Skirbo and make sure you watch her 2020. I'd love to do another video with you to talk about the astrology and stuff, because I'm like a 4-year-old when it comes to astrology.
I know. What about hieroglyphics?
Yeah, I got the King of Cups when I pulled, and I'm getting Biden in the White House. He moves forward, so it goes back to what you were getting about the Pluto, on Biden's birthday moving forward.
Yeah, and in the comments, people are saying their little now it's midnight rituals, because Ona said before she left, you're supposed to eat 12 grapes.
Yeah, she's not
Jen's
I'm working on
drinking
it.
hers. Karen Conroy's just had a grape. Someone else has opened their front door and back door. That's very Irish. I think Scots do as well. That first person through your door is a big deal after midnight.
Oh, I hear the kitty.
The old year out the back.
My family was cabbage and black-eyed peas, and you sweep the dirt out the front door type of thing. Mind you, that was like the old witches in the family did that, but
Yeah, sure.
even though they didn't call themselves then. But it's cabbage and black-eyed peas. Me is wake up the next day and even remembered it was New Year's Eve.
Mine is very much. I used to be like really hard in the paint, like the house had to be spotless, blank, blank, blank. And now I'm more of like, try to wear try to wear drawers that don't have holes in them. Because then the crap will literally fall out the next year. And try not to have laundry in the thing, dirty clothes, because that means I'm going to have to wash them, and that's going to just piss me off.
Nikki, if I can ask you a numerology question, since I'm in Central Time, it's still New Year's Eve here. Today was 12/31/23, which is 123 123.
Right.
Is there a numerological significance to that?
Anytime that numbers repeat themselves, I think yes. But like ready, set, go, right? Ready, set, go. I mean, we're ready. Let's go. We're set. Let's go. And I think it's interesting that it's that, and then we have this 8-year coming in, where it really is about manifesting. And the thing with the manifestation is you're going to manifest what you focus on. And so we have to focus on that which we want to bring in, instead of that stuff that we don't want to
Yeah,
You know.
that's what Johnny was saying earlier, and I think that's a really good, important thing to remember.
But be specific.
It's a 3, right?
Or
What is
say, don't limit the universe. Say, this is what I need, or better.
Okay.
Or better. Add that.
I love
I
that.
always say don't ask for abundance because you can get an abundance of problems. So if you want financial abundance and then without doing any harm to anybody, meaning I don't want to have a car accident to get money, as Johnny was saying earlier, so be specific.
Gotta be
Be specific, and then don't limit the universe while you're at
Yeah.
it.
And then let go of it and let the universe bring it.
Those who subscribe to my newsletter, I was which comes out in like 8 hours. Can't believe that. That's so weird. It's New Year's. That's weird. That was something I was saying about we tend to like some of the best advice ever was given was like we should ourselves to death. I should be doing this. I should be doing that. Should. When you do that, you create this pressure on yourself.
Yeah.
And then you create this failure feeling when you don't achieve the goal. And I was like, and also when we're like, I should we kind of limit the universe because we're being way too like dogmatic, and just be open. Be specific now. You can't, like Jen was saying, I want an abundance of money, and then some frackle-knackle happens. But
or from my work, I would like more money or something. So there's a hint of the
But it's like
pathway.
you said too, Adrian, that what you don't, well, you do what you want to do, first of all. But instead of asking for abundance of money, ask for stability.
Ask for financial. I was given one of the examples, like instead of saying, hey, I want all this money, I am responsible, or I have financial literacy, and I spend my money well. I make good financial decisions.
And
Becca. So good to see you.
This Friday, I'm doing Sacred Sounds of Coffee with Gail again. We missed December. Something came up, but our theme for Sacred Sounds Friday is intention and how to set your intentions. So those that need help with manifesting and setting intentions, be sure to watch Friday at 10 Central Time.
Because you can give me $1,000 and I'd be
Sorry,
okay.
Johnny.
Don't give me $1 million and expect stability. I don't know how to do that.
If I say I have financial literacy, and then I can have $10 and I can make that mother sucker last 10 days.
Yeah. And for me, the only point of having money is so you don't have to think about money. I just don't want to have to sweat the power bill, like to just not have to think about it would be heaven.
Okay. Like to not have to think about if I order this DoorDash, is that going to overdraw my checking account? That would be so lovely.
No, there are times to think, but you get my point more generally, to be able to live in a reasonable way without financial stress. That's not necessarily mismanagement, because people can blow a lot of money on those poker machines and everything. It's like a country. It's not about the money. It's what people do with it.
It's a tarot deck I want right now, and I'm not buying it because I'm being responsible. But
Becca, I wanted to say, we were just talking about different cultural traditions on New Year. What did your family do, or what do you do?
Nothing out of the ordinary, I don't think. We just roasted a huge, this might sound gross to some people, but a full pork.
Oh, yeah.
And just, that's how we brought in the new year.
Yep.
So, hi, everybody, by the way. Hi, Lena. Happy New Year's to you, because you're in the future. And I think.
Oh, yeah, I'm almost out the other side of 2024.
And Victoria's in the future, too. Hi, Dr. V. This is the first time I've met you. So nice to see you.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I see your puppies there, eh?
Yeah, she's
I saw her here.
We all have
I'm like, that's a big
fireworks.
ear. That's not a cat.
Do y'all have fireworks where you are?
Not yet. I've heard like 1 or 2 go off.
She ain't
That's
going
why
crazy.
I have her here with me, because this will be her first time. So I'm not sure, but she's out like a light. Like, I don't know if you can, that little lump right there.
Yeah.
That's her. So,
Not
80
so
pounds
little
up.
for much longer.
She's over 70 pounds already. She's a
Yeah.
pony.
Whoa,
She's gonna be a little pony.
Yeah.
So
that's an
Your
8-year-old.
little pony.
well, Jenny, who I'm now calling Auntie Biscuits for this show, started calling her my little pony, and I took her to the store, and we found a little collar that had ponies and rainbows, so I bought it for her. Like, she's a little pony. So, yeah. But she's passed out.
Oh,
So how's everything going? What did I know that I missed? Did Dr. Vicky already go with her stuff?
no, yeah.
Oh,
I think we all went with that
We
last.
just been chitting and chatting, girl, because we were chitting and
Yeah,
chatting
we're
to get to the new
raving
year.
on.
So you're good.
oh, okay. I just
I
wanted
mean,
to.
we're here for 7 hours. We got to have some talk time. Instead.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, can anybody recap me really quick on what?
No, man.
Oh.
No.
Johnny.
Pages and pages of questions. No, man.
Honey, we're
Oh,
4
man.
hours in.
We just
Yeah.
chilling. Don't worry about it. You didn't miss nothing.
Yeah.
We had Ona earlier, and then she had to go to work, but we had Ona and the Gibmeister, as I call him. Did we have somebody else?
Yes, orange
Cassian.
and red and
Oh, Lori from the Way of Positive
Lori
Change.
and Autumn, because I
Yes,
and
I was
Autumn.
in for a little bit and then I had to pop out. So
Well, I hate to, to leave, but this is way past my bedtime.
I'm like, I'll maybe do 1 or 2 more questions, and I'm right behind you because I'm feeling
Yeah,
geriatric
I have
right
to
now.
go as well. We've got people coming over. Yeah.
We're at almost 7,400. Thank you all so much for helping us with the World Central Kitchen fundraiser. Check back tomorrow. The number will keep going up.
That's awesome.
It's so nice to meet you. Happy
We'll
New
have you
Year,
back,
Dr.
Vicky.
Yes, that
Happy
would be
New Year,
wonderful.
Vicky.
This is Vicky's virgin time with petty boots.
Yeah.
There's not many virgin things left in my life, so
That's right. And now another one's gone.
gone.
Got deflowered, my friend.
Yeah, it's as pleasant as the other ones too. It's good. So bye everyone. Happy New Year. Thank you for donating. It's a great cause, and this is a great bunch of people. I'm so grateful for meeting you all, and I hope to see you again soon.
Thank
Thanks so
you.
much.
Bye.
Bye, Vicky.
Yeah.
Now I have to figure this out, right?
Oh, leave studio down below. That'll take you out.
You
Right
just
next.
it'll close everything.
Ciao. Ciao from the East Coast.
Thank you.
Ciao.
I'm
Well,
getting
Happy
like
New Year.
absent-minded now. I'm dopey because we've already been on.
Y'all been on 4
4
hours
hours.
and 15 minutes.
Johnny's like, I've done this before. Let's keep
Yeah.
going.
What y'all got? You ain't got nothing.
And how are you guys going in the feed? So people watching, tell us how
I'm sure
you're
it's up
going.
past their bedtimes, isn't it?
We still have almost 1,700 people watching us, so we didn't lose many after midnight. We lost maybe 100 people.
That's amazing.
But then again, if we went live at like 11 o'clock at night, somebody would be in there. So y'all got some strange bedtimes too. If you're not on the other side of the world, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sun's over there. Y'all keep it for a little bit.
Okay.
Hang on to it.
We'll make it all the U.S. time zones probably, but except for Hawaii. I'm not staying up that late.
Yeah. Hawaii is an outlier.
I feel like the first year we did this, though, we got really close to Hawaii because I remember it was like 5 or 6 o'clock and we were still on.
We were still gibby gabbing.
And I was like, how in the hell did we do that? Because
Well,
we started
everyone was
at
a
8.
bit younger then. When you think about it, it was probably 4 or 5 years ago.
It was like 5 years ago. Yeah, that's all I had.
We did first fundraiser when StreamYard came out. So what was that, 2019, Johnny? Going into 2020 or? Yeah, it wasn't 2018. Into 2019, we didn't have StreamYard yet.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness again.
Well, to get us back into a little bit of readings, and we'll give you in between. Do you know how the presidents have to pay for their own food when they're in the White House, right? They have to pay their own grocery bill.
No, I didn't know
Trump's-
I
that.
didn't know that either.
They do.
Yes, child, because Michelle Obama went off because like they found out that Barack liked, I don't know, something bougie. And so they kept like trying to feed it to him. And she's like, my grocery bill, $900. Stop.
Think about all those state dinners and stuff. Like, you know, and they got to pay the grocery bill.
They must have an entertainment allowance.
I don't know.
Yeah,
they
must
have
have
to
an
pay for
entertainment
their own
Last time he-
groceries.
Last time he entertained people, remember when he brought the football players over and all he bought
got
them was
the
McDonald's and
That was
Oh,
true.
that'd be right.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, did Trump stiff somebody on his food bill? Did he not pay for his groceries? Whether it household staff that paid it and had to wait for reimbursement, or he never pays his bills. Did he stiff somebody on his
Never
food
pays
bill?
his bills. Lisa says, I've been here every year for years. Oh, bless you, Lisa, Carolyn.
I hate that somebody said McDonald's because I'm like, God, some French fries sound really good right now.
I'm not even lying to you. I'm about to go make them right now.
French fries and a McChicken.
And it's 10 o'clock on 9 o'clock. Did he stiff somebody on the bill? So there's the Ace of Pentacles and the Eight of Swords. So does he pay for anything other than
No.
lawyers?
Look what- sorry.
I get several, and there was perhaps someone senior, cabinet member or something that had to keep doing it over and over and over again, paying it for him, but he didn't pay.
Yeah, because in the rest of the world, he probably doesn't pay either. But I got the King of Pentacles, followed by the Hermit. When the times comes for the bill, he's never there, you know, in every way. And the Fool, because it's foolish to mess with the people who make your food.
That's a good one.
They will have had their own revenge, I think you'll find.
I get somebody else in the government that supported him had to pay for him and Melania and the family. He stiffed people on money big time. Big yes.
He did. He manipulated his way out of it. And it was the Republican Party. I think it's the RNC that were ended up paying that bill.
Okay, I have a real petty question, which I love that one of our viewers gave us. Did Melania save her "I don't really care, do you" coat to wear to Trump's funeral?
Is she saving it now, you mean?
Did she save her "I don't really care, do you" coat?
Yeah, great question.
Yeah. My devil card popped out.
Melania, the jacket.
Oh, there's Braxy. She's up. The only time you can see her, she blends in. Otherwise,
she's camouflaged.
She'll have to sell it to pay for the funeral.
She may have to save it to pay for the funeral, actually. Page of Pentacles, Nine of Pentacles, Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, she may have to sell it before we even get to Dumbledore's funeral. So yeah, she still has it, but she may have to pay for it. Literally sell it to pay for something else on behalf of Dumbledore in the future.
Well,
Somebody said she's not going to his funeral. I think that too.
Yeah, totally. I got the "you've got to be kidding me" as if I'll be there card with this Ace of Wands. I'm not spending my money on that man. So if she could sell it, she probably would. And I won't even be in the country.
She still has it, but I don't think she's going to his funeral. She's going to like a party right after.
That's right.
From huge
I guess she's like totally dissatisfied. Here's Melania, dissatisfied with the family, and when his time comes, she's changing it. I get it's hanging in a closet,
Yeah, for sure.
but she'll fight and resist going to this. She's like, she didn't want to see Ivana. She wanted to go to the golf course.
That's right. Oh, that's something we should ask. Will he be buried beside Ivana in Bedminster?
Let's ask that. Will he be buried at Bedminster on his golf plot?
I keep having to when we did that last stream, it's like I completely blocked out that she wore that jacket to go see them churn. And I'm like, you can't you can't make this up. This can't be real. This can't be real. And then you're like, is he going to be buried next to Ivana? I was like, God, this is real life. How did we get here?
We started reading on his golf plots with you, Adrian, in a live stream. And then 6 months later, Ivana dies and he plops her in.
How did we get here? How is this reality?
They'd be buried next to Ivana.
No, I'm just going to duck out. You'll have to tell me the response. I'll be back.
Okay.
I just need a snack.
Where's his mother?
Probably in Queens, New York.
Probably in hell. No. That was me. But somewhere by there, I think. If this is not her with the Queen of Pentacles, then this is a huge plot of land. For me, the Pentacles of land, and then the land and property. But there's your internment with the Four of Swords, and then there's your big plot of land. So if it's not next to her, then it could be a golf course. Yes.
It's somewhere that has emotional connections to his past and his family. So I don't necessarily think it's going to be the golf course. I think it's where his parents are.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, in hell, probably. Hold on. Wait. Let me. Sorry. That was ugly. But because the four of he's going to be somewhere with his parents. So probably Queens or somewhere like that.
So I asked, where's Donald Trump going to be buried? Y'all ever seen that movie, The Big Lebowski? And they have the one guy in the Folgers can, and they just toss his ass over the side of the. He arrives with the wind and is blown away, and nobody knows.
You know what else I was thinking, Becca? That episode of King of the Hill where Cotton Hill finally died, and Hank had to flush him down the toilet of that that bar. And they kept, because every time they tried to flush Cotton, they got in trouble, and he finally flushed Cotton the last time, and then he got a bill for $800,000 for clogging the toilet. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, you know how we always say, poor Ivana, she's got that little flat marker on her grave, and there's weeds growing up, and you can't even see the marker, the cheapest marker you can buy for a grave. I'm getting unfinished work here. I think he's going to be in an unmarked grave. Somewhere on a hill with family, near a tree, something that's growing when he dies. They may move him from somewhere else. So I'm hearing unmarked grave.
Yeah, I got the anchor, the clouds, and the rider. He arrived somewhere that's not certain and just kind of left behind and forgotten.
Left on a shelf.
That's why I said like in the Big Lebowski when they went to toss the ashes and the wind blew and it got all over them.
Just put him in there. We'll see what we can do about it. Because if you think about it too, you may, in his case, want to have it unmarked because of who he was, and nothing but vandalism, probably. So
I was just gonna say, didn't they have to take his star off the Hollywood Walk?
They did. Mm-hmm.
Because it kept getting vandalized. Same thing.
That's a good.
And it's like they do to the Confederate statues, and until they took those down, it's like you deface it every day.
Mm-hmm. Somebody in the thing asked, I thought it was an interesting question. Would he get a
State funeral.
state funeral? I was like, that's an interesting
I'm
question.
gonna ask.
State of New York state jail funeral. I have to put him in a pauper's grave somewhere. He'll be broke by then.
I asked, is he gonna get a presidential funeral? Nope.
Yeah, there's your buried Seven of Pentacles, Page of Swords, bad answer. I think it's private with the Knight of Pentacles. It's more private instead of, which would be interesting. Oh.
Nah, bruh.
Nope.
I get a fighting against that. Like nobody wants to bury him that way with the state funeral, and I get like something obscure again on a hill with family.
I was just gonna say, you know how like the family is
a
not
big lie.
grifters? What if when he dies, the new grift is to get his supporters by spend $4,500 and we'll send you this tiny little bag of Trump's remains.
I was actually because Jen keeps going like unmarked grave, something small. It's like I don't think his supporters would allow that. They would just send and send money.
Well,
what would be even messier is if karma that's kicking him in the pants right now, he gets buried on a hill next to a tree, like Jen says, and then there's like a landslide, and then he like pops out, kind of like Louisiana, how you come out of the ground.
or like in the movie Poltergeist, where all the coffins pop up in the pool.
Can you imagine Donald Trump without his dead possum on his head and no makeup as a corpse? Like, no.
Johnny, can you take over with questions for a minute?
I can. The devil fell out, so absolutely. Why not? Okay. What's this child name? He's a North Dakota Republican. Let me look up his information here. North Dakota Republican. That's a good way to start the sentence, I think. His name, he's a North Dakota Republican lawmaker at that. Nico Rios used profanity and homophobic slurs towards a Williston police officer and threatened to call the state attorney general's DUI or during his DUI on December 5th, 2023. Now, he refuses to resign. He got a DUI. He got stopped. The officer did the whole sobriety thing, and he cussed him out the whole time and said, I'm going to call the state attorney general on you and blah, 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 blah. And so he was abusive the whole time, and it's caught on tape, mind you, because body cam. But he does not want to resign. He said he's going to get help and seek counseling and these type of things, you know, the soft answer. So what is his future? Shall he go away forever, or shall he get help at all? What can you find out? I don't know as of right now if he. What is his future?
I heard the question, so I'll get into this one.
Nico Rios.
That's one of the worst legacies of Trumpism, is no one resigns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's...
And nobody's forced to reckon and deal with their malfeasance.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And then
exactly
the media circus has us forgetting what they did in 10 minutes after they did it anyway.
Mm.
Sorry. Ooh, zebra, don't change his stripes. Zebra don't change his stripes. He's going to initially hold on. The challenge is though is that there may be some people who don't like him. You can't just assume just because you're in the same political party that people like you and that they're going to have your best interest at heart. Sometimes, again, they'll hug you just to see where they can put that knife in your back. So
See Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham.
Because there's definitely, you want to have with the Page of Cups and the Star, there's some, I want to say a facade of healing, a facade. Like initially it'll be like, yep, I'm on the right track. But then there's some things that's going to start to go for him. Be real careful, especially whoever this King of Wands is in your environment, because they're going to be the one that comes out with a little bit of news that say, hey, the zebra didn't change his stripes. And what you're going to hear is partying and judgment. This man is an alcohol. I'm not going to say an alcohol. Yeah. Okay. I said it. That came out. He's going to have, a zebra doesn't change his stripes. There's going to be more news of him going out to another party and driving after Gluck Gluck. You're going to hear this again. You're going to keep hearing this again. So just, and the people who, the news of that, this development of news is going to be from somebody who kind of created a situation, knowing that you have the what's the word I want to use? You can't control yourself, the self-control of a toddler in a candy store. And they're going to be sitting there with the camera and watching you look, and then be careful. Zebra don't change his stripes.
Look, I couldn't agree more. Here we go. The fool doesn't know what he doesn't know. Right? So he thinks it's okay. He did it. I'll do it. Do it. Here comes the Hierophant down on his sorry buttocks here. And I agree with you, Adrian. This is the sun shining. This is not the first time and it won't be the last. This is hardcore behavior. If you do it in that context, it is not for the first time when you're a middle-aged man and and then out in the cold. I think exactly, people don't like him anyway. That's his problem.
I get that. No, he's going to stay rooted where he is until he has an accident with either a cyclist or a runner or someone on a bicycle or something. Because it's this right here. This is an accident. This is someone on a bike, someone walking, jogging, anything from the waist down, motorcycle, and then you're looking at prison time.
Right.
I get 6 of Swords and the 5 of Pentacles. You are doomed. We're headed towards doom. And I think you know that, which is why you're trying to do the Forgive Me Jesus tour. And you are headed towards doom. There's the 5 of Swords. That is defeat. There's the 3 of Swords. That is separation and heartbreak. There's the 9 of Wands. There is pressure that is put upon thee. So you do not change your stripes because you have an issue. 6 of Cups, this is going to happen again. This is a cycle for you. This is also a trauma within you, but that's your business. Get you a reading, jenlintarot.com, redlentilhealing.com.
If I could just interrupt here. Lisette in the comments says, the offer's still open. I'll match the next 3 donations of $20 in the next 10 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Lisette.
So I have this is not a celebrity reading question, but this is stemming from a celebrity issue. So follow along. The actor and comedian Kevin Hart is suing a YouTuber by the name of Tasha K.
Okay.
Who is nicknamed Trasha K because she puts out things that are incendiary and then she gets sued like she did by Cardi B and then she lost her lawsuit and blah, blah, blah. So Kevin Hart is suing for extortion because she threatened to release some information about him that is not shocking. He allegedly cheated on his wife, which would have been the 9th time probably now, but so no one's shocked. But the question is, because now we see a ramp. Now, mind you, it's her that's being singled out right now. But this has happened to a couple of other people. I can't remember the name, but it was like a group of them. And they had a little bit of not a reality show because it was still YouTube based, but they were reality show people. They doxed and hacked one of the psychics on YouTube. And it was a political psychic too. So it's not necessarily way out of our realm, but they hacked and doxed this person because she did a reading about them, because she also does political and entertainment readings too. And so they are sort of crossing lines, and they had lawsuits going back and forth and all these different types of things. What I want to know is, will more people start to target YouTubers for the content that they create when it is incendiary or hearsay, or they believe it's slanderous or defamation? Because we don't know Donald Trump, but we read on him all the time. And so are more people going to start going after YouTubers? Because this is mainly people who do commentary. Because when you do commentary, there is a want to be more entertaining, and thus you put more flair on what it is you're saying, and then you put more opinion in what you're saying. And the word allegedly does not insulate you from a lawsuit. The word allegedly just means you need to cite your source, and so you can still be sued. Will more people start to go after YouTubers for their content?
I pulled cards on this, but as you can see, I've been taken over by all the kittens. I had all 4 of them on the table when I opened my kettle corn. Thank you, Allie P, for my popcorn tonight. And then Lucy, after she had her kettle corn, got up. But
I think you should get a new dealing technique, Jenlyn, where you put the cards out and which cat's paw goes first is the card,
Roro does pull cards with me sometimes, but oh my God.
That's
okay,
what
now we're down to just skewy.
That's what I was eating earlier, was the popcorn from Allie. So thank you, Allie. It was delicious. I had the kettle corn and the caramel. I mixed them together.
Oh, great. And an anonymous, thank you. They made the bet, so they made the money. Oh, that's great. The donations have all been matched. Oh,
thank you so much.
Wow, you guys are amazing. It's a really good cause.
Yes.
77.29. And we still have over 1,600 hanging with us.
Yeah, and Joe Eliza says, if politicians can get away with it, why can't YouTubers? Very good point.
No. I get there is going to be some that are going to want to kind of withdraw either their content or kind of change. Either they're going to kind of pull away from the platform or start kind of changing their content, because the challenge is they're scared. Where does free speech come in versus libel versus slander versus whatever? And the lines are so blurred right now. So a lot of people are, they're really, really scared. There is, I think too, this Kevin Hart thing may cause some movement, some shifting, because again, for a lot of people, this was a full-time job. People were able to make money off of YouTube. And with the shift and now people not being able to say what they want, kind of this, I think whatever happens with Kevin Hart pulls YouTube in a different direction, pulls some of this commentary into a different direction that's going to be legal, because here's the justice card. So yeah, I do think there are going to be more, not even just political. I think a lot of commentators, YouTube is gonna basically for a while become kittens and people playing video games, because I think that the freedom of commentary and being able to have your content is going to be stifled for a while with that hermit card.
I get comments, conversations will get burdened also and tempered down. They're going to have legal problems over this because they're going to go after somebody big that's going to shine more of a light on this to show the manipulation and the exposure of the speech. It's going to cost them some money, is what I'm getting legally. Like you're not protecting your channels.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. And
Damn, because I was just about to start the Queen of Smart. Now I have to think about it.
You're muted, Becca.
Sorry. I get no, it's mostly blocked. It's platforms that single out a very popular man or popular men. So perhaps like the gossip, like the tabloid channels and that sort of stuff.
That's what they're stemming from, yeah.
Oh, okay. But the rest of the platforms are blocked. See what I'm saying? It's the ones that target this. A popular man, popular men. So let's say, okay, right now it's Kevin Hart. Who's it going to be next? You know, Jason Momoa, or you know what I'm saying? Like, or Taylor Swift's husband, or you know, who knows? But it's like it's mostly around that circle.
it's like it's a man. Whoever that famous man is causes this action to go.
Yeah, it's a very popular man, but it starts with this. So it's like it's not widespread. It's almost like it's concentrated in this one platform. If that makes sense.
Freedom of speech on YouTube, like they ignore a lot of things. Like there's one channel that pops up in my suggested videos every now and then that talks about a celebrity that just died that's still alive. So they just lie and lie and lie, and they don't stop that.
Remember when the pandemic first happened, and we had to be very careful on how we addressed the
That's
COVID
right.
word.
The C word.
We had to dance around it in all these different ways. Yet there's QAnon, QAnon channels with propaganda and conspiracy theories with millions of views, and those videos were up. But Lord forbid we ever said COVID before we were demonetized and got a warning.
Yeah.
The fifth column was literally giving a factual something about January 6th. He was literally reading a document, and up top, this content contains information about the January 6th, you know, and I was like, it's where
Remember how we had to say Mr. Ups all the time?
It's one extreme to the other. On the one hand, it's a nanny state. You can't say X, Y, and Z. And then the other domain is a complete free-for-all.
Yeah.
There's nothing sensible or grown up in any of it.
So I got.
Sorry, I've been asked about my crisps, John.
Oh, go ahead.
I am not sponsored by Smith's Crisps. However, they are yummy.
Are they Australian based, is what he said.
They are Australian, and you know how good the Tim Tams were.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will do a whole free commercial for a Tim Tam. I'm telling you that. Every flavor. Page of Wands, page of this, not what I wanted. Page, yes, it is. Page of Wands, page of Pentacles, Eight of Swords. Yes, they are going after people's commentary there with the Eight of Swords trying to restrict it. The Moon, this is people who spread gossip. So I think this is more so contained to that realm of commentators and not necessarily tarot readers. No, that's not always going to be the case, possibly, but right now I think it's just the commentators. But yes, there will be more, and especially around some man. So right now it's Kevin Hart, and like I said, it's possibly going to be Puff Daddy and TD Jakes too, because they both got very, 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 very damning stories. And then Tyler Perry as well has also got one story out there that's is sort of spreading too. And so beware of dog. You never know what they're going to say.
Y'all, I'm about to fall asleep. I'm so sorry. I think I'm old. I feel old. I'm not old. I just feel old.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me again. It is always so much fun. Happy New Year to all of you. I wish you health, love, and abundance of positive experiences in 2024. To everybody who donated, thank you for your generosity. Even to those who cannot afford to donate, thank you for being here and wanting to be here and wanting to donate in spirit. So much love to you all.
I was going to say, Adrian, it's like not even 10 o'clock here, and I'm about to go make a cup of coffee because I'm like,
yeah.
Whoa. For this shit.
My back hurts. I'm like, whoo, yes, I'm getting old. So much love to you guys. Thank you for having me. Happy New Year. Bye, guys.
Adrian.
I
don't know if you can see her little face, but there's my kid.
Passed out.
There's a really good question here. Don't go yet, Becca. I think this is important for everyone. Super Truthful asks, how can anyone protect themselves from being doxxed? Does anyone know?
Right.
Well, yeah, that's right, overall. However, someone put up something really interesting, which was, I can't find it this second. Go on Google and Google yourself. And if any private information like an address or where you work or anything like that, change it there at that source. That's probably a good tip because I've never thought of that.
My friend Beth Cat in the chat was telling me today about a friend of hers that was doxxed at work, and people were calling in complaining about him that, hadn't even been clients or anything, but we have so many employee at will states. They ended up firing him because he was causing a disruption in the office with the people that answered the phone. It wasn't his fault. He was doxxed.
Yeah. It's a terrible and terrifying thing. It's just horrible.
Because also you have to keep in mind too that if you've ever had more than one job in your life, your information is in multiple places.
Yeah, for sure.
Now they may not have uploaded it to Facebook, but it's still in multiple locations and it stays there for years sometimes. And so you're on the internet, and they tried to pass this law, the right to be forgotten. And it's one of those things where you are able to wipe out everything on the internet about you. It never passed. No. And the guy who was trying to initiate it was one of those people. He had a sex tape out there and all this other type of stuff that nobody knew about until he started this push for this law. But anyway, but that never passed. And so we're unfortunately, or fortunately too at times, because look at all this, we're connected and we're going to always be. And something about you is on the internet somewhere.
Every time you buy a house, if you have a mortgage, your info is out there. It's like you can see every
it's public record
address.
It's public record that you purchased a home, how much you paid for it, like
you
all
got
that
married,
and the address.
I was just gonna say
it's really scary.
Which, I mean, it's just like, it's ridiculous. Like Johnny and I remember the other day we were texting Johnny. I don't know what the hell we were texting about. And then you said, Google is listening again because we were having this conversation over text. The next thing you know, he's getting video recommendations on YouTube, right?
About
that's the other thing.
I don't look at dog videos on YouTube, and I got a bunch of them about the same dog Becca has. It's like, why do I have all of this all of a sudden? Because I follow a channel and she posted a picture. And
like, oh, that's all it takes.
You want to see this a bunch? I'm like, no, not really. No.
Oh, Mariana also says, and I'm up for any of these little specific things we can do. You can block the satellite image of your home on the maps. A lot of folks do that.
Clear, and it'll be blocked.
Yep. But it's small stuff. You've still got the address there, even if it's got an X or a grayed out. But
every time you get, an app on your phone for a game or anything, they're selling your personal information to somebody else. So it's very hard. every single little app, they're doing it.
Mhm.
At least here, and I don't know about other states, but in California, they passed this law where websites have to comply, and there has to be some sort of a banner for you to accept or reject all the cookies.
Mhm.
I don't know if that's nationwide.
Because it happens here too.
Yeah, because it's like those cookies, they track all your browsing history, your purchase history, like all this other stuff. And
Your
next,
location.
your
Passwords.
location. Next thing you know, you open up your email and you have like 8,000 freaking spam emails from somewhere on some site that you went to that sold your information to a company. You know, like why? Like,
It's an industry in itself.
yes,
When you
exactly.
get to a
That's-
VPN does stop, or we're supposed to stop websites from tracking you. And your antivirus software should come with a VPN. It may cost you extra, like maybe $10 or something, but you should have a VPN, virtual private network or something like that. So,
Now, do they have that also for cell phones? Because you got to think too, a lot of us are walking around and we're on the internet on our phones. So yeah, while
Yeah.
you're browsing on your computer and you have VPN and the ad blockers and all that other stuff, that's cool. But if it's not on your phone, they're going to get you there, you know?
It's
there is,
probably
and we're not
available for a
sponsored by it,
price.
but there is a company called Bitdefender, BIT Defender. They have antivirus software, and they're like number two. I think Kaspersky is still number one, but people kind of ran from Kaspersky because it's Russian based, and then it happened during the whole Russian collusion thing, and they were saying we're not affiliated with the KGB and all this stuff. But anyway, Bitdefender's like number two, and they have a VPN that is applicable to the cell phone too. Now, the thing with the VPN though is it can hinder a lot of websites that need pictures to show you. And so sometimes it works just fine, and then other times you won't see anything except words.
That's how my ad blocker was. It worked so good that sometimes the pages wouldn't load because you're trying to open up a website that is somebody's blog and they have like 8,000 ads all over the place and the page wouldn't load.
There's a
And
reason
Becca,
all
fine
these
queen.
scammers. There's a reason all these scammers halfway around the world are scamming a lot of elderly people here in the U.S. They're getting your stuff.
Yeah,
They're getting your information.
But you can get them for cell phones. I'm just reading here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
For the cell phones, because yeah, I mean, it's like we're on our phones all the time. You're scrolling through Twitter or Instagram or Pinterest or wherever,
Yeah.
and we're tracking
Yeah.
all that stuff.
News.
You know?
Yeah, and VPNs work on phones. Okay, I've got that too. Incognito's another one, but I think Google got into trouble for that. Yeah, it's a big question, isn't it?
And I saw a comment earlier. I didn't see who posted it, but they were saying how the very wealthy people, because they have the resources, can have all their stuff hidden to where you can't find crap on them. Well, why is there an industry to go sell your stuff so then you have to go to another industry to get those people to not?
Hello.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like, just how about you stop selling people's personal freaking information? Like, plain and simple, you know?
$8,000 for World Central.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you all so much. And 4 minutes till midnight here in Central Time Zone.
Oh my God.
It's almost that time again. Where's my bell?
Yeah. You have to get out your bell. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's just a mess. I mean, you know, like I worked for a company that used what was it, Kaspersky's or whatever, the Russian security.
I don't
know. Lena, I thought just said it.
No,
Yeah.
Johnny said it. Johnny said it.
I worked for a company that used that. You know, and the company was owned by Steve Mnuchin's college roommate, so that tells you everything you need to know. But you know, when you're working for a company that uses that, and all your HR records have everything in it, social security numbers, everything, God only knows, you know, how much they leak out.
Yeah. Tribal Woman says, I have Surfshark VPN and I like it. Surfshark, I love it.
3 minutes. We're gibby gabbing. Do we
we're just
need to
gabbing.
pull one card for Central Time Zone? New
Okay,
Year's?
just one more comment here. Kitty says, I just Googled myself and it's scary and creepy.
Yeah. I could see every address I've ever lived at when I Google myself.
Oh, God.
My address is
Even rental houses.
who my parents were on there.
Right.
So what's the question, Jenny?
For East Coast, when we did midnight, we pulled one card for East Coast. What to look forward to in 2024. So now we're doing Central Time. One card for what Central Time Zone people can look forward to in 2024.
Mending the fences, reconciliation, building the blocks. You do have to keep in mind too that do not ever, well, you can do what you want to do, first of all. Don't let anybody tell you what to do. But when you are getting a personal reading and you want to know if you should reconcile with someone, Spirit is going to always tell you yes, because that's the high vibrational thing to do. They don't live down here with us, though. And so you know if a person raises your blood pressure, stay away from them. And now is the time to mend where you're supposed to. And this is not always outside. Sometimes you need to forgive thyself for the things that you go through or put yourself through. As we talked earlier about people who are damaged on the inside, it either goes in or it goes out. And so if it went out, mend the fence, apologize. They don't have to forgive you. It does not matter. You just need to alleviate the burden from yourself. And if it was you, then you need to forgive thyself and mend that fence.
I get, it's a game. You know what's real and what's not, and trust yourself with what resonates with you. If it doesn't resonate, let it go.
So I can't do one card with Ani, so I pulled 3 and I got the book, the field, and the bouquet. So there's a couple of things here. Study and learn new things that bring you joy, whether it be crafts.
Hold that thought, midnight. Happy New Year, Central Time Zone.
Go Central Time.
Okay, start again with the cards, Becca.
So there's a few ways to interpret this. One of them would be studying and learning new things that bring you joy. It could be anything to do with art, interior design, pottery, painting, that sort of thing. But it has to bring you joy. It could also be to learn and remember that innocence in itself, having that childlike wonder, can bring you joy, to kind of elevate yourself from that. Reading new books, reading children's books, just whatever you do, try new things that will bring you joy at the end of it. So that's what I get.
Bring the inner child out.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I got the Ace of Swords. So aces are gifts, the Hand of God cards. So collectively, there's a gift there. And it's really important to hold your truth. So it's like not every place you go, because that might not even be safe for you to say exactly what you think, but you can hold your truth and be true to it. It's also very good for anything to do with communication, like we are communicating through air. Swords are air. This is good for writing, as Becca was just saying, the creative, because this is like cups are often creative in tarot, but the swords are creative in a different way because it's your imagination. Fire up your imagination around issues that motivate you strongly. So it's sort of an allied message in a way. Yeah, love that.
And also with the book, The Child in the Bouquet, that's also could also be learning new talents as well, because the bouquet is the card of talent, something that you're talented at. So try something new that for some reason draws your attention, that you might not be great, but then you soon discover it could be a talent, whether it's reading cards, writing a book, anything.
Taking Dylan Thoreau's seminar in June.
Yes. Go to Jen's seminar.
I was literally going to unmute just to say that.
So,
yeah.
Something great to look forward to, huh? Learning is always fun.
Yeah.
When is the tickets go on sale?
January 3rd. So that's Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. So today I did
2023 went by so fast.
a room on Braxy today, because I'm going to TMI you people here. I don't know when the last time I was able to go to the bathroom in peace, because this one follows me and it's not like she's sitting there watching me. She goes, checks on me, and then sits with her back to me, guarding the door. I'm like, nothing's gonna happen. There's nobody in here but me.
No.
So I did a reading on her, and I was like, why does she follow me everywhere? And I got the mice, the stars, the woman, the book, and the ship. And I was like, okay. She gets nervous and anxious when the person that she looks to for guidance and learning is far. And I'm like, oh shoot, I need to start separation training with her.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Because we had a cat for years. It was the most demonic and weird, maladjusted cat. You've no idea this cat was
demonic,
horrendous.
weirdly.
This cat would sleep in my bed every night. It wasn't my cat. It was someone else that had it. Would sleep on my bed every night. That's okay. I'm into animals, so I can deal with that. And every morning it'd wake up and go, "Who are you?" Right. I couldn't go near that cat for the rest of the day, the rest of the night, would not tolerate it, just weird. And her other thing was bathrooms. You get out of the shower and she would wrap herself around your wet legs. There's no worse sensation.
And then the hair sticks to you, and you're sitting there trying to get it. You got
repulsive. This cat was repulsive.
Roro and Skewy lick my wet legs when I get out of the shower.
No, they love the salt. No, but for you, Becca, I think it's worth a go. I can't guarantee it'll work. Worth a go. You tell her, is it a girl or a boy?
She's a girl.
Tell her, I'm going to go now. You're going to stay here. Okay? Like, just have a bit of eyeball contact. Try it. Sometimes you can hypnotize them.
We're speaking telepathically, her and I.
Now, give it a go.
Yeah.
I always tell people, when you're communicating with pets, imagine speaking through your heart chakra. So like if you're going on a trip, I'll pick up my cats and hold them over my heart chakra. And I'll say, okay, I'm going away. I'll be gone, 7 days or whatever it is. So-and-so is going to be taking care of you. Don't be afraid. I will be back.
Mind you, that's what they do to you, because I don't know if anybody's ever experienced it, but I had a couple of times in my life, and mind you, this went right over my head until I got much older, and I was like, oh, that's what happened. An animal comes up to you. It was, in my case, it was a dog. This happened twice. A dog will come up to you, look at you, and then start to walk the other way, and then look back at you. It's trying to get you to follow it, because they're going somewhere where something is wrong, and they need your help to sort it out.
Oh, bless.
And so it's like they come to you, they look, but they look at you with an energy. It's not just a look. And so it's like it comes from somewhere. So try it out. It does work.
And that's another thing, dude. She is stalker level creepy. Like stalker level creepy. Like, she stalks me, dude. Like she'll sit there and just look at me.
They do that.
She's a little cat like if she goes to the bathroom with you, though, because all four of mine are in the bathroom with me every time I go.
Taking a shower, sticks her head in through the curtain, just sits there watching me like, I'm not drowning, dude. I'm totally cool.
Just leave her at the back. She's got to keep her eye on.
You know, but
dogs are so simple compared with cats. I tell you.
She's been.
There's this video I need to show y'all. Okay, if I find it again.
What?
There is a cat.
Oh.
It's on Instagram, and you know how cats swipe at each other, and it's doing this to the other cat like it's about to swipe.
Yeah.
And then it stands up and then does like this. I have to find it, but
it plays patty cake.
I'm like, you weird little cats.
Lucy, when she's really tired of the kittens, as I call them, they're 1.5 years old now.
Yeah.
Almost
They'll
2.
always be the kittens, I think you'll find.
Yeah, she puts her big, and she's Maine Coon, so she's got big paws, and she puts them on their forehead, and it's like they're reaching underneath. They can't reach her, but she holds them back by sticking her big paw on their forehead.
We have a good question in the comments. Is it possible that animals see your auras? Never thought.
They see
I don't
spirit.
think it's a question.
They see spirit.
Yeah, but I think animals are like people. Some are more evolved than others. It's as simple as that. Some are just suburban cats and dogs. You know what I mean? Give me a feed, take me for a walk. Great, see you later. And others are really more sophisticated. I truly believe that.
Do you guys remember when Moose would stand there just staring at the wall?
Yeah. Remember, I got Johnny to read one time in the after show because Lucy, I have a spirit that visits from time to time in the basement. My house was on the Underground Railroad, and I have a runaway slave that visits in the basement named Robert. He doesn't come often, but when he does, Lucy goes to the basement door and paws at it and wants to go down and see him. She likes him. And when I'm doing readings, Lucy's usually laying on the sofa watching. She likes when I'm doing mediumship and there's spirits around. Artie did not like going in the basement. He didn't come around when I did personal readings and stuff. He would come around for political readings because I'm not like pulling in somebody's departed loved ones when I'm doing that. And I asked Johnny, I said, why does Artie not like to go to the basement? And he's like, he doesn't like spirit.
Yeah.
And I could see that where Lucy does. Lucy like very senses it and is okay with it.
I get a yes that they see auras. They're kind of innocent,
totally.
like children. They might be a little bit more open to it when it's family or within their own quarters, but it's like a little knack that they have a gift, a talent, like children, that they can see it. It's part of their innocence too, I think.
Yes. And some of them, because some are geared or not created, but some of them do different things. Like, yes, some of them can see spirits, some of them can see auras, some of them can sense energy, some of them can sense when you're about to have a seizure. So it's like there's different jobs that they can do, and so not all of them have the same one. And so I think yes, some of them can, because some of them were gifted that way, just like humans. Some of you can do one thing and the other.
Exactly. See, I grew up with Irish parents, so all of this stuff was normal. And my dad would say to the working dogs, the collies that round up the cattle and stuff, and, maybe the dog had pups or something. Dad would be on a horse. He'd just say to that dog, okay, go back and feed the pups. Meet me in the paddock by the lagoon. Right? Just a conversation that you'd have with a human. And that dog would go, oh, phew, rush back, feed the pups, and go and meet him. This is the bit that still amazes me. In the designated paddock, not even the same one. You know what I mean? They were so tuned in.
Collies are extremely intelligent. Extremely intelligent.
Yeah, super smart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is my pet card because it has a cat on it. That those that they're connected to and spend time with, that yes, they can see it. It's a very real, like tangible thing to them, an aura. And they've done this in many lifetimes. Now I've had pets where I know they're the reincarnation of another pet I had. So I don't know if other people have had that where a pet reincarnates and comes back to you. But I get it. Yes.
Yeah. And Giovanna says dogs like jobs and they need one. It's true. Most dogs. I don't know about these days when they're also,
No, the breed. I
They love
firmly believe that some breeds are specific. Like, why would you be a city dweller with a husky? Completely not what that breed is intended for.
Look, exactly.
So you have to find the breed that fits your lifestyle. And if you have a big farm or an urban area, or you live in the city, but you can still provide enough work and exercise and mental stimulation, then working breeds are fine. But you can't expect to get a terrier dog that's used to chasing stuff and then locking it up in a house with no exercise. It's going to lose its mind.
And the brighter the dog, the bigger the risk. They can actually go mad if they're not given actual training and jobs to do, Whereas a little sort of cuddly pooch doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah. And their breeds will tell you what type of work they like. A herding dog likes to herd.
Sometimes it's just instinctual to them. It's in their DNA. It's in their makeup. That's what they do. They herd.
I always wondered why at the dog show they didn't have a category for lap dog. The lazy ones.
I've heard of people that have like border collies or other herding type breeds where the dog, because it doesn't have cattle or anything to kind of move around, it tries to herd family members.
Yeah, exactly. And then that's when they can nip kids and things because they're actually doing what they're meant to be doing,
Yeah.
Bring them back together.
Wired that way through breeding, so.
And they're so smart. Some friends of mine who lived in the city bought a cattle dog and I was going, oh God. It was a puppy. It was 6 weeks old. They sat down to dinner with the new little fluffy, milky puppy, and they wanted to eat, and they thought, good training, we don't want the dog hanging around the table, right? So they took the 6-week-old puppy over to its bed and said, bed, right? Yeah, and they went over and ate. The next night, the puppy dragged the bed to the table. Right, they are so smart.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to be here watching you, so I'm just going to bring the bed over here. So.
I know the rule. I'm supposed to be in bed while I watch.
Yeah, not a problem. I mean, it was a little bit of fluff,
That's a great
Unreal. They're so smart.
Just a baby, and he already figured out the loophole,
Yeah, totally. Amazing. Animals are incredible.
I don't want any.
Baby head over there. It doesn't require food or water or nothing.
Over there.
Oh, well, look.
That's my pet right there.
Johnny, I'm in your zone now. I'm at a certain age. I don't want anything with a mouth or an anus.
No.
No.
Because I like taking care of me, and that's all I want to do. Take care of me, and that's it. And I always live in apartments anyway, so it's like I don't really want a dog in here.
But having said that, I still live with lots of dogs. It's just that someone else has the ultimate responsibility. So I like being a dog auntie, dog grandma, not a problem. Just don't want that basic responsibility.
Kind of like me.
I love dogs too, so I always pay attention to my neighbors' dogs when they're walking them. I get my fix in for dogs that way.
Kind of like me not wanting kids. Like I'll go to the family get-togethers and play with the kids and then give them back. It's like, there you go.
Yeah, love it. Love it.
Becca, how did Braxy do around family at Christmas?
Perfect. Because she was used to, because remember, I only got her when she was 5 months old. So my cousin that has the mom and the brother was there. And then my aunt, which is my cousin's mom, was there. And then their daughter, my cousin's daughter, was there. She remembered everybody. She did great. One thing I did notice, my brother-in-law has 2 German Shepherd rescues. And she got along with them well. We introduced them, no aggression, no nothing. They were great. Well, while we were inside cooking, they wanted the dogs outside. So they were inside of a fenced yard. Well, the 2 German Shepherds were playing. Braxy was way over on the other corner, sitting by herself, looking at the car. She didn't care to play with. She wanted to be with people. She didn't want to be with the dogs, you know. So we brought her in eventually after we had dinner, and she just curled up and went to sleep. She just wanted to be with people.
With the people.
Yeah, not the other dogs. Like, and they were trying to play with her, and she was like, "No."
Say, I'm good. Y'all keep that over there.
Yeah. She did really, really good. So, you know, I mean, she'll be friendly to dogs when I take her out. She'll say hi and stuff, but if it's between people and dogs, I've noticed she'll go more towards people than for dogs.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. It's one of the Pacific Islander guys I know, and these guys are huge, right? They're built like refrigerators, you know. And he had this huge dog. It was a Rhodesian Ridgeback or something.
The Ridgebacks, yeah.
Ridgeback, right?
Yeah, Ridgebacks.
It was as big as a small horse.
You know, those things were bred to take down lions.
They are serious dogs, okay?
Yeah,
you know, like massive dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, his command for this dog, you know, when he'd come to your house was just turn to the dog and he'd go, "Chill, bro." And this huge thing would just drop to the ground. It would not move a muscle. If he was there for half an hour or 3 hours, it would not move. A well-trained dog. And he said it's because the dog's so big.
Yeah.
It's too scary for other people. He has to be well-trained, you know?
Absolutely.
And I thought, good on you. You
Absolutely.
know? Chill, bro.
Yeah. So we're starting her on obedience training in about 2 weeks. We have the basics down, you know, but could use a little bit more. But it's just like, and you're right. It's the one thing that breaks my heart with animals is irresponsible owners. You see it all the time. You go to the shelters and there's dogs and dogs and dogs and cats and, you know, and it's just like, if this one person, you know, it's not, I don't know what it is. I don't mean to make a blanket general statement, but it's just, I understand life happens. People come into rough times where you have to make decisions and unfortunately a pet no longer fits, you know, but then you have the vast majority like, oh, look, it's so cute. Let's get our daughter a puppy for their birthday. Well, that puppy grows up and you got to clean after it and you got to feed it. And, you know, and then it's just like, oh, it's too much of a hassle and they toss it. You know, it's not.
It's a Rottweiler and they don't stay 2 pounds forever. And
yeah, exactly.
Or the people that get these huge, ginormous breeds and don't put in the effort to train the dog. Like Lena was saying, like with her, she's going to get huge. I don't want that. And I've talked to Jenny about it. I said, I don't want a liability because she could.
No, what you want is a dog you can take with you to places
everywhere.
And stuff.
A well-behaved, well-mannered, obedient animal. You know,
it's in everyone's best interest.
Yeah.
There's a news thing I saw the other day in New Jersey. They're having a huge problem because a lot of people got pets, cats and dogs during COVID that are now turning them over to shelters. The shelters have twice as many as they usually have. So if someone's looking for a pet, please check out the rescues.
Yeah, it's really important.
I've always rescued. This is the first time I've had one that, well, I don't know if maybe it was a rescue.
She's kind of a rescue.
She's kind of sort of a rescue, you know, but it just breaks my heart to see this, you know. And then, like, remember when we went to I told you we went to the animal sanctuary here in East County. I did not understand. I did not realize that we have a huge problem in the United States with the exotic animal trade. I had no idea. People are buying
tigers and lions,
bears, lions, like
reptiles.
Yeah.
that aren't from here. It's like there's no reason to bring them over. Even like African gray parrots and stuff like that, it drives me insane. There's enough here that you can get one without importing more. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and it's just I lived in Florida. One of my roommates worked at a herpetology store where they sold all the ugly, nasty, creepy, crawly insects and snakes and nasty shit. And you would see the sand vipers in that store, the snakes with the horns that are not from the US, they're not native to here. You have these morons buying these highly exotic, highly venomous snakes.
Yeah.
And it's just like, that's nice. Do we have the anti-venom? Because like what happens when you go to feed it? You might accidentally get bit. Then what? Like, you're gonna die. Like, stuff like that. And then at that animal sanctuary, I didn't realize what a huge problem it was until I went there, and I was like, holy crap, I can't believe that there's states that allow this. Like, who in their right mind would think it's a good idea? A regular person, like all of us here, not filthy millionaires, would think it's a great idea to go buy your kid a baby tiger for their birthday.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, are you trying to get your kid killed? Like, what are you doing?
And
It's
people
different
in
than
the chat are
treating
saying, spay and neuter, adopt, don't shop, and that's great. Animals always need new homes, and go for the rescue route. This is a good point. Most people ask, is the pet right for me? Not enough people ask, am I right for this pet?
Exactly.
And that's me. I am not, because I don't want to.
That's fair enough.
And it's not that I don't want to take care of you because I don't like dogs. I like dogs. I don't want to take care of you because I don't want to take care of you.
Yeah.
Period. And since I know that, then don't get one.
It's kind of like people that, I want a cat. I want a cat. I don't like the cat scratching up my furniture, so let's have it declawed. Why would you get a cat then? Like, let me chop off your fingers because I think it's weird. I mean, come on. It's just.
I know.
It's just
I don't want to have to cook after one. I don't want to have to clean after one. I don't want to have to walk it. Because when I don't feel like doing something, then I don't do it. But when you have to take care of something, whether you feel like it or not, you need to do it. You have to wash it because it doesn't know how to use the washroom itself. You have to walk it because you can't just open the door and say, go around the block and come back. So you have to take care of them.
It becomes it's a responsibility. It's not I guess if you had one of those tiny little purse dogs, but they still need to be fed and stuff, but.
And it pays you back because they appreciate you for taking care of them. And then they give you the love back and blah, blah, blah. But I like taking care of me. That's it. That's all I care about. I have 4 nieces. Those are my kids. Growing up, that was it. Whatever they wanted, they got. And so they still do, mind you. They all of them make more money than I do, and they still need something. So that's where my allegiance lies. So I don't care about
another mouth to feed. It's like having a child,
Absolutely. And you can't just go away for the hell of it and just have a good time. You've got to think through everything you're doing and why. It's a big responsibility.
Like when I was thinking back on that just now, on that animal sanctuary, I remember very specifically there was one huge, ginormous, I think it was a grizzly bear. His name was Meatball. They named him Meatball because he was freaking huge. Meatball got purchased as a birthday present for their 3-year-old daughter. Meatball is at the sanctuary because as part of being a present, they had to declaw his front claws and his back claws, so you can't release him to the wild because he can't survive in the wild now. That's why he was and that was like that with all the bears that they were all declawed. And it's just like,
isn't that tragic? It's selfishness beyond description.
For a birthday present for your 3-year-old daughter, like, did you not think this through? Like, it's a bear. It could maul your child But
Like when she says she wants a bear, take her ass to the mall, to the Build-A-Bear shop and say, make you one. You do not go out into the wild and say, let me get you the most dangerous bear there is outside of polar.
yeah.
Oh, here's a good comment, guys. If I could drop kids off at a kennel to go on vacation, then I would have had some.
You can. It's called Grandma's house.
That's great, Kathy.
And there was another.
Yeah, and they'll all be freaked out with the fireworks tonight and stuff. It's hard on animals, you know.
I'm hoping to keep this one passed out until then. Man, she snores, Johnny.
What is she a Cancer or a water sign?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
June 26th.
Oh,
I didn't hear one firework here tonight. Usually I hear firecrackers.
I think they're illegal here. Like
Are you really?
Because I don't ever hear. I didn't hear any last year and the year before that either.
We
I
haven't.
think they have like shows they put on, but you can't do it yourself.
Yeah, like if I look out the window, I'll be able to see the ones down at the beach if they're doing it, because it's kind of cloudy tonight. It's been cloudy all day. We've been getting rain, Johnny, and not bird but actual rain.
You got some right.
I know, exciting, right? And so, but I heard a couple in the neighborhood go off, but she didn't hear them. So, but when it rained, she was barking at the rain. I had to take her outside. Like, look.
It made too much noise.
A new experience. Now, guys, I have to go. I've got people coming.
Thank you so much for hanging with us so long tonight and helping us.
It's been fabulous. I've really enjoyed it. And thanks to everyone in the chat. You've all been fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Loved it.
We're at almost 8,200 tonight in fundraising for World Central Kitchen. So thank you so much for helping us entertain everyone.
It's so cool. Doing such a great job. Well, I'll see all of you guys somewhere sometime.
On Petty Boots.
See you next year.
Bye, Lena.
Take care.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, you guys have a good time. Viewers, have a good time and enjoy. Bye now.
Bye.
And then there were 3.
So, Johnny, how is Lucy doing with the kittens now that they're almost 2 years old, year and a half? This is what we do in the after show. I get Johnny to read on the cats.
And then I get Jenny before I got Braxy to read on Braxy, and then Johnny to read on Braxy before I got Jenny, am I doing the right thing here? Like, what the hell did I just get myself into?
And then I eat potato chips and chocolate until we get this.
Baby.
Oracle. Oh, she's getting there. Not quite there yet, but she's getting there. She's getting there. There's okay. It's nice to have. She did appreciate, even if she was annoyed at first, but that was actually a good thing for her, because she has something else to occupy her time when she can't constantly bother you for some reason. And so that did actually add a lot to her life, believe it or not.
I will hear her sometimes, when I'm doing personal readings upstairs, racing up and down the hall, chasing them.
Truth be told is openness. So it's open and honest. So she is actually, like I said, she's getting there, and she will accept them wholeheartedly. I think this is very soon. Mind you, new life is kind of quick too. So it's coming very soon. We're like next month.
She is very accepting of Roro. Like, she'll let Roro lay against her and everything. And she's pretty accepting of Skewy. Like, she'll let him lay against her. But the one she plays with the most is Skewy, because they kind of like play fight a little. Mm-hmm. And then poor little Bella, Squeaker is her nickname is in the house. Every time she gets by Lucy, Lucy's like, not again. Because she follows her everywhere like this. So, like Becca was saying, if Lucy goes in the litter box, Bella's like right outside the litter box watching, like, what you doing? And Lucy's looking at me like, oh God, I have no moment of peace. Can't go to the bathroom by herself without Bella being there. But Bella, everywhere Lucy is, Bella's 2 steps behind her.
That's how little Braxy is, man. It's just like, it cracked me up because she just comes in, checks on me, and then sits by the door, her back to me, facing the toilet isn't going to kill me, kid. Like, come on.
She wants to make sure ain't nothing coming from this way.
Yeah.
We already took this scene. It's okay here, but what's happening here?
Freaking weirdo.
Toilet bandit's coming. I just know it is. So I'm going to stand here and wait for it.
It's weird.
The times I think Lucy gets the most annoyed, every morning after I've been up and had my cup of coffee and I'm getting awake, Lucy likes to have a little sour cream. So I put a little dollop of sour cream on a saucer for her, and she hates it if the other cats are like, what have you got? They don't like sour cream, but they got to see what Lucy's eating. They can't stand it. They get jealous. Looking at Lucy.
That's the little hearts.
Here's something.
At least she's not, she's accepting enough. She ain't violent to him or nothing. So
no, she's not out for blood or anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's play fighting when they play. Like she'll chase them up and down the stairs and
no claws around.
I was talking to him today, and he's like, how you always wear those double horns? I'm like, yeah. He's like, so does that mean Braxy's your hellhound? And I was like, you know what? That's a great idea. I should go have her go to the neighbor's house and eat their souls. Down there.
Happy New Year, Gail. Garbo of 99 in the chat is Gail that I do Secret Sounds of Coffee with. We'll see you on Friday, Gail.
I'm gonna go get some more popcorn from Allie because it was just so delicious. I
think that's what Lucy's waiting for me to pull the sugar cookies out. She likes them.
Remember that bag of those tiny, tiny cookies, world's tiniest cookies I got from Trader Joe's that were delicious? Well, being smart, I put one up here and then I put the other one in the pantry. The one in the pantry is completely gone. Guess who ate
it? Wasn't the dog.
No.
God dog it.
That my blood sugar was low. You got a whole damn fridge full of juice.
Then juice and now laters, please. You ain't got to eat all.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Hello.
I'm gonna send it to your house. All that thing. Here, don't eat none of my stuff ever again. I got a jar full of sugar for you right here.
There's this pickles, baby. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I'm hiding food up here now.
I told you have to.
I know. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh! You know what I had today? I bought it last week when I was at Trader Joe's, and I just had it today. They have a box of these tiny little, pancakes. They're about this big. They're called puff pancakes or whatever. And you just throw them in the oven, and they were so good, Johnny. On them, like the picture. I didn't have any strawberries to put on it though, so I put powdered sugar and just the maple syrup. It was delicious.
Yeah. Where's the thing?
Got helper.
Puff pancake.
Yeah, they're puff pancakes. They were freaking delicious. That's what I love about Trader Joe's, dude. You want some snack food? Trader Joe's. So, got my period cakes. I got the little puff pancake things. They just looked cute, and
no.
I'm telling you, they're about this big.
Mm-hmm. Little puffs.
But oh my god, it was so good. And I was like, this would be even better if they were stuffed with something, like
it's cream cheese or even a strawberry.
Like a sweet cream cheese. Oh, that'd be so good.
I might have to go. I don't like those type of things.
They probably have stuffed. I saw crepes there. because I've tried to make crepes before. That takes a skill I don't have because it's so, you know how like it's supposed to be the super thin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, mine will get like broken when I try to do like this.
Mm-hmm.
I scrape too much. It's like that's a talent I don't have.
I watched somebody, Chef Jean-Pierre, I watched him make it, and I'm like, that's too much work. You got to, and then it's too, I'm kind of heavy-handed, and so it's too delicate. Like, you need to be skilled to do this type of thing. I can't do it. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
I'm a flip and flop type of person, not a skim and slide. I can't do that.
Yeah. But I think they have stuffed crepes at Trader Joe's that you just pop in the oven or the microwave. Because I had gotten the cravings for Nutella crepes because I had those when we were in France, and Matt's like, why do you have to keep getting Nutella? I'm like, because it's France and they put Nutella on everything, so it makes it fancier. He's like, that's something you can get in America. I was like, yeah, but it's France, so it's fancier. You know? But man, those Nutella crepes were like the best thing in the world.
I got my
somebody's asking, have you been getting the huge waves in San Diego?
We got on my weather thing on my phone, it said high surf advisory, but we haven't gone to the beach because it's been raining. So
people are going back out there, mind you, because humans, they want to experience it, I guess. It's like a big giant crushing wave that moves cars, and you want to stand under it.
Yeah, they're out there trying to be like Patrick Swayze in that Point Break movie. Yeah, not me, man. I keep both my feet on dry land. Watch you all dumbasses go die. Bye bye.
Let me go and do this on purpose, or not. I mean, okay.
What else did they have at Trader Joe's? I mean, that's like the worst thing, going into Trader Joe's hungry, because I'm like, I'm only gonna get 2 things, and I walk out of there with like $80 later. And then I get home, I'm like, I have no room in my, gotta eat it now.
Yeah.
And I did go on a mission, and I got the because I just saw you showing the bottle.
I got one I didn't go to the store for this, but
which one is that?
Sparkling Blush.
I'm drinking the sparkling peach. The peach, peach one. It's okay. It's
the blush one.
You didn't like it?
No, I loved it, actually.
You loved it?
I don't know why I never buy it until New Year's. Because it looks like champagne, I guess. I had to get a bottle opener and everything.
It's so
what kind of thing is this? I don't use bottle. Actually, I have a bottle opener, but it's in my wallet of all places. Like,
good. And then for Christmas, we got more bottles of Martinelli's. So I'm like, I'm stocked up through the new year, man.
I should go get some more. I actually like that.
The Martinelli's?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd had them before, but again, I don't drink it but once a year.
Yeah.
That's my bottle opener.
Oh, that's cool. Mm-hmm. Looks like
it's sharp too. You can
the OB here was covered in waves today? Wow. That's got to be scary.
They were out there taking pictures of it. Then I went to the store for Linda, don't tell me what to do. I went to the store
for 4.5 hours. We're taking a break.
You read some questions. And I walked out with this. This is not what I went for, though.
What is that? Let me see it.
Truffle bars. Oh. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Lindors.
And I'm going to the store and I'm getting one more tomorrow.
Is that a Lindor?
Yes, it is. It's fantastic. It is. I got that, and I made more pecan bars because why not? And then I tried to make toffee.
Didn't work out.
It was fine. It had a little bit of a scorch in it because the heat was too high. But it didn't burn completely. But now I at least know what to do.
Yeah. I've never like gotten into trying to make like that sort of stuff, like fudge and all that. I just made it came out really good. I tried 2 different recipes. One is the quick no knead, like where you don't have to knead it. You just throw it in the thing, let it rise, punch it, put it in the Dutch oven and cook it. And then there's another one that does stretch and fold. Well, the stretch and fold one came out bigger, like higher up. I personally like the no knead one because it came out crispier with like a way crispier crust and super gooey inside, where the one that I had to do the stretch and fold method, the crust wasn't as crispy and the inside was a little bit more dense, heavier. Do you see what I'm saying? So I mean, I tried both. The no knead one, I've done that one twice already, but the garlic and rosemary was like just so delicious. Like, I wonder what
I made taffy once when I was younger and had a taffy pull party. And because when you make taffy, you have to pull it. And oh my God, yeah, we had washed our hands and everything, but it looked so dirty to me. I couldn't even eat it when we were done. I was like, yeah, any little bit of dirt left on your hands ends up in it. And taffy pulling is not for me.
See, Torino, no knead, like kneading, no knead bread. So
K-N-E-A-D need.
Yeah, and K-N-E-A-D, not N-E-E-D. But yeah, the no knead bread. And yeah, the recipe called for 3 teaspoons of rosemary. No, 3 tablespoons of rosemary, 3 tablespoons of garlic. I was like, okay, 3 tablespoons of rosemary, 8 things of garlic. I'm like, you can't go wrong. It's like as soon as I opened up the oven and took the lid off the Dutch oven to let it finish crisping, that's my house just smelled like rosemary and garlic. I was like, I could live with it. But I'm wondering what else.
I make a lot of homemade breads. I've got a little recipe book of old world breads, like really old recipes. Pumpernickel and rye and you name it. I used to make a lot of bread, but I haven't done that in years.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time, actually now my second time I've ever made bread ever in my life. And Peanut was like, why don't you make some baguettes? And I started watching videos. I'm like, that looks a little bit way outside of my skill set right now. Like, mind you, this is the second time I've ever made bread. But
I love old farmers' bread, stuff like that. It's good.
Yeah.
And when I lived in Pennsylvania, I had a great kitchen. I had a big kitchen island, so I could mix, the bread on it and knead it, and then I'd put it by my fireplace to rise, and then I bring it back in the kitchen, punch it down, and knead it some more.
I started a private playlist on my YouTube for bread making, and that's one of the ones I put in there was I saw it in the comments, sourdough, because I love me a good BLT sandwich on sourdough bread, not plain. No, it needs to be sourdough bread for some reason. So I think I'm going to try sourdough to make that one next. We'll see.
Deb C. I'm posting it now, and I'm going to put the video I got it from in the comment of that post. Because there are things she used that I didn't have, so therefore I didn't use. But the recipe is there, and of course you use what you have and what you want. And the video is there too. Okay.
somebody PayPal'd me a donation to World Central Kitchen. Please do not do that. Anything that hits my PayPal, I have to pay taxes on. But please do not do that. Donate hitting the donate button. I'll be refunding that one. It's like, no, I'm not paying tax on somebody's donation. Uh-oh. Bella's over here in Lucy's face, and Lucy's looking at her like, what?
I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be? No, not that one. Well, yeah. Well, you go ahead. I think mine takes too long because we only got 12 minutes.
Will Biden get 270 electoral college votes from the election in November? Because we've got independents running. Liz Cheney's talking about running as an independent. It's like all that can take away from Trump and Biden. So will Biden win hit the 270 first? Oh, victory card on the bottom. I get, yes, it may take a little time. Like, it's not going to be announced for a few weeks after the election, but I get two big yes cards that he does and is the leader. And then I get the loser will lie about it and try to change it. That's a yes card for me too. He gets the votes.
That's what came out. King of Pentacles and Six of Wands for victory. Queen of Cups, Temperance, Three of Wands. There we go. Sure.
I was worried about having enough questions for tonight, but with yours and Autumn's help, I've got some left over for Sunday night.
Good. Except none. Well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. But they take a while. Well, they don't take a while, but it is a yes, no, but it's two parts. I wanted to know if DeSantis will drop out, DeSantis, and if Haley would drop out. That's kind of another way of asking if Trump will be the nominee. Just to see if they'll still be there. And then I had, who would they endorse? So that was like a whole nother thing.
The other thing about if nobody gets 270 votes because the votes are so fractured, Congress gets to decide who the winner is. The Republican Congress, So very important that Biden hits that 270. Let me ask, will Satan drop out?
Oh, DeSantis.
I get yes, but he's waiting to see if Trump, gets thrown off ballots in the courts. Like if, so he's waiting to see what goes on there. But I get, even if Trump does, he ends up walking away. He's going to have his own legal problems, I get.
Yes. I've heard this before. Under advice of like my counsel, of like my priest and my this and like that. Because I get Page of Wands and the Ace of Swords. He'll announce it. There's your message in the Ace of Swords. I don't know if he's going to do a video. I don't know if this is live, but it probably is. There's some sort of video of it too, so I don't know if he's going to do some prepared statement, or maybe he does a video for the donors and does it live for. I don't know. There's some kind of video recording of it. But yeah, it's a lie to it too, though. So maybe he's just not admitting that Trump beat him or Haley beat him, but the Page of Swords and the Knight of Cups are both. The Knight of Cups is not a liar. He just embellishes. he makes it sound prettier than it is. The Page of Swords is a liar because they're trying to get in the back door type thing. So I do think he will help out.
Will the Satan ever learn to smile?
Did you see the latest one? Where he was sitting in front of a kid and he was like, "Oh, what are you doing?"
He's so creepy when he smiles.
That's like, what is happening? Some kid,
grown
little
man,
kid,
why
asking
can't you
him a question, and he had his whole body had to shift, like he had to get into robot form, and then he went like this, and I'm like, what is happening?
He does the standing things where his arms are kind of like out in front of his body, like he's leaning back away from his arms.
He did that. And then it's like somebody's in the back with a controller and they're just moving him or something. And he did. I'm like, oh my God, what's wrong with this man?
Is he a droid? He's a droid.
Oh my God. The most awkward person I've ever seen trying to run for president.
You guys talking about the Satan?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking, will he ever learn to smile? and how, when he stands, his arms are like in front of him a little, like he's trying to lean away from his arms.
I'm convinced that he has to be somewhere on the spectrum. Like,
it's weird. Just I don't the whole robot dance just got me on that video. That's all.
I gotta know. It's like too hard for him. It's a battle for him. He's like burdened. That poor guy. He's never gonna learn to smile.
That just cracked me. The kids down here, all you have to do is look down. He had to move his whole entire body, then turn his head. I'm like, what?
Just squat down.
Put in the comments that they should put one of those Elon Musk brain things in his head to see if it'll get him to smile or act human.
He'd probably go haywire. Elon Musk is the greatest technician in the world.
I just, when you see him hold his arms out in front of him and leaning back away from him, it's just hysterical.
He's just
like he can't stand himself.
He is so weird.
Mountain time, y'all got 4 minutes.
4 minutes?
Welcome to the future.
He may need surgery in order to smile.
I mean, he might. Just do a permanent scar right there.
I mean, was he this bad?
Give him a Joker smile.
Was he this bad before? The only reason he won was because Trump promoted him, because he was losing governor.
That and what was that guy he ran against that got caught in the sex scandal?
Mhm.
Sex and cocaine. I saw something the other day about that person might have been, there might have been a plant from DeSantis's campaign
I wouldn't
catch
doubt
him
it.
in that.
I wouldn't doubt it. They play dirty AF, those people.
3 minutes.
I have to get up in the morning too. Ain't that special?
Right. What do
Oh,
you
man.
I mean, mind you, between midnight and 7 a.m., I only sleep 4 hours a day, so I'll be all right.
I'll probably like sleep in and then spend the whole day tomorrow just reading. Well, I got some plant chores to do. I did most of it, but I still have like 20 more to go.
I'll definitely sleep in. I got up way too early this morning. I'm like, okay, this is not the morning to wake up early. I'm going to be on for 5 to 7 hours tonight.
Mm-mm.
I got I'm young. Well, you tell my body that. I got up at 4 something, and no 5 something. 5 something. I think I went back to sleep. I don't really know. But I lost an hour or two somewhere. It's like I turn around and it's 9 o'clock, and I'm like,
What the hell happened?
"Where's it going now?" Okay, if you say so. I mean, I ain't gonna argue with you.
Well, I'm hearing fireworks now. Y'all missed it. It was an hour ago for us. My tree's on a timer, so that's why it went off.
Jenny, how many years has that tree been up now?
How many what?
How many years has the tree been up now? The pebble tree.
Oh, 5 or 6.
That's the longest living
while. I
longest.
think the first year I had my channel, I think I took it down that year in like February, because I would always wait till Mardi Gras Day to take it down. So that was 2018 going into 2019. And then when I set it up 2020, it's been up ever since. So 2020, 21, 22, 23, 4.5 years.
That's freaking impressive, dude. Because I'll tell you what, the day after Christmas, I took all my stuff down. All I got to do is take the lights off the tree, and then we got to put the tree on the side for the people to come.
It amazes me because the LED lights on it have a 10,000 hour burn time. Oh, Happy New Year, Mountain Time.
Doing cards for Mountain Time?
Yes. But I know this is burned more than 10,000 hours because it comes on every night and for an hour every morning.
Unfinished symphony. Get back up, get back on the horse. Whatever that thing was that you abandoned, even if it was just for a moment, now is the time to start it back up. Fresh ideas can help old projects too. So you don't necessarily have to start anew or start something completely different. You can merge the two.
It's interesting. Get back up on that horse, charge in. It's on the bottom. Leave your anxiety behind. Get your vibration up there. Get your vibration going.
Okay, so I got a couple of ways to interpret this. I got the clouds, the tree, and the fish. Mountain time people, there could be a lot of really bad weather, inclement, where you have to stay rooted. Take it for what it is. Enjoy it. Have some fun. Go with the flow. You know, do what you got to do. Another way to interpret this is there's any uncertainty in regards to your spirituality, there focus on that, on the abundance that's there. Whenever you're uncertain, focus on abundance. So spiritual abundance, physical abundance, mental abundance, all of it, you know. So growing abundance. So focus on that. Especially if you're stuck indoors with crap weather and, light a candle, say a prayer, meditate.
I love to sit and watch it snow. I was telling Oda, I love her new condo,
the
with
view
the windows around it, and the beautiful view. I was like, I'd be like Johnny, just sitting there staring out the window all day.
There is nothing that brings me more joy than
That's really what I'm doing right now.
a miserable rainy day, which we don't get much of here in Southern California, a blanket, a book, and a dog. Now it happens to be Braxy. Before it was good, but that just brings me just keep it simple,
Oh, Lucky Girls reminding me, in 2020, Jen's Christmas tree became her quarantine tree. I remember that. Then her impeachment tree, then her arrestmas tree. Hopefully this year it'll become her conviction tree. Thanks, Lucky Girl.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Impeachment tree.
It has evolved.
What is it, 5 years? 6 years? YouTube? 6 years?
I set up my channel in September 2018. I think I uploaded my first video in October, early October of 2018. So. So I'm going on 6 years this year.
It's been a good ride. You too.
I'm kind of surprised. Well, no, I'm not, because Trump won't go away, so we can't go away.
Girl, there's going to be decades worth of crap that they're going to be uncovering from this previous.
Mind you, look at all the time where we had a whole stream almost with 1 or 2 Trump questions, because there was Epstein and there was COVID and there was everything else in the world other than Trump, and people still get curious about such things. Yeah.
We have just scratched the surface of the criminality because it was unavoidable when he led an insurrection. Think of all the other stuff. Like, aren't they? There's a civil lawsuit against who was the Keebler elf? The Keebler elf.
Jeff Sessions.
Oh, I had to do that to get his thing.
Jeff Sessions and the other lady that was running the Department of Homeland Security for the family separation policy. There's a whole investigation going on with that because there's still thousands of kids that they can't locate the parents. And here we are years later, and people are still not. So those people are being investigated for all that shenanery. Then think about when the Dems get back in power, they have all this stuff on Jared and Ivanka's dealings and dealings while they were. I mean, there's so much crap to uncover. We're not going to run out of stuff to talk about. That's
money that was spent like on the wall and stuff, and yet he only built 1 mile of the wall.
No, I think it was like 50 miles. I think 50 miles or something ridiculous.
Are there ongoing investigations for what money was spent on and who it was spent with? Some of the contractors he used were.
Isn't that what they were doing via Bannon? Was an investigation on that?
Well, Bannon was different. Bannon was fundraising.
Oh yeah.
Or build the wall. After Trump was out, I think.
And then Trump took money from he took money from the DOJ, the Pentagon, the Department of Homeland, billions of dollars he took, and poof, disappeared. And they only did like 50 miles.
Where's the audit to track down where the money went?
And a lot of the people that got the contracts had never had a company before, had no employees other than the people that started the money just poof disappeared.
Went to Republicans.
There was a lot.
Why is it didn't come from Mexico like he said?
Oh, Johnny. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing I don't understand. Build the wall, and then he went on this whole thing about how he built a beautiful wall. He did it. He accomplished it. Now, all of a sudden, we're having problems with immigration. So that tells me, A, he either didn't build the wall, or B, or he built a really crappy one because he had no problems while he was there. And then all of a sudden there's a problem again. Which one is it? Because you can't have it both ways.
I'm saying Please tie that together. How is it that he built this beautiful wall and yet you still got these migrants in this? Something went wrong here, people.
Yeah, and it's just like the attention span and how easily led by the nose the whole Republican Party is. The base is just ridiculous. I can't wrap my head around it.
I get Republicans. Some Republicans get burdened, by like DOJ and investigations looking into where the money disappeared to, who Trump shared money with, so who he contracted with. There's people that he contracted with that somehow that money changed hands. And
let's not also forget the PPP loans.
Yeah.
Let's not forget all the other stuff that happened during COVID when everybody was greasing their own palms besides the PPP loan. Like, it was just a 4-year smash and grab operation on taxpayer money.
I don't think we'll ever know where all the money went, but it looks like they might track down some of it.
Oh yeah, the contracts that were given to newbies in Puerto Rico after the disaster. Remember that? I mean, there's just so much crap that happened. We're not going to run out of stuff to talk about. And the only reason none of this is coming up is because the Dems don't have control of the House right now.
That's what Sarah Huckenbuck is doing down in Arkansas, is giving contractors to all the people she's known since she was 13.
Mm-hmm. The podium gate or whatever, lectern gate.
Giving all the money away to people to do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
He raised the deficit by over $1 trillion. So what do you spend money on?
I mean, it just disappeared. The money just disappeared. Poof.
And part of it was giving tax breaks to the wealthy, caused a huge part of the deficit.
Not to mention all them times he had Secret Service and military going to spend nights at his resorts, at his hotels, and tripling the cost to where, the pay that military personnel would get to cover that wasn't enough. So they would have to pay out of their own pocket. Like,
how much is
any
it a
foreign
night?
dignitaries that had to stay at his hotel in DC and stuff.
Or the Saudis renting 3 floors worth of rooms and not staying in any of them, like bribery. And I mean, this is why we had emoluments clauses in the Constitution, but Republicans just turned a blind eye and but sure, tell me about Hunter Biden's laptop. Go ahead, by all means.
I'm looking it up. How much to rent a room in Marlin?
Tammy, we're trying to make it to the West Coast midnight. So we got about 50 more minutes that we'll be on. We've been on since 8 Eastern time.
I joined late though, because I was.
By the time we're done, we'll have been on for 7 hours. Which is why we're getting gibby gabby and less readings now, because we're tired.
We've been reading for 5 hours.
Not me. I'm just sitting here stuffing my face with popcorn.
If you don't want to hear us talk, rewind, go watch the readings we did for the first 4.5 hours.
Or go to bed. How about that? I mean, it's pretty much it's over. Okay.
Still got 1,273 watching us. They're probably all in West Coast, or mostly in West Coast.
How do you book a room in this dump? Can you not do that online?
First, you got to go buy a whole bunch of NFT cards plus a piece of a suit.
I'm just not smart enough to figure it out.
It wasn't. So tonight he'll probably start selling, when he dies, ashes from his cremated body. His last grift.
That was me. Like, his kids will sell part of his ashes as their last grift.
They have a boutique there, weddings and events. So he did crash another wedding I seen on Twitter.
Oh my God.
Uh-huh.
What a sad, pathetic.
And I'm thinking, though, if you had your wedding in Mar-a-Lago, you wanted him to show up. Because why the heck would you have it there, of all places?
There's plenty of other places in Palm Beach to have a wedding.
I mean, you can have a wedding in the middle of the
That is not the scene of a freaking crime. Okay. I mean, can you imagine you're walking down the aisle to get married and then, hold on, we got to move the caution tape from the
And pictures of federal investigators in your.
it's like a whole tour. Oh, this is the stage where all the boxes were. You know.
Can you imagine though? Somebody's wedding photos got evidence in it because somebody's walking around with a box of stolen documents in the bathroom. It's like, oh, there's Walter Nalta, whatever his name was. Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, Mom, Peggy. Hi, Mom. Thank you so much for the PayPal that you sent me.
Secret Service had paid rates as high as $650 a night for what?
For a freaking coochie crawly.
$600? No, ma'am.
Peggy
Probably
was
got bed bugs.
Yeah, you have to be a member to see the prices. And the membership is what? How many thousands of dollars a year?
Like 200,000, isn't it, or something crazy?
The fee returned 200,000. Trump elected. Yeah. The membership at Mar-a-Lago is shrouded in secrecy. We know it is.
How do you think they evade their taxes?
Lord Jesus. Oh, I wanted to see if Nikki Haley would drop out. That was the other one.
Oh, that was the other one? Did you all
Lindsay Graham was on the news touting God's chicken.
Did you
Chick-fil-A
guys
again?
the Jesus chicken? Did you guys
Yeah.
see Nikki Haley with the whole failing to admit that the Civil War was over slavery and then trying to get a lot of it? It's like, homegirl, you're brown.
She also allowed in her own state Confederate monuments to stay too, though.
She's so great.
Showing who she is.
Chick-fil-A is at a rest stop, and it's on a stretch of highway that's quite busy. And they're saying that if you are here, the purpose of these places being here is to be accessible to the truckers. So it's not that we're trying to force you in Jesus's Chicken to be open on Sunday, but the purpose of this place is to be accessible. So if you're not accessible, you don't need to be here. So you need to open on Sunday.
They're saying it, that's in New York. They're saying it's only going to affect future contracts, not the current locations of Chick-fil-A, but any future ones that want to open in New York, they must open on Sunday. Because that's the purpose of a rest stop, is to give people a rest and a place to eat. Otherwise, they're going to contract it out to some other restaurant.
She's going to continue to passionately argue an issue and she'll be successful. I get that she won't drop out. Hasn't she surpassed Ron DeSantis at this point?
He's number 3, and Ramaswamy he's number 2. She's number 1. Well, Trump is number 1. She's number 2. DeSantis is 3. Ramaswamy is 4. I think Chris Christie is 5 or something like that. Asa Hutchinson, I think, is in last place. Ain't nobody even seen him. He's in the witness protection program, apparently.
I get no, she won't drop out either. She's going to fight. She's sticking.
It's like,
she may grow.
You're brown. People can't pronounce your name, and you're all 3 things where people can take. But go ahead.
Okay. I got no. She'll stay in Knight of Wands and the Devil. There was another question I had too, because this is her pride. Will not let her, but we'll see when push comes to shove. Though, will they start using her name, her real name, against her, like they did Barack Hussein Obama?
You know what? A long time ago, I think it was earlier this year, I got that a woman would win the Republican nomination.
I think so too.
For president. I got that it was woman. And I didn't at that time. I don't think Nikki Haley was in the.
Because I keep getting, and I was getting then, Biden's biggest problem was a woman. Now, I don't know if that's his opponent or if that's somebody just.
Kamala Harris. Some people, she's a bitter pill to swallow for some people. Yeah. So what was the question, Johnny?
Will they start using her name against her? her real name.
I'm getting her strength with donors is going to grow. Like she gets more big donors behind her. Trump may do that to try to put her in defensive mode.
I get that it's an opportunity to block her. So if they do, it's a tactic to hurt her, if that makes sense.
I'll be right back again.
Transition and confusion. So it's like to halt her progress.
Yeah.
Try to confuse something. I don't think it's widespread, like they don't just run it in a loop. But somebody is, because mind you, when they mentioned her at, whose rally was that? Mike Flynn or Steve Bannon had a little rally and mentioned her name, and then the crowd started chanting F her the whole time. And so there is a little group out there that does have a concerted effort to make sure she does not progress. And so that will be one of the things, sort of race attacking. And then the magician, four swords. It'll eventually die down, but they'll start that. Because they actually backed off of it with Barack Hussein Obama, too.
That party has gone completely batshit crazy. I mean, they've always been this way, but at least before, it was behind the curtain. You had to read between the lines.
It looked different, though. The crazy looked different back then. It looked...
It was more it was polished. The crazy was polished. You know?
Now it's like monkeys throwing crap against the cage now. It's like...
No. It's a circus freak show, dude. It's a freak show of who can out-freak the other person. It's just who can be more outrageous in their ridiculous claims. You have pissing contests, for God's sake, between Lauren Boebert, who failed her GED like 6 or 7 times, brags about giving birth to her firstborn child in the front seat of a truck as a minor, and is proud to be a grandma at 36 years old to her 18-year-old son, who, by the way, impregnated a girl when he was 17 and she was 14. Okay? So the picture of, intellectual acuity right there against Marjorie Taylor Greene that looks like she fell out the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. Her brain was freaking like made in a lab or something and it ain't functioning.
It's pickled.
It's pickled, and then Matt Gaetz over there running around with underage people doing God knows what, paying it on Venmo, public Venmo, like. But please, do continue.
I mean, Hunter Biden's emails, though, right?
His emails.
We did a reading. I mean, this was ages ago about would anybody out crazy Donald Trump in that party, and then bursts the MTGs and the Boberts of it all. I wonder is there a level above that is going to be allowed into the government?
Oh my God, can you imagine? Like I can't top this crazy. And I have a highly imaginative brain. I can't top this crazy. So
where do you go from MTG? Like she is nuts. Where do you go from there?
Jewish space laser nuts.
Yes. Gazpacho soup police.
Gazpacho soup police. So the question is, will they get crazier than the MTGs and the
will somebody emerge? Is crazy neutral enough for a reading? Will somebody emerge more unique and crazy? I'm going to say crazy. It is what it is. Than her. Will there be an elevation of crazy into that party? Because what did it? First card is the Lovers. I'm thinking so.
So will there be an elevation of crazy? Yeah, there's another one that's probably sick or has some sort of a illness up here in the head that talks a lot or tweets a lot, and she's a woman. So I don't know if somebody, because now MTG, the girl that's trying out do MTG is that Laura Loomer person. There might be another one that's crazy. I mean, look at Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake's over there she just got sued for defamation too, I think.
What was that? I never know the context of it. What was that picture of her vacuuming the carpet? What was that? She was somewhere vacuuming a carpet. Was she at one of Trump's events vacuuming? Like there's a viral picture going around of her vacuuming. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, girl, are you trying to sell Kirby vacuum cleaners? Because I thought that was Is that your next gig? Like, I don't understand. I never got the context of it either. I don't know.
There is a woman here. This is after a man is gone, so maybe after Johnson leaves, there's a new woman coming here with the Queen of Swords. And yeah, she ain't right. Queen of Swords can be very analytical, very smart, very quick, or the opposite. She can be very vindictive, nasty, not just vindictive, but nasty, like MTG, but with no remorse, no nothing. She has no fear either. So she would try to fight the crowd in New York instead of running away like you should. That was my top moment of 2023. I didn't want to be extra trollish and say that, but it was. I enjoyed someone being, again, this is not nice to say, and I do not condone violence, but she got mobbed and I enjoyed it because this is the same person that chased that boy from surviving a school shooting and terrorized him. So, karma.
I love the whistleblower on Matt Gaetz yelling, "Are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile?" That was a classic moment of 2023. I'm gonna ask: are there more sex scandals coming out in the Republicans in 2024?
Oh, mercy!
Because Tim Burchett and George Santos, everybody keeps saying, yeah, they're having sex with hookers and lobbyists. And we saw Boebert Gropert.
I mean, God, that girl is such trash, dude. Just
extreme trash.
Like, and what's even more sad about it is that she's kind of like, she's so stupid that she doesn't realize how stupid she is.
Mm-hmm.
Like that girl, she opens her mouth at every hearing and gets owned. But she's so stupid to not feel any shame or remorse to better prepare the following the next hearing. It's just I get embarrassed for her. Like
there's definitely more coming out and there's going to be evidence. There's going to be like tapes or something of them. There's definitely more. There's a man that's nighttime video romancing someone here. Could be like a donor. So it could be like a Matt Schlapp kind of person. And there's going to be somebody watching in the video.
Somebody in the closet videotaping.
Somebody that's watching and filming kind of thing. And this is like huge. But I get it's a Republican. So.
I get that there's several that were kind of friendly with a person that was having a lot of affairs. This would be having affairs. Also, perhaps because this card is a double, homosexuality and bisexuality with certain members that are perhaps very passionate in their speech against such activities. I'm talking to you, Moms for Hate lady over in Florida. But I get a yes, and it has to do around affairs. So, just saying.
Yeah, there is an affair here. There's an air sign man, Gemini, Aquarius, or whatever the other one is, Libra. And this it has that Moms for Liberty vibe. These are two different people than them though, because there's a third person in here, but this person it's almost spy cam-ish. There's also something abusive, but not illegal abusive, but like BDSM type of thing. It's something like that going on there too. This is done in secret, sort of done in the dark. There is worry about it being exposed because this is also something that is possibly paid for. And so you may have some prostitution and that type of thing going on. But I do get a yes, there will be. There might be several, mind you. Or at the very least, there's evidence that would show here.
And that's the thing. These are the people that are running around on their high horse in their ivory tower, preaching to the rest of us about
being God-fearing people and
no sex,
put religion in our schools and
all this other stuff. Meanwhile, they're the biggest freaks in town. You know, like
you know what? Okay. Whenever you're up to it, I want you to do a Rona McDaniel GT.
Right. Yeah, I need to do one. I was going to do it, but then house stuff, and because I saw you do yours, and I caught the very end of it right when you were going out, so I need to go back and watch yours.
Because she may have because this was on the bottom of that last read.
What is
so
that?
I think there's going to be an initial denial of that affair, but then stuff is going to, as like I said, with the Seven of Pentacles is your harvest. And you know how when you are growing fruits and veg, there's a little bit of evidence, proof that that thing is growing. And so you have a little apple, or you have a little strawberry, you have a little tomato, and then it gets bigger. So it's something like that to where it shows little fruit to where something is there. And then over time, it's where you can't hide it anymore. And so
it snowballs.
It's going to be exposed because someone's going to expose it. Not because we just walked by your window one day and looked in. Somebody's going to rat you out there. We'll see.
Okay, I'll do one. So Mom has a question. Peggy, hi Mom. She wants to know how many House seats will the Dems win next year. So I'm going to ask, will the Dems take back the House in 2024? And then I'll ask how many.
I'm going to ask how many seats they'll have a majority by.
I get a yes. It might be small, but it's a yes. So it's not like a huge majority.
I get a yes on the bottom with the death card. That's change for me. Like the House will change.
Yes, because it ends in the Four Wands. There's your House. And what I asked was, will the Dems win the House? If so, will they win by a lot? If not, will they lose by a lot? I get they do win, but it's not by a lot. It's maybe 8, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm getting like 9. I'm
My
getting
last
like
was child, so it's not a small win. It's a small success. So let me see. How many seats will the Dems have in the House in 2024? The majority. How many seats over the majority? How about that?
I pulled this. This got numbers in it.
I get the Lily's Witches card 30. But I would say around 3 over the majority. It's like it's small. It's small. 3 or 6. It's not like a huge amount. And then she wanted to know about the Senate too. So will the Dems
pick up any seats in the Senate?
Well, you know, Kristen Sinema is about to get her ass booted, and that guy is running against her, the military guy that was in her house.
Mansion also
In the Senate.
going independent or whatever. Women voters. Women voters.
I get a yes. Yeah, but it's still going to be very difficult.
Celebrations, that's a yes.
It's going to be difficult and burden. 7 swords with the 10 of wands. So very difficult. If they do, because I get the 6 of pentacles, so they do get the votes there. If they do, it's probably by 1 with the full card.
I got the letter, the dog, and the cross. Yes, but it's going to be difficult. So
Yeah, I get they grow. It's not by a lot, temperance, but they grew.
because Kristen Sinema is all but screwed herself 15 ways to Sunday by running as a progressive. And that, oh, did you guys hear?
It's 1, so maybe they'll get 1.
Did you guys hear that Lauren Boebert switched her district? Did you guys read on that? What did you get?
We have not read on that.
We can say it on Sunday if you want.
Oh, okay. So you want to save it or?
For Sunday night.
Yeah, okay. Because she knows she's about to lose. She came within 500 points of losing that seat, so now she's just going to a different district.
Is the district Democratic or Republican?
No,
Does she know?
It's more Republican than the one she's already in. But the one she's in is usually Republican, but Adam Frisch almost beat her last time, and he's outraising her by thousands.
So she's going to a different district. But who's running that district now, though? Is it an incumbent?
There's somebody a Republican who is retiring, I think. But she may have competition, like there may be somebody else running against her.
I was going to say the only reason Marjorie Taylor Greene got in the first time was because she ran unopposed.
Yeah.
First time she got in. So I was wondering if it was going to be the same sort of situation for Boebert, where she's just a shoo-in because
$10. Thank you, Greta. He's retiring.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't remember his name.
It's like, but do they like you?
Because 7 hours later.
But I mean, at this point, and I don't mean to say this as a blanket statement, but at this point, it just seems that not only do they not have good candidates, but it's just like the base is just like, nope, Republican or die, like regardless if they're openly telling you, I'm going to cut your Medicare, your Social Security, or and the list goes on. And they're like, yeah, like
vote blue no matter who, vote red no matter who's dead, I guess.
Yeah.
We all died, but let's vote anyway. COVID killed us. They didn't do anything. Social Security, I need that to survive, but who needs life?
That's what I don't understand. Like you see these town halls with Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis and all these people going after entitlements, and it would be stupid to not go after Medicare. And they're saying this to an audience of seniors who are more than likely on Medicare and Social Security. And they're just like, okay, like where in their minds do they think, well, it's for everybody else, it's just not for me.
Not my Social Security.
Not my Social Security. All these stupid
They're literally going to go through and see who is registered as a Republican or not.
Yeah. Or who was born between a certain time frame, and then that's the cutoff date, and everybody after that is just, well, you're screwed. And then
Don't read on this because I'm getting some weird shit. Will Trump ever name a running mate for VP?
Why my devil just fell out.
My devil, you might be in jail, Mr. Trump. there might be some changes going on in your life that caused you to be out in the cold, or
So will he name one, is what you said?
will he name a running mate? Roro, don't drink the wine.
I get a yes. It's someone that he's negotiating with, that he's already made verbal promises to, but those promises come with conditions. I get the clover, birds, and rings. So here's your negotiations and the promises that are made.
Is one of those a male or female card?
No. This traditionally is an older couple, but it's not a person. So no, none of these are
Pips.
cards. But I'm getting that he's already. They're meeting about it and negotiating on who's going to, but it needs to come with a promise. It's an entanglement.
So like,
It comes with.
You have to promise you'll pardon me of all my crimes.
Or, you're gonna break this law for, not in those words, but you know how he do. So.
Commitment.
Mm-hmm. What'd you get?
I don't know.
Are your cards saying no? He's not going to pick a running mate because he's about to be convicted here real soon.
That's what it looks like. Because it starts with the man of power and authority, with the emperor, and then there's that, and and then there is the 10 of Wands and 5 of Wands, and so it's like you got other stuff to think about. But on the right hand side of the read, I do get the Fool, and there is one or two things is going to happen here. Either it's an older man, the Hierophant, and there's an older man indication here, or this is a dark-skinned man, and it just could be tan, but this is a dark-skinned man or a man of ethnic descent of some sort joining the Fool, which I'm pretty sure he's not going to pick Ramaswamy. Because they will not. Well, I don't know.
Could be a religious man too, like Mike Pence was a religious man.
Because if the man is not dark, then he is older, and yes, he is religious. They all are religious. But I don't I don't know.
I don't think he's going to get there.
He's not. If I interpreted that grand tableau, he's convicted before the elections even start, and
before the Republican convention.
Well, the convention happens in
July.
If I remember correctly, because it was showing like this. It wasn't like there was one conviction in the same line as the woman. and the she sits in the house of birds, woman talking woman on the phone with the garden over her head. RNC, Ronna McDaniel. She's on, guess what? They have her on a recording for being on the phone. Hey, well, we'll get you lawyers to help out if you break the law, So there was that conviction, and then there was another one. So they were intersecting like this in the grand tableau. And it's just like, huh. And you also have to remember the trial, the appeals court in Colorado is speeding up the process of Trump there's no such thing as presidential immunity where you're basically king. Maine just kicked him off the ballot, and the Supreme Court's just sitting back waiting to see how Colorado rules. So he may not even be on the ballot if they find that he indeed can't hold the presidency because he was in direct violation of the 14th Amendment. So
Jules Deramore says, man of power and authority who shits in his diaper and walks around smelling like panty stains. Jules, I'm going to send you to the cornfield.
Okay, I have a question. Will there be, we asked this sort of before, Will there be breaking news while Jen is holding her seminar?
I keep feeling like there's going to be big breaking news in June.
Because that would just be something. While you're holding your seminar, get something on the wire.
And I have that feeling of like teaching the class and then running when I take a break to check on my phone, like what's happening, that kind of feeling.
Yes, and it has to do around a campaign. A campaign, and also some type of organization that was not just lobbying, but working as a, what's the word I'm looking for? Consulting capacity.
Oh, like a Ginny Thomas firm or Judge Roberts' wife's firm or something.
I have the garden, the ship, and the fish. That's a yes. Something public, perhaps to do with transportation or something abroad, and then consulting firm, a consulting society, a campaign, something about how a campaign transferred money and stuff. A campaign,
Be like CPAC or something too.
Campaign transferred money. So this could be around Trump's campaign finance situations, because there's fraud all over that stuff. It always shows up in his tableaus. So there might be news coming out about that. I mean, I get a yes, but there's an abundance of breaking news. But it's around.
But now you know. Take my class. We'll stay tuned on our breaks. Or we don't have to, because now we know from Becca and Johnny reading. What are you getting, Johnny?
And I'll be there, so I'll tap on the door today.
What did you get, Johnny?
Yes, Knight of Swords. Something does come in quite fast. I'm getting O.J. Simpson car chase, white Bronco, so it's like something that breaks the news, and it may be alive. I'm not saying that somebody's going to be chasing somebody. I'm like,
no,
it's
that'd be Trump in the freaking golf cart running away from Jack Smith.
It's like glued to the TV watching it all day, car chase. Like, how many? Raise your hand if you watch that damn car chase. Like, how many hours was it on? I couldn't take my eyes off it.
Like, dear God, how is that Bronco not running out of gasoline yet?
At the time, I didn't even know who O.J. Simpson was, and I still watched it because it was everywhere.
Yeah, Lord. It's like
in this deck, there's a typo. The Knight of Wands still says Page of Wands, so there is some kind of messages coming through. Some older man or man in the government there. There's it has that chase energy to where it's like people are glued to the thing for some reason. It's like they can't look away. There's something happening that people don't look away from it. They're fixated. They're stuck there, and they're just watching to see what shoe is going to fall. And it brings a bunch of people in, though. I mean, this is like Super Bowl numbers with the Empress and the World. That's my media and audience card, and Empress is an expansion.
I'm telling you, Johnny, it's going to be Trump getting chased down in his freaking golf cart going 30.
See him, this big humped up white character, because he's got all that white clothes on.
Orange.
But he's in Mario Kart.
Hair flapping in the wind.
The Mario Kart, Johnny.
Oh my God.
Every time you hit something, you see the little things pop up over the cart.
Oh Lord, we going to hell for that.
We're up to 8,500 in donations.
Great job.
Don't ask me what I'm looking up, but I'm looking down.
Golf cart, dude. It's gonna be a damn golf cart.
Y'all get your gifts in running away in a golf cart. It's like it's like they're everywhere. That's just too funny.
That's gonna be him. I'm telling you.
It's just flying down the
And the thing is, Johnny, he's not even going to make it to the street. They're just going to be like chasing him around Mar-a-Lago in the damn golf cart. Trying to figure out how to get on the road.
If he tries to hide out in the basement, they might flood him out.
That's what's coming in June. Y'all, you heard it here first. Mario.
Be a new Hot Wheels.
Parts coming.
That's their president. Bless their heart.
Oh God. I can't.
Lord Jesus. So we may have some breaking news. We'll see though. I can't. I really can't. But it would be him though. If something like that would happen, it is him.
Oh my God.
Running away in a golf cart.
I'm telling you.
Melania is running behind him because
Melania's like over wherever she's at, New York or wherever the hell she's at, going, oh, thank goodness, fuck Christmas.
She wasn't in the Christmas photo.
Meanwhile, Trumpy's over there in his golf cart with his white shirt and his khaki pants with huge poop stains on it because he crapped his pants and his diapers before he ran to the golf cart. Keep your eyes open. It's going to happen.
Melania just renegotiated her postnup, not prenup, but her postnup, in case Trump, does become president again, and she has to serve as first lady again, which we know she hates. Did she get money up front from him? Because there's not going to be left by the time he's through in court. Did she get some money from him up front for that postnup?
In his tableau, it showed a woman took a bunch of money from him.
And in the one that I just did for him, she ain't worried about money because it's in a family trust for a child. In his grand tableau, it shows there was a family trust for a child where the money is there, even though it was gotten through ill-gotten gains. And the way that money is a huge fraud and a lie, but it's still in a family trust under the kid or kids because it was child. And then dog in the house of house. So it was transferred to a child under a family trust. Right there. So I'm going to set this one out. But that money's
there. Yeah, it's shifted in secret to keep the Justice Department from it or legal from it. And that New York case, and it's growing there.
I wouldn't be surprised if all that money he was taking out of, remember, he's gotten busted a few times taking money out of Trump org, even though he wasn't supposed to. And we all speculated, well, it was probably to pay legal fees, and all, which it probably was. But I bet you he's been siphoning money out of those orgs and sticking them in family trusts under the kids. So it's like, you can't touch it. It's my kid's money. But it's really...
She may have to fight to keep it. She may have to fight because of the timing of when it's transferred.
I got the money there. And there's blockage with the Ace of Pentacles and the Two of Swords. There's a decision that has to be made about it first, but it has to be done in a legal way. There's ramifications and details and stuff. Queen of Swords and the Justice. So you need lawyers, you need people for this. This is not, and like Becca said, it's for a kid. Six of Cups. It's something blocked because of that. Or it's not necessarily blocked as in you can never, but it's blocked as in it has protocol with the Justice and the Queen of Swords. It ends in the Three of Cups. So yes, she does have a reason. Three of Cups and Three of Pentacles and High Priestess. So there's something secret about it too. But there is a reason to celebrate and it's because of the negotiations that were made or collaboration.
Dude, Rudy, I'm seeing in the comments here, Delilah saying Rudy will be in jail before Donnie. Rudy is up Poops Creek without a paddle. He tried to file for bankruptcy, and the judge said, okay, but you're paying Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss first. It's like, you done ruined your whole damn life for an orange clown, and you're in your 80s, and you're about to spend the rest of your days broke and in prison for committing felonies.
Yeah, he's not going to need any money that he might have had anyway, because they should just give it to them, because he's going to be in prison for the rest of his life.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, then he has over $1 million worth of taxes he hasn't paid, and lawyers he hasn't paid, his ex-wife he hasn't paid. Like, the guy, it's like, what the hell have you been doing with your money? Like, it's not.
He's got money hidden though, because he had millions that he was making.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go with Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So I think that they're gonna have to do like an audit or something, and then disperse of the properties.
He had not only his apartment in New York, which is he's trying to sell for like $6 million. He had a house in the Hamptons, and a house in the Hamptons is probably 15 to 20 million alone.
Shelley, if you go to jenlintarot.com, there is a tab for seminars, and the information will be in there.
Sharon is saying he took a private plane to Georgia. You just filed for bankruptcy and you chartered a private jet.
Now, I've never been on one. I know people who have worked on them and fueled them, though. Don't you have to pay for the fuel for your private jet?
Yes, you do. But for most rich people, a private jet and the fuel that goes in it is a tax write-off. But the rest of us that get to spend, when the prices were through the roof, almost $9 over here in California, I don't get to write that off. So why does some rich mofo get to write off his personal jet, his personal yacht, his personal whatever the F, and the rest of us teachers can only write off $300 in supplies?
I mean, I work from home. I can write off a lot of expenses that when I worked in the corporate world I couldn't. But I can't write off my car. So why do people get to write off a boat or a jet?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, why don't we get to write off our vehicles, which we use to commute for work, even though I work from home, but whatever. You're picking up what I'm putting down. Where these people have a luxury. It's a luxury yacht, a luxury private jet. You're not using that to travel.
Mitt Romney, his house, his car, his horse is deducted from his taxes, and he pays like $1,200 in taxes, and he makes $1 billion.
Yeah.
Like somebody in the comments put, Trump paid more for sex than he did taxes. It's like
exactly. The guy paid $720 for how many years? Less than anybody here did, because they can write off everything. It's just I don't understand. I really don't understand how, when any single one of us, like, for instance, there's some stuff I would like to do to my house, and there's some stuff that I need to do to my house. In order to get a home equity line of credit to get money out of my house to use for my house, the bank has to send an appraiser out to appraise my home, to say, this is how much your house is worth. This is how much you can borrow against your house for the repairs. Why in the name of God was he able to tell the bank, oh yeah, it's 30,000 square feet? Nobody came out with a tape measure and said, actually, no, that's 10. Like how does this happen? I don't understand why the rest of us are held to a certain standard, but then these rich people can just fudge wherever they want, and nobody checks. Nobody, because he's been doing this for decades. Yeah. So he's saying my house is 30,000 square feet, but then when it comes to taxes, it's only 10,000. Where we can't do that.
Do we have cards for the West Coasters New Year's? We got 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Less than 4 minutes. 3 minutes.
It's not Mags. He is not running to Saudi Arabia.
No.
His grand tableau is he is not going. It's man, ship, clouds, coffin. He ain't going nowhere.
Going nowhere. What they need him for over there anyway?
Yeah, what's he gonna give him? What's he gonna give him?
You might as well go to Russia. At least you won't be extradited. You might be.
He's scared of being. He's scared
extradited.
of out of the window over there. You know, it's a.
You could run for president over there, I'm sure. West Coast. Time for a nap. Time for a nap means it's time for a nap. It's time to retreat like the Four Swords. It's time to recharge, catch your breath, and then take it in the morning, one step at a time. Don't put so much pressure on yourself to do everything all at once. And if you are that person that everybody calls, especially Queen of Wands type energy, busybodies, everybody needs you for something. Tell them not right now. Give me 20 minutes and I might call you back and I might not.
I get the Crossroads, the Storks, and the Ring. Make a commitment to the choices that you have, and let me back it up. The choices that you have, there's always an improvement there, and there's a way to commit. So, like, for instance, everybody writes their New Year's resolution. Oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and then by the second or third week, you ditched it. Just saying commit to improvements. There's a lot of options and choices. Just commit to improving yourself or whatever.
I get you have a lot of options too, and focus. Look at, decide, be patient with yourself, figure out what's resonating with you. If you go within, you'll know what's resonating with you, and you'll get to higher ground. So just figure out what it is you want to focus on. You've got a lot of options there you can choose from.
Commit to improvement.
Less than a minute.
Thank you to all the East Coast people who are still up with us. It's 3:00 over here.
If you're East Coaster or Midwest, raise your hand.
It's what, 9:00 in Hawaii? We had to leave y'all. I'm so sorry. We'll put you on the prayer list. Y'all get there.
Thoughts and prayers, Hawaii. Thoughts and prayers.
The earth is still turning. You'll get there. That's all right. We can't help it. That would be 3 a.m. for me.
It's going to be
5 a.m. for you, Jen.
It's going to be New Year's.
Not happening tonight. It's already going on 2 here. Happy New Year to Braxy's first New Year's.
Happy New Year, baby.
All you West Coasters.
They're doing the fireworks at the little thing down the street. I heard them.
Happy New Year's. That was my text message. Oh, I hear him now.
Almost put happy birthday. I was eating. If any of you are watching, happy New Year.
I hear the fireworks outside.
Happy 2024, Braxy.
Braxy's first New Year's.
Yeah.
Well, again, we have raised over $8,500 for World Central Kitchen. The donate button is open indefinitely, so you can come in later if you want to donate. Thank you all for joining us. Again, big thank you to all our readers if they're watching this later for helping us.
For
Wow,
staying
I'm ready
with
for
us.
bed. I'm ready for bed after 7 hours.
Says Happy New Year, even though she's conked out. But she says Happy
that's
New
where
Year.
I'm going to be in about 10 minutes.
I'll still be up. It'll be 4 a.m. If I come back live, I can't go to sleep. So
We'll be on Becca's channel next week.
I'm trying to get to the Ronna McDaniel Grand Tableau this week. I got some plant chores to do. I want to finish a book, and then I'll see how I'm feeling. And because I got to do a Ronna McDaniel. So
thank you to our moderators that hung with us for 7 hours. God bless you.
Yeah.
And posted all the links to everything. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful New Year's, everyone.